Hey, can you hear me?
Hello.
All right.
So, we're live.
Yeah, we're live.
So, how are you doing, guys?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Very good.
See if we can get some. Let's get our first vegan guest in here.
Yeah, I mean, there has been all kinds of uproar about certain revelations regarding the proportion of crops that are grown for animals specifically in the world. A lot of vegans are coping about the fact that the crops that are specifically grown for animals are in the minute minority.
Vastly in the minority.
Yeah. So whenever you hear Joey Carbstrong or Earthling Ed say the vast majority of cropland is grown to feed the animals you eat. I even remembered that direct quote.
Mm-hmm.
that, that's just nonsense. And we can't just pick apart this lie basically once and for all because it's just clear that it's bullshit. You cannot blame all the crop deaths on animal feed. Period.
Yeah, depending on how you look at it, it's somewhere between 6% and 20% of the crops globally are for animal feed, correct?
Yes. Yeah. In terms of mass, absolutely. Um, and it's roughly similar in terms of hectare as well. So, yeah, I wonder if Michael is out there who sort of disputed this in the comment section.
Um, yes, if Michael's out there, we do want him to come on tonight or
Yeah,
today.
I would be very interested in hearing what he sort of has to say about these kinds of things. I mean, as soon as we sort of made this public about the 6% figure, the website where we got this from basically had a server problem, or maybe it was not a server problem, but they had some kind of problem where it wouldn't load the graphic that shows this, which is weird, actually. Weird
Mm-hmm.
coincidence.
Yes. This is what you
Into
were
another
talking about.
video. In this video, I thought I would address the insipid, repugnant crop deaths argument once and for all. I just went for a run, got my head shaved here, thought I'd shave my head because barbers are shut, so I always used to shave my head, and yeah, I thought keep fresh and clean. Crop deaths argument. Now, people think they're so smart when they drop this, oh, vegans kill animals too, like it's the first time we've ever heard that, ever. Like, I hear that 45 times a day. And what baffles me is that when people say this, they think they've got a, oh, gotcha, we gotcha, vegans, we gotcha, you kill animals too by existing, so veganism's completely debunked. Now,
By
these people
existing.
have never looked up the Vegan Society
Were you saying something?
Yeah, he said by existing, and that is a straw man. We never said by existing, right? But
Yeah,
he's
let's play it.
veganism's completely debunked. Now,
Right.
these oh gotcha, we gotcha me is that when people say this, they think they've got a oh gotcha, we gotcha, vegans, we gotcha, you kill animals too by existing,
Oh,
so
yeah. You kill animals too by existing,
Yeah, I mean,
and
okay.
that's not what we're saying, is it? That's not what we're saying at all. What we're saying is that the the monocropping, the toxic monocropping that produces the items offered on the vegan menu kill quadrillions more animals every year than all of animal agriculture. So veganism as an alternative to any other way of eating kills more animals than any other way of eating. If you want to kill the most animals, go vegan.
Yeah, I mean, just by existing, it's just the lamest straw man I've ever heard. Whatever.
Veganism's completely debunked. Now, these people have never looked up the Vegan Society definition of veganism. Don't look at the dictionary definition of a vegan. Veganism is a way of living which seeks to exclude, as far as is possible and practicable, all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to animals for food, clothing, or any other purpose.
Now, since he made this video, they've kind of dropped, maybe not on this website, but the vegan activists have dropped the cruelty part. And now they're just saying, well, we just don't want exploitation. Ignoring the fact that monocropping in it is literally animal exploitation. I mean, before the monocropping was ever there was a big community of all types of animals that were displaced and remain displaced, and subsequent generations living on the periphery of that toxic monocropping continue to try to return to their home every year, and they get killed every year because of the toxic and deadly, lethal crop protection measures that are required to grow the items offered on the vegan menu. So,
Yeah, and also the pollinators are actually used to pollinate crops, which could be seen as a form of exploitation. I mean, yes, some of it is natural pollination, but some of it isn't. So partly exploitation of animals right there. Then we also have the examples of monkeys being enslaved in Thailand to get coconuts from coconut trees for vegan coconut milk. Then we also have the human exploitation in agriculture. And yes, there's also human exploitation in animal agriculture, but also in crop agriculture.
So, two things here. As far as is possible and practicable, and all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to. Now, exploitation, the animals in those crops are not being exploited.
Yeah, we
Like
already
the
covered this.
we just talked about this, yeah.
cows in a dairy farm are being exploited, used, abused, used for the benefit of the oppressor. These animals are free. And they started living in this crop.
They're not free because their home has been taken over by a monocropping operation. That's not freedom.
Right.
Basically, they're under occupation, and
Yeah.
any population that's under occupation is not free.
Yeah. That is correct.
And a combine harvester might come along. They get a chance to escape. Okay.
They have a chance to escape. Someone pointed out the other day that some animals will try to escape, but a lot of animals, their instinct is to crouch down and hide and try to hide out until the danger has passed. And so the danger eventually grinds them up into little pieces, because those giant pieces of farming equipment don't have any mercy, and a lot of the animals do not get out of the way because it's their instinct to stay put and hope for the best. You know, they freeze and a lot of animals will not run out of the way. So even this way that animals die as a result of the agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu, it's horrible, but it's the least amount of death that's going on. You have to look into the lethal crop protection measures and things like that to see that it's actually in the quadrillions every year when we look at the animals that die
Yeah,
as a result.
and also like the chance to escape, like the analogy that I would draw is, yeah, if an army invades your city and the tanks are rolling in, you also technically have a chance to escape, right? But it doesn't mean that what's going on isn't a massacre.
Correct.
Have a chance to escape. Those pigs in that farrowing shed are being exploited. They never see the light of day. And their only escape, their only chance to escape is when they get a bolt gun in the skull when you eat their body parts and flush them down the toilet after you've shit them out. That's a lot different to what goes on in a crop when they're being harvested, as far as is possible and practicable.
That's a lot different than what goes on in a crop while they're being harvested. So what happens to them when they're mangled and things? Let me see if I can show you. There was video of a deer that was run over by a harvesting machine. Let me show you what this looks like. And anyone watching, this is pretty graphic, so viewer discretion is advised, if I can even find it. Yeah, here it is. First, let's go back and listen to what he just said.
Goes on in a crop when chance to escape is when they get a bolt gun in the skull when you eat their body parts and flush them down the toilet after you've shit them out. That's a lot different to what goes on in a crop when they're being harvested.
So this is what goes on in a crop when they're being harvested. Let me show you this to you real quick.
I don't know why he added the bit about flushing down the toilet. Then
Yeah.
how does this add to the analysis?
He's trying to he's trying to play on that idea that you only eat meat for pleasure purposes. There's no nutritional quality there. You're just eating it for taste pleasure, and then you shit it out. That's what he's trying to say. But here's a deer that was hit by one of these harvesting machines. That this is what he's trying to is say doesn't matter, is not relevant. I mean, can you imagine? His entire back is gone. You can see his internal organs. He's walking
Damn.
around. He's walking around like that. That was for. This is the kind of thing that is produced. That is happens every day as a result of the toxic monocropping that produces the items offered on the vegan menu. So
Yeah, and also the point about confinement. He mentioned confinement. Pigs are also, wild hogs are also trapped. For example, I've shown this in one of my videos, which got age restricted. That's how bad it was. It was so graphic what was happening in crop agriculture that the video got age restricted.
yeah,
So
yeah.
As far as is possible and practicable. Does that mean shoot yourself in the head because you're always going to cause some type of harm? No, it doesn't. People who eat meat, cheese, milk, and eggs are obtaining these products from animals who were fed plants.
The majority of the plants that livestock eat are on pasture. Natural prairie forages, for instance, look up the finishing phase for cattle. Cattle spend the majority of their life out on pasture eating natural forages, and then right before they go to slaughter, maybe the last 3 months of their life, they go to one of those concentrated feedlots and they feed them grains and grain byproducts just to fatten them up, not to produce a huge animal. It's already a huge animal by the time it goes to the feedlots and eats any kind of crop or any kind of crop byproduct. So this idea that for they've got this formula, they're saying, well, so many grams of plants are required to grow so many grams of beef, and therefore growing beef is not efficient. But they're assuming that that animal grows from a baby calf to a slaughterable animal, uh, eating nothing but crops that are grown for for that animal to eat, and that's not true.
Right. And also measuring these things in grams is flawed in itself.
Yeah,
Because how much nutrition can you get out of 100 grams of grain versus 100 grams of steak?
yeah,
It's a big difference.
yeah.
They ain't living on air, these animals. Now, what people imagine, I suspect, is that when they see cows on the grass, they
Do you know why you see them on the grass? Because that's what they're eating. You see them on the grass because they're out there. Do you ever see a farmer going out there and giving the cows fruit baskets when they're out there on the grass? No, the cows aren't out there on the grass because they like the grass. They like looking at it. They like eating it. That's why they're there.
think they're just eating the pasture. All of these animals, the chickens, the pigs, which you never see the pigs on grass, do you? They're always in shed.
Go to Joel Salatin's farm and you'll see pigs on grass. You'll see pigs in the forest. You'll see pigs eating natural forages. So if you go to regenerative pig farms, you'll see what Joey doesn't want you to see, which is animals living and growing on natural forages.
Oh, you'd think they're pasture raising pigs?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. In fact, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
I mean, he wants to plant this idea that, oh, there are more animals, livestock animals than humans are, therefore there must be more crops grown for animals. But this is flawed in many ways
Yes, it is.
because the only land livestock animals that outnumber humanity are poultry animals. And they don't eat that much per day individually in terms of human edible crops. And also factoring the lifespan of these animals before slaughter, that makes up, I mean, compare that to the human lifespan of 80 to 90 years or something. That explains why human crops are in the majority, not animal feed crops.
Yeah. Yeah, see, here's Joel Salatin. He's got tutorials on how to rehabilitate land with pigs, and just taking them to a place and letting them go in and root up the weeds, and they'll go through and gain weight while they're cleaning up a pasture. And so, this idea that you can't raise pigs on pasture, we've got wild pigs all around. I mean, I walk up on the pasture, up on the hill pasture sometimes here, and I'll walk into a herd of wild pigs. There might be maybe 40 or 50 of them out there in a group and I'll be walking right through them. They'll be at some distance away in the high grass watching me, but not, they don't even run away. And they're not fed anything. They're out there living completely on pasture. And they're just reproducing, like they're just breeding like rabbits. So this idea that you can't raise pigs on pasture, Joey's, you know, trying to spread that idea, absolutely not true.
Yeah,
And that's one of the harmful lies that is being told that actually harms uh, agriculture, because the more we can promote regenerative on pasture animal agriculture, the better. The better, the healthier the meat is, the healthier the soil is, the less reliance on monocropping that there is, the less there is to complain about. So
yeah, it's better for everyone.
it's better for everyone, absolutely, except for the chemical companies like DuPont and the petroleum industry. They're the ones that benefit from veganism.
Yeah, they probably created it.
And pasture finishing pigs and grass finishing pigs in sheds? What do you think these pigs, chickens, cows, farmed fish are eating? They're eating plants. Now, if you're going to use the argument against the vegan and go, well,
Okay, for instance, the fish aren't eating plants. The fish are eating soybean cake, which is a byproduct of soybean oil extraction. So the soybeans are grown, then they're crushed and processed to squeeze the oil out, because they're an oil seed. Look it up. And what's left over is not edible for humans. So they feed it to pigs, they feed it to fish.
you're eating plants and they use pesticides on those plants and combine harvesters. Oh, they rip up those massive fields of wheat.
Yeah, we just saw what the combine harvesters do to a large deer that didn't get out of the way.
And they're killing all these animals, and the mice are being exposed to predators, and the farmers are shooting animals on these crops, and they're trapping animals to keep them away from the crops, and they're killing wild animals to keep them away from the crops. If you're going to use...
He finally told the truth about all of that. See, he won't ever talk about these kinds of things except if he's trying to discredit it as a subject for vegans to talk about.
use that argument against the vegan, but we can use that argument to tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold back to you, because all those animals on Earth being bred for food at any one time, 74 billion land animals being killed for food each year by human beings, right? And trillions of marine animals, but just the land animals alone outnumber us 10 times, tenfold, okay? And these animals, they eat magnitudes more food and water than we do. Magnitudes more food. Now, all that food is being grown in crops. The vast majority of cropland
There it is.
is grown to feed the animals you eat.
Look how he doesn't even provide a source for that.
Yeah.
He just says this as if it's intuitively true or something.
Right.
But the empirics are not bearing this out.
No, there is nothing that supports that. Nothing
Yeah,
at all.
like I said, even intuitively, yeah, there are more animals, livestock animals. More livestock animals in total than humanity. That is true. But when they're mostly eating pasture and byproducts, and very, very small amount is actually grown for them specifically, and also when they have shorter lifespans than humans on average, much lower, I mean, and when the only animals of these land animals are chickens that eat like a fraction of what a human eats in a day, then it's clear, even intuitively, that it's not going to be this huge amount of feed crops grown for these animals in comparison to the human food crops, even intuitively.
Yeah. Let me,
But yeah, we can go into the empirics if you want, or we can watch the rest. I don't know.
I just really wanted to get to that statement. Let's hear him say it again.
So food and water that we do. Magnitudes more food. Now, all that food is being grown in crops.
Now that's a lie. All that food is not being grown in crops. In fact, the majority of the food that livestock eat globally is natural forage.
The vast majority of cropland is grown to feed the animals you eat.
That's just a straight lie. And we've proven it again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times vegans will bring this up, but yeah. So again, should we go to the graphics and stuff like that?
Yeah, why don't you do that? And I'm going to try to conjure up Michael if I can.
Okay, wait a second. I'm gonna share my screen. So is this on screen here?
Okay. There we go.
Okay, so yeah, this is from Goal Science. It shows us the world food system. Okay. Basically the cropland production and also pasture and forestry, whatever. And it's in mass in millions of kilotons. That's the metric. And it uses FAO data. So let's even zoom in a little bit. So
Yeah.
that's the cropland production. As it says there, 19 million kilotons. That's the whole cropland production in mass in millions of kilotons. 19 million. So, and we then look what goes into the feed. It's 1 million kiloton that goes directly to feed. So we can say out of these 19 million, 1 million is grown specifically for livestock. And 1.1 million kiloton out of 19 million kiloton is roughly 6%. And someone might say, like Michael has pointed out, that this is not just factoring in food, but also like non-food or whatever, which is true. Okay, we can also look at looking only at the crops that are related to food. Okay, fine. So the crops that are, so again, 1.1 million kiloton of cropland goes to feed. How much goes to process for food, for example? It's 3.5 million kiloton. And directly towards food, it's 2 million kiloton. Right. Right, or actually we should take this number, 2.2, because this also goes towards non-food, right? So 2.5 million kiloton and 2 million kiloton. Add these two together, it's 4.5 million kiloton going straight towards human food, and only 1.1 million kiloton going towards feed. So the food outnumbers the feed by a factor of 4. So that's pretty much on that. Now, someone might say, what about the byproducts, though? Right? Because there's this huge chunk harvest byproducts, right? And some of that goes also towards animals. But you can already see in the pie charts there that the vast majority of the byproducts go towards non-food. 64% goes towards non-food, and only 35.7% goes to the animals, which means that what actually drives the production of those harvest byproducts is human usage and not the animals. So even if we get rid of animal agriculture, the production of those byproducts would still go on, but it wouldn't be valorized by the animals. It would probably be burned or be in a landfill fermenting methane somewhere. Yeah, so that's pretty much on the nonsense that Stuart Armstrong has spouted there.
Okay. I'm gonna put Michael's handle in the title here and see if we can get him. All right, there we go.
I mean, we can also look at other metrics outside of mass and look at the amount of land, for example, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have shown a map in other streams and also videos that clearly shows that the vast majority is grown for food and not for feed, right?
Right. The majority of crops are grown for food, not feed.
Exactly. We have the information in mass and also in land hectares. So, yeah. And we can also talk about what would actually happen if we get rid of animal agriculture. Would then this cropland decrease or whatever? No, actually, it wouldn't, because there would be a nutritional gap to be filled. And that is actually quite massive. I crunched some numbers on that. But we will get into that later. Yeah. So who's actually in the
Okay.
chat?
Okay, let's look at this.
What is this? This means that a large amount of food produced is used for animal feed, which is less efficient in terms of calorie. Oh my God, the calorie conversion again. When will vegans stop with this nonsense about the calorie conversion?
Number one, the majority of the food that an animal, typical livestock, eats during its lifetime is not feed, but pasture forage. So those plants cannot be counted as crops.
Let me ask this Jonathan something. Let's say you have a Big Mac that has 1,000 calories. Okay. And then you have a full meal of, let's say, very nutritious food, whatever, pick and choose however you like it, also of 1,000 calories, right? So they have the same amount of calories, but one side has B12, calcium, zinc, choline, creatine, taurine, and all nutrients, and the other one has barely anything of that, but they still have the same amount of calories, right? So it should be the same efficiency then, shouldn't it? Oops.
Yeah. And you've got what, didn't you have a study that showed the crops that would be necessary to be grown to replace some of the nutrients that have low bioavailability for
Um,
plants.
you mean that compares the bioavailability of plants and animal foods, the micronutrients? Do you mean that?
Yeah, yeah, I think that's what it was.
Not on hand right now,
Hmm.
but I can look it up if you want.
Well, it just we can look it up or we could talk about it. The fact of the matter is that vegans who try to boil human nutrition down to just calories, so that to me is either extreme ignorance or the typical vegan misanthropy, because that's a harmful thing to do, is to spreading misinformation that might reach the ears of a naive young person who doesn't understand that there's a whole lot more to human nutrition than calories, and you end up with people who go on really crazy diets, really restricted diets that end up giving them serious and dangerous nutritional deficiencies, which can lead to major illnesses, diseases, death, and even birth defects. So I think it's a shameful thing to do to try to boil human nutrition down to calories alone. But we see it all the time with vegans. Uh, they'll do they'll tell whatever lie it takes to affect someone's diet in a negative way.
Yeah, I mean, they always use this pseudo intellectual nonsense to pull the wool over our eyes. Um,
There's Michael in the comments.
okay, come on, let's chat.
Uh,
I
yeah,
mean, when we talk about efficiency, we could also talk about food waste, by the way, which is, again, majority plant based.
right. The majority of the well, yeah, the great majority of food waste is from plant agriculture.
And there's actually a study that recently came out that looks at the nutritional losses from that food waste and how much we actually lose out in nutrition because of that. So, talk about efficiency. How many people starve to death because of plant based food waste? How many millions or billions or trillions even of dollars worldwide do we lose out because of this food waste? And again, it's majority plant based.
It's
But we
funny.
will get into that later.
It's strange that Michael is complaining that I didn't reply to his comment whenever in the community post when he repeatedly said he didn't want to have this conversation in the comments. He wanted to have it in person. So, uh,
Well, whatever. I mean, we can have it in person. That would be the first time I talk to him in person.
yeah, uh, hopefully he's getting prepared to come on. We want to hear what he's got to say.
Yeah, I would be interested, definitely.
It's it's kind of it's funny, the evolution of this conversation. It started with vegans saying that the vegan diet was cruelty free, and they like to buy food items that are usually ultra processed food items packaged in little plastic. It says cruelty free on there, the kind of thing. But I pointed to crop deaths, and what they did was they tried to limit the definition of crop deaths to only those animals that die as a result of not getting out of the way of the harvesting equipment, when the majority of the deaths are certainly from the toxic and lethal pesticides. And it's not just insects, but insects do make up quadrillions of deaths every year, but you've also got, small mammals like moles and voles and field mice and raccoons and deer and elephants and on that are killed directly to protect the crops. And then there's secondary deaths, such as the secondary poisonings that happen with the rodenticides that kill the small rodents. Then you've got this poisoned rodent body laying out there. An owl flies by and sees this freshly dead rodent, knows not that it's full of poison, and eats the rodent, and then it ends up dead. Michael's backstage, so we're going to bring him on. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Hey, I'm hearing an echo of this stream. I'm just trying to figure out how to fix that.
Do you have StreamYard and YouTube open? It may be from your previous tab, YouTube tab. If you mute that,
I might have
perhaps.
fixed that. I think it was in the overlay window I wasn't seeing. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I was just saying you didn't reply to my comment. I was just saying I'd be interested in discussing this.
Yeah.
If it's going to be a terrible discussion, we kind of left on a sour note, in my opinion, and I'm willing to start fresh. But well, like the last I heard from you, Garland, is you didn't care about my opinion. So I don't want to come on a stream and be lectured to. But if you want to talk, I'm down to talk.
Are you going to lecture me?
Nope.
Okay.
If you want to talk, I'm good to talk.
All right. Well, you have an opinion of me, and I have an opinion of you, but that doesn't mean that we can't be cordial and discuss this, as best we can. I just ask that you be intellectually honest. That's really all I really want.
Yeah, and as I say, I would just ask that you seek to hear my opinion and understand it.
Okay. What's your opinion?
Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, sure. Let's set some context. What do you guys want to talk about? I know there's this post about the 6% thing. I didn't catch the whole stream, but I assume you guys have been talking about that, so I don't want to cover necessarily something you've already gone over, but I don't know, where do you want to start?
I mean, you said that, we talked already in the comments, like you said, it's not just 6% because there's not just food, but also non-food, which is totally valid, yes.
Yeah.
But even if we take the only food-related or crops that are related to the food system, right? Food and feed. Even if we just take that, it's animal feed crops are still in the vast minority. It's just 20%.
That's not how I was playing. I was using that tool. I appreciated you sharing that because I hadn't seen that before. And as I was like playing around with it, I was starting to write down some of my notes on it, but then it stopped working for me. So I got halfway through my analysis and then I couldn't finish it. Is it working again?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can play around with that. We have shown this already on stream.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, okay.
No,
so one of the things I was. Yeah, go ahead, Garland.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. It didn't even register with me that you had pulled that up because last time I had checked, like Michael, it was down. That site was down. I think there were some Reddit posts that may have brought that down. People were flooding that site.
It sort of depends on what you count and what view you look at. Like one of the views I was looking, I don't know if you guys have played around with it much, but there's a view you can look at it by protein. That was one thing I was looking at because that sort of inherently like factors out all non-food related items, and it just focuses on the food. And protein obviously isn't everything that food is, but it's sort of a marker, I guess, for where the bulk of the food is going. That was like one of the views I was looking at. And then I was looking at the kind of the main default view that you had up. I think it was based on the land.
No, it was based on mass.
Yeah. And like, and then it just sort of depends on what you're counting as animal input and what you're not. And so, I mean, we can talk about that. Like in my opinion, we would count the things that are grown that animals end up eating, whether you're calling it a byproduct or direct feed or whatever. It's like, it's stuff that's grown for animals. So we can argue about whether that should be included, but when you do include it, then the animal feed portion goes above 50%.
We shouldn't actually do that.
Okay, why would you say not to do that?
Well, because the vast majority of the byproducts go towards human stuff, don't they?
The vast majority of the byproducts go towards human stuff. What do you mean by
Yeah,
that?
over 60%.
Is this including non-food?
Yes.
Yeah, well, let's talk about just the food, because we're talking about crops grown for food. So
yeah, but you wanna say the byproducts are driven by animal agriculture, and I say
no, I
when
want
the
to say
vast
that
majority of the
sorry.
when the vast majority of those harvest byproducts go towards non-food, basically human usage, you cannot claim that the production of byproducts are driven by animal agriculture.
Yeah, well, and this is what I mean about we need to, like, if we're talking about it one way, fine. If we're like, I would talk about it in terms of just the food, because from a vegan perspective, we're talking about what should we eat, and so we want to compare like what stuff happens with only the food stuff. I don't care about the biodiesel and things grown for textiles.
Yeah, but we have to include that. We have to include that in the discussion, because we want to figure out whether or not these things would still go on in a vegan world. The production of byproducts would still occur in a vegan world when we get rid of animal agriculture.
Yeah, this is what we're dealing with right here. Listen, Michael.
There's more food and water that we do. Magnitude's more food. Now, all that food is being grown in crops. The vast majority of cropland is grown to feed the animals you eat.
Okay, so this is a lie that's told by many, 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 many vegans. And if you surgically remove the non-food items from that equation and try to
of course
portray, right? So in other words, he just said that the majority of the crops that are grown to feed animals. But you've already admitted that that's not the case, but you do want to portray that to be kind of the case, because you want to remove those non-food item crops that Joey Carbstrong and the rest of you vegans do not want to acknowledge, because it doesn't fit well with the narrative that the majority of crops are grown to feed the livestock, which is not true.
No, when they're saying that, like the Steelman version of understanding what they're saying is they're talking about with respect to food. So with respect to food, and
no, that's not what he said. Here, I can play it again.
You have to play it again, and this
no,
isn't my position,
I want us to. This is what I'm talking about, Michael.
This isn't me. I'm not
from you. I require is intellectual honesty.
Right.
Okay?
So why are you playing somebody else's opinion and trying to say that it's my
because
opinion?
Because if your opinion is that, okay, are you conceding that the majority of crops are not grown to feed livestock?
Yeah, of course. If you're counting non-food, of course not.
Okay, then say it. I want to know what I want you to confirm.
I'm confirming. Like I haven't disputed this at all. Like, of course, if you're including, like, if this FAO data is right, which I I assume it is. Like, yeah, like the majority of the crops that are grown, when we're counting food and non-food, it's grown for human use. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, fine then.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah.
and
So and the
But
reason that
what I
the
had an
reason
issue with was the 6%. Like what that, when you say that, what I think people see is, oh, only 6% of crops are going to animals. That's such a small percent of input, and we get all this output of animals. But when we factor in all of the inputs and we only look at food items, like food for humans, food for animals.
the reason we can't do that, Michael, can I tell you why that's not intellectually honest
Okay,
in this
you just tell
conversation?
me, but just as a point of like process, I would love if you just let me finish a sentence before interrupting, but go ahead.
Okay. The reason that is not intellectually honest is because the context in which this is all happening. The context is that the vegans started with the vegan diet is cruelty free. I pointed to crop deaths. The vegans tried to define crop deaths as only those animals that could not get out of the way of the harvesting machines, and that's it. That was the beginning and the end of crop deaths as far as vegan activists were concerned. I redefined accurately what crop deaths are, which is not just those deaths, but also all of the intentionally lethal pesticides, as
Do
well
you think
as
I
the
disagree with you?
what?
Do you think I disagree with you so far?
No,
Okay.
and so whenever it was finally acknowledged by vegan activists that quadrillions of animals die every year as a result of the toxic monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu, that their excuse was that, or their what they did was they conceded that yes, you're right, it's quadrillions, it's horrible. However, the majority of those crops are exist to feed livestock, and so, in other words, if we abolish the vegans are trying to paint this picture that
Okay.
if we
This is
abolish
all
livestock,
totally irrelevant.
if
This
we
is all totally
abolish, let me
irrelevant.
finish. If we
You
abolish
didn't listen.
livestock, if we abolish livestock agriculture, that would reduce toxic monocropping by this whopping 80%, right? Which is a huge lie because the majority of those crops are not food crops,
Okay, here's my position.
not feed crops either.
All right. So my position is it would reduce it. Not
It would not.
necessarily reduce it by 80%, but it would reduce it. And I think
No.
the source, what's it called? This visualization tool thing?
goal science,
The goal sans.
goal sciences, or goal science, whatever.
Yeah. So that goal census thing, I think, agrees that it would, because when we look at the inputs for animals, it's over 50%. When we look at the inputs for humans, it's under 50%. Even if we get rid of the byproducts, even if we factor that out entirely, it's still over 50.
No,
And
that's
yeah,
not
it is.
true.
I can show you. I can go through the math with you on this. And I did this. I
Well,
did this by the like.
show us.
Well, sure. And I don't have this complete because it stopped working. But we could rebuild this again, even on this call if you'd like to, since you say it's working again. Am I able to share screen? Is that going to work?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's get this over here.
You're doing this in mass, right?
I think I did this by the protein. We can check that. And if you like, because just that was an easy way of just getting rid of the non-food. That was my logic in doing it that way. I'm going entire screen, and it's this screen. Yeah. Okay. How do I zoom in here a bit? Okay. I took a screenshot of this. This was the main view, and then what I did is I looked at like the crop inputs for food. So I got rid of like the imports and the exports. It looked like it about netted out to zero. I got rid of. I didn't bother with this marine line or the recycling or whatever. So I looked at the direct crop inputs for direct food for humans, and then the processed for food for humans. That's the orange line up here and the blue line that goes directly into food. Then I looked at the inputs for animals. So that's all the stuff that feeds into the animal line. And we have direct feed, we have oil meal, which is basically the thing you get when you extrude the oil from soybeans or other oil seeds. We have processed. I tried to find like what their definitions of all these things were, and I couldn't find it. So I want to have this discussion. I'm open to like changing this if I learn something meant something I didn't think it meant. And then we have byproduct. So if we just total those inputs up, we get, and this is I think based on the cropland, the default view. Oh, it's doing a big decimal. So 0.37, so 37%, and then this would be the rest. So it's 63%. So we have more inputs for animal versus human. And then if we look at the outputs, so in terms of what becomes human food, so that's this red bar here versus the other ones is what makes up our human food. We get 37% input to a 67% output. So we get a better conversion from the plant inputs to outputs versus the animal. No, this isn't perfect, but this is like my logic. I don't.
Okay.
I can show you the protein one, or I can pause there and you can.
Can I that green bar that goes into the animals bar?
The pasture.
What it says pasture.
Mm-hmm.
Are you factoring that in?
No. Well, basically, this just comes as free for the animal inputs because it's not. I didn't list it here. It's just free input. I'm just counting that. So all that I just give you for free.
Well, it's not crops, so you're not giving us anything, right?
So
I mean like for the animal.
It's not crops.
We have So we have all the. Okay. Sorry. Do you not understand? I'm just saying I'm not counting it for anything. So it's.
No. I get it. That if you don't have it, listed, that's the way it should be.
Right.
Wait.
I agree.
I have a question. The processed, is that a blue line?
Processed. Here.
Yeah, in the graph, is that a blue line? Where's the process come from?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Up there at the top.
It's for. Oh yeah, here. Yes, it's the blue line. Yeah, processed for food.
So it was actually then going. It's basically then waste, food waste. So you cannot actually count that in. So that's the first one that we can factor out, basically.
Well, maybe. Like, I don't know. Do you know what's included in this? Does it say anywhere?
If something is processed for food and it goes to animals, it's basically waste.
Not necessarily. What
else would it be?
Well, I'm just thinking like dog food is like, I wouldn't consider that to be waste entirely. Like, I don't know, maybe you could be right. I'm not sure. Like, I would love to see like what this is, and then happy to adjust if that is in fact true. But like at minimum, I would say that this would be at least some sort of a co-product in that it's generating marketable value. Same way that like the oil meal and the oil both generate market value. Like if it's negligible market value compared to the other, then I'd be fine taking it out. But if it's more like 50-50 the way the oil meal is, I would leave it in.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to look into the economics of this. But the thing is, I cannot imagine food waste being more valuable than the actual processed food that is being produced for humans.
If that's what it is, then I would agree. I mean, even if we take out the 5% entirely.
Yeah, we also would have to take out the byproduct, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I did that here.
Where is it?
And so this one I think is this based on, is this the same numbers? The same numbers. Okay. Can we check what's the URL for this thing? I'd just love to know if the numbers I'm using are for the protein or for the can you post it in the studio chat, the link for it?
Wait.
I can probably find it too.
Post it in a private chat,
Oh, yeah, I
Garland.
got it. I got it.
Oh, okay. Is it actually adjusted protein, like, or just crude protein?
What do you mean by adjusted protein?
For protein quality.
Well, I'm sure it's just crude protein, but I would argue doing a major adjustment based on quote unquote protein quality, and we can get into that if you want to. Yeah, I think I did protein content in tons. Oh, adjusted. Okay, so there is an adjusted. Yeah, the reason I wouldn't use adjusted is because typically when these adjustments are made on protein, it's based on either PDCast or DS score, which,
So what?
well, a lot of things. So I think one is rodent, one is pig. I get them mixed up. I think the DS is based on pig. So first of all, we are not pigs. We are similar to pigs, but like a human isn't a pig, and it's based on how well pigs digest the food. Secondly, the vegetable protein isn't cooked. Like they feed them raw, which doesn't digest, and you can't metabolize the protein as well from uncooked vegetables, particularly legumes. So when we're talking about that, then we're over adjusting because we're not consuming it in the most bioavailable way. And also, actually, it works the other way. When you cook meat, it becomes less bioavailable than raw meat. But so we're kind of giving the benefit to meat, and we're giving the negative to plants based on that. And then finally, the adjustment is based on the amino acid content, which is based on if you were to only eat this one protein source, like as your entire nutritional content, and it's based on the lowest scoring amino acid. So if leucine or whatever was low in, or I think lysine is low in soy or not soy in rice or something. So it's giving rice in that case like the most unfavorable, whereas nobody's eating just rice in the first world countries. We're eating a mixed diet, so we're over adjusting based on kind of the lowest scoring amino acid. So those are the reasons I wouldn't use adjusted.
The reason why crude protein it's not appropriate to look at that is because crude protein only measures nitrogen, and there are non-protein nitrogens in foods, and the only animals that can turn a nitrogen into a protein are ruminants, and they do that with the in the rumen actually, where they cultivate microorganisms, and those microorganisms are the ones that are actually able to turn nitrogen into protein and then use that protein to make up their bacterial body. And then when that lump is moved into the acid chamber of the cow's stomach, then all of those microorganisms are killed, digested, and assimilated, and so the cow's able to get protein from non-protein nitrogen. Humans can't, and so if you're factoring crude protein for humans, that's not an honest, that's a very misleading way to represent the protein, especially in something like soy.
Would this not just show if you grew like 100 grams worth of soybeans and soy is 23% protein or whatever, would this not just be 23 grams based on the protein content? Is that not what the protein content would be referring to? The percent protein of the crop?
No, when they count crude protein, then you're
we could probably check this just by looking at soybeans, and then if we look at the energy and then look at the protein content in tons. No, that wouldn't quite. Well, we can look at fat content in tons and protein and see if it's the appropriate ratio, right? That seems fair, right?
As long as your second opinion on the protein is not looking at crude protein as well.
Well, I'm just
So
saying. Oh, well, I was just
comparing
saying
crude protein to crude protein.
soybean protein or soybean macros. Oh, I thought that would be a lot cleaner. Let's see. Mature, cooked, 36% dry or roasted. No, that's yeah, and you're right, and it's probably looking at raw as well. So it's going to become. Let's see, boiled. What's just the? Is there not a way to just look at the? Guess you're never consuming them raw.
Soybeans commonly contain urea, and urea is not a protein, but it contains nitrogen.
Well, like how different is this? This is oh god, 46 adjusted protein in tons is. Did that load?
It takes a little bit of time, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Soybeans also contain amines and amides, nucleotides that contain nitrogen that are not proteins, and free amino acids that are not
Did this
part of
go up?
proteins.
81 million. And what was the protein in tons? I thought it was 81 million. And this was 46 million. So it went down it went up, it doubled when we adjusted it. How does that make sense? Does that make sense to you guys? I just don't know what it's referring to, such that it would double when we look at the adjusted protein. I mean, can we use this as like a proxy just for discussion purposes? And if we learn that like we need to, you know what I mean, use a different view or whatever, we can.
I mean, the thing about protein is for example, if you have like this per protein, right, the animal feed. I mean, make it all crops again.
Yeah. That's what we're gonna do.
Right. There is, I'm not sure if this is factoring in human edible, quote unquote, protein, right? You know what I mean? I mean, yes, there's like amount of harvest byproduct protein going into these animals, but if it's actually something that we can eat is another question. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. So well,
that's why I made it by mass.
What would be an example of like a crop? Well, like I guess, yeah. I mean, we generally can. We're growing like hay or something, right? That would be crop that's grown as feed, right?
Yeah.
So what's like an example that you're talking about is
like some post-processed stuff, right? That goes into.
If there is some food like corn husks or something like that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think that would probably be byproduct, I would assume.
Yeah, but if you're measuring it in protein, might be a different thing if you're not measuring it in mass.
Yeah, it would be different for sure. What do you mean? What does it matter that it's different? I'm just not sure of the point. You might have a point. I just don't understand what you're trying to say.
It might give us different values, but your point is that we should factor in the harvest byproducts is your point,
Well,
right?
certainly the oil meal and then maybe the byproducts, but like, I mean, we can do it, we can not do it. The reality is it's there. It's crops that are being grown for animals. So when people are talking about crops grown for animals, this is that. I agree with you that maybe it's like kind of useless or if it's not going to the animals. So like, it just kind of gets into how we define things. But like, these are the empirics, I think, like, which is cool that we are looking at one thing now and we can discuss, how we should evaluate this data. But like, when I look at this, here's like broad strokes. Here's what I see is we have like, we have crop stuff that's going into animals and it makes up, this big of a bar of inputs from the blue to the pink. And then we have, and even if you count out the pink, just take the blue and the red, we have the animal stuff coming back into food and it shrinks, right? Of course, it shrinks the same way that crops shrink as they're processed and whatever, but it shrinks by a lot more. So it's like the crops that go to animals and then go to food, we get a lot less coming into food than we do from the crops that are processed for food, that go direct to food and that are processed for food.
Okay, first of all, the animals, they don't just go to food, but also to non-food, right? Because we process the whole animal.
Yep.
And like I said, this is just looking at protein. So
yeah, I agree. I know it's just protein. It's kind of a proxy. Like it might change a little bit. Yeah, for sure.
How do you see that with the oil meal, Garland?
What do you mean?
Yeah, the oil meal, I mean, yes, there's a huge chunk that goes there. But like Garland said, the thing is crushed for oil, right? I mean, he explained that last time. So
sorry, I don't know what he explained. Sorry, I don't know what last time is.
Well, these are oil seeds, and they're, for instance, you can't replace soybean oil with palm oil. You can't replace and there's a bunch of different oil seeds. It's not just soybeans and palm. It's a bunch of different oil seeds out there, and each one of them exists because of the particular and unique properties of that seed. And so this idea that, well, if we could just stop eating all animals, then that means we wouldn't have to grow all of this oil meal. And the oil meal, the crops that we produce oil meal with, would no longer exist. So that's not true. What would happen is that another use for oil meal would be found. I have an alternative use for oil meal, but it's for animal agriculture, and it has nothing to do with the animals eating it. It has to do with enriching pasture soil and rebuilding the soil that the monocropping has destroyed.
I think that's okay. It's a good point. So okay, let's just think this through. So my initial comment would be something like the market value of oil meal is approximately similar, about the same with the oil that comes out of most of these crops that are grown for these purposes. Would you guys first agree with that? I'm not done this line of thinking just yet, but first off, do we agree?
Not
Say
sure
again?
because
yeah, I'm just like, when you crush a soybean, for example, it's like about 20% oil, about 80% oil meal, and the market value of oil is about 5 times more than the oil meal. So it's like it works out about 50-50 is my first point.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Yeah. Okay.
It's in favor of oil right now. The oil is actually
kind of
driving,
down, but it's like it
yeah.
goes. It's around. They're both large contributors.
They're very close to 50-50. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point. So, and then you're saying if I understand right. That may be true, but even if we just cut this out and stopped feeding this to animals, there would still be the demand for the oil. And so now we'd be left with all this waste product, this oil meal waste, since we don't have animals anymore, so we can't feed it to animals. So now we'd have to grow, or now, yeah. What was how did you finish that line of thinking?
Yep. Well, what I was saying was not get rid of animals, but get rid of the practice of feeding oil meal to animals and use it to rebuild the soil and improve the soil in negligible pasture land and return some carbon to the soil where the monocropping has been eroding and destroying the soil health over the last 100 years.
And you're proposing that as an alternative for what to do with the oil meal? Is that what you're saying?
If you use it to enrich the soil, then you can start adding. You'll in effect be building soil health.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen some of this stuff, but like with soybeans in particular, they're starting to grow soybeans that are meant to be consumed like as a whole bean, and some that are like sort of specialty crops for tofu and for particular things. So I think it's possible as well that through I don't know if you guys are against like GMO or any of that kind of stuff, but like we could grow a soybean that is a higher fat content in theory.
That I've been following that for years. They've been trying to breed a soybean with a higher oil content, and they have only succeeded marginally. And they will only succeed marginally because it's a seed and you can only get so much oil in there.
Okay.
I don't really have a problem with the genetic modification or strategic breeding. The problem with genetic modification, for the most part, is that the most common genetic modification is to add the Roundup Ready gene to the gene sequence, which makes them impervious to a carcinogen that they can now just spray on the crops with reckless abandon, because it doesn't kill the crops, but it does kill the soil, and it kills the fish, and it kills the people. So
yeah, and then you get the whole issue of your neighbor has Roundup Ready crops and their spray drifts onto your field, and now your crops are dead because you didn't have those particular seeds. And
and not just the crops, but the animals that were living in the area as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, bring me back here. I can't remember why I went down that line of thinking. So because we were talking about originally. Sorry, what's your anti-war monger? Is that what you want me to call you, or
anti-war mindset?
Anti-war mindset. Okay. You were saying, do we agree? Like, we're trying to figure out if we agree that this oil meal should be counted towards the animal inputs. That was your question, and then so Garland, I don't know if it was an interesting aside, but did that relate to this?
Well, yeah, we should not be counting, because what we're trying to do is say, okay, if livestock agriculture disappears, hypothetically, then what's going to happen to crop agriculture? Because the lie that we're up against, is the vegan lie that most crops are grown to feed livestock, and therefore if you get rid of livestock, you get rid of most of the crops. And if you get rid of most of the crops, you get rid of most of the crop deaths. Okay? That's not true. You've conceded that that's not true.
That entire line of thinking isn't true, but I did not concede that most crops are not fed to animals, because based on this, it looks like they are.
You cannot you cannot count those oil mill crops, for instance, because they're not grown. What you need to do is find out the foods that are grown specifically. I mean, if you really want to,
No, I disagree. Like if we're just talking about a statement that a vegan says most crops are fed to animals, and you say, well, you can't count those crops. I mean, that doesn't sound like you're trying to steelman their position either.
no, because you're trying to take all of the non-food out that goes to humans. That's non-food. In other words, the biodiesel. So you take biodiesel out,
Can I just
we're
say
going to take the oil mill out.
what if the vegan
So if
just
you
says
want
food
to, if you every time you try to tilt the board in your favor, then
I'm
we're
not-
going to you take something from us, we'll take
We're just-
something from you,
no,
or we
no,
can
no,
just look at the big picture and you can
No.
put all of
You
that
can
back
make it
in.
a subset of the big picture. We can say food crops. Why can't we say food crops?
Why don't we just put all the crops back in instead of you surgically removing the ones that you don't want to count?
And
Well, 'cause it
also,
doesn't make sense.
as a
When we're talking about food, it doesn't make sense to include not non-food stuff. That's my
The
point.
reason it makes sense is because I'm not arguing with your position has nothing to do with me. Okay? The position that I'm up against is the ongoing lie that you may not be participating in, but the other 99.99999% of vegans are, and that is that the majority of crops are grown to feed livestock. That is what we're rebutting. I'm not rebutting, well, if you take this out and you take that out and you get really creative and you start thinking about maybe stand on your head, then you can start to put this in a positive light for veganism.
You say we want to be intellectually honest. Is that what I'm saying? Am I saying you would stand on
well,
our?
let me say something. So,
Can I say we just one quick thing first? Is that okay? Just super quick.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't come here to represent 99.9% of vegans. You made a community post where you said we were wrong. It's only 6%. And if any vegans want to discuss this, let me know. And so I just let you know that's how I ended up here. So if you don't want to talk about that, that's fine. But that's why I ended up here. So sorry, go ahead. Anti-war.
Yeah. So my thing is about the protein. So, I mean, what is the metric in protein content in what is it? In tons, right? So my understanding is that these lines represent how much protein is in the harvest byproducts, right, and in the oil meal, and even in the pasture, right?
I think so. Yeah, I agree.
But this does not mean that it's human edible.
Right, but that's where if you look at the end of the bar, I think that would refer to that part, right? Like if I look at here, this blue bar, this is like the protein content, or actually it would maybe even be this. This is the crops that's processed for food, 145 million, and then it would be the stuff that comes out that would be the human edible stuff. That's how I would interpret that. Like this green bar would be all human edible stuff.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but you're kind of inflating the numbers here, because when you convert it back into mass, the oil meal becomes much smaller, the value for oil meal.
Okay, let me just think about that. You're saying I'm inflating it because the mass, because if
or wait, maybe not the mass. Wait a second.
Yeah,
I need to check again.
Okay.
How much is it?
I can hover if you want. Is this where you want to see?
Wait, it's in mass. It's sort of, I think, 500,000 kiloton. How much is it in protein? Let's check. Damn, it's loading very slowly.
You're talking about the oil meal?
Yeah.
139 million.
Right. So, wait, why is this a bigger number than in mass and kilotons? Wait a second. Okay.
Well, it was kilotons, right? So 500
Okay.
kilotons
Yeah. Okay.
times
Yeah. Okay.
5 billion, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I get it.
Wait, did I do that? 500 million. Sorry, not 5 billion. 500 million.
Okay. Yeah. Like the thing is, we would have to consider the human edible stuff about that and how it competes with the food.
But like this human edible is at the end of the line here. And this green is comprised of the sum of these things. Right. So the human edible conversion happens as these big bars shrink down to this small bar. And it's like you can't quite see exactly where everything goes along the way, because like this all gets fed into process and then it gets re-spit back out. There's probably a way maybe to break it down, but like so we're sort of approximating, but we can see that like the cropland that gets processed is 145 million. That feeds into that 214. And then at the end of the day, this 214 becomes 156. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're saying that the vast majority of crops,
I didn't say vast, I just said majority.
okay, the majority of crops are for the animals, or grown for the animals, or fed to the animals.
Yeah.
How would you phrase it? How would you phrase it?
Oh man, I like, I don't want to be pinned to something, but something along the lines of like more crops are grown to feed animals than to feed humans, or something like that. More, yeah, something like that.
I think this would be wrong because the feed specifically represents that.
How about for animal food then? More crops are grown for animal food than for human food.
No, because you're not growing it for animal food. You're growing it for other things, and it's considered a byproduct now because just like any corporation, they'll try to take waste and turn it into a profit
Can you just
source.
steel man my position? I'm saying like more of the crops become eaten by animals than become eaten by humans.
You still have removed the non-food crops from the picture, and that's not honest.
Why? How is that not honest? Like
Because those items are consumed by humans.
I mean, look, we're ultimately talking about crop deaths, right? So even if we agree with you that more crops are ending up on a plate of animals, let's just say, right?
Yeah.
This doesn't mean that the crop deaths are happening mostly due to animals eating. Yeah,
I agree.
Right.
I agree that doesn't entail that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So I think we agree, actually.
No,
I think if we're gonna do what you want to do and remove the crops that are grown for non-food human consumption, then that becomes unfair, and it's not an honest look. And so I think if you want to get a little bit more honest, but still do what you're trying to do, look at the crops that are grown specifically for human food versus the crops that are grown specifically for animal food. And then on top of that, a layer of, say, a pesticide toxicity footprint, because we know that the pesticide toxicity footprint for fruits and vegetables is like 100 times higher than that for even soy and corn. It's the fruits and vegetables that are using the most pesticides. And the pesticides are responsible for the majority of the quadrillions of deaths that are being caused by the crops. And so you would have to go another layer and say, okay, which of these crops are killing more animals? Is it the crops that are grown specifically to feed to animals, or is it the crops that are grown specifically to feed humans? If you look at that, you'll see that the crops that are grown specifically to feed humans, their pesticide footprint is so much more gargantuan that the number of animals that die and the destruction that can be attributed to it is way heavy on the negative side for the human food crops.
Okay, you're going way past, like, right now we're just talking about the empirics of what's fed to what, and like if we can't, like, we should first agree on this stuff, get the empirics right, then we can talk about the entailments and like the next step. Like, to me, it makes more sense first to talk about this piece and just like nail this down.
Well, the reason it's not honest is because you've removed the consumer goods that humans consume, the crops that are grown for non-food consumption. They're still consumed by humans. And so this puts a dishonest picture on it. This is the same game that vegans have been playing the whole time, which is to try to make it look like if we get rid of livestock agriculture, the majority of crop agriculture will disappear. That's an ongoing lie that we have to deal with.
I'm going to ask you one last time, please, to stop just conflating my view with other vegans, where you and I and anti-war mindset are talking. And
then put the non-food crops back in there, because humans are consuming them. Let me ask you a question, Michael. Do humans consume biodiesel or do cows?
Humans consume biodiesel, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm like, that has nothing to do with the vegan diet or anything. I'm talking about where food stuff goes.
Okay.
Like,
so
let me just give you a hypothetical here. Let's just say we started growing a ton of cotton for aliens. And now all of a sudden, all of our food, all of our crops, like 99% of them are going towards growing this cotton for aliens. Like, I would want to just factor that out and talk about the stuff that's relevant and talk about the crops that are grown for food. The
problem is that biodiesel is not consumed by aliens; it's consumed by earthbound humans.
What if it was growing cotton for human royalty? Then, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the discussion about food and what's happening with our diets.
This is crop deaths. We're talking about crop deaths.
Right. And okay, like, we're equivocating on words, and I would love to just if we can include, not like, it's here, it's not going anywhere. It's always part of this. So when I'm talking about this, I just mean that I'm talking about what ends up on animals' plates versus humans' plates. That was a good way to put it. If you want to say, hey, but there's another thing, there's more stuff that's also grown for non-food stuff, I agree with you. I see the purple bar here. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, when we're talking about what we're eating, I'm just saying more of the food stuff is grown for the animal plates based on the bars that go into this red thing versus the bars that go into this green thing.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say you said that you may not agree with the 80% figure, but you say that it would reduce, in a vegan scenario, the cropland. Okay, what would happen to the oil meal? What would happen to the harvest byproducts? What would happen?
I'm not sure, but it's a complicated question. We live in an economy where the market values of various crops would be adjusted and things would change. It wouldn't be quite as simple as just taking it out. So I'm not sure. And I would have to think about common other replacements and what would likely happen, but I'm not an economist, and I'm not like a food predicting person or whatever. I just know that economies are complicated, and what people eat is based on what things cost, and I think a lot of things would change.
Right. So why should we then only factor in food and feed? I mean, why should we treat the oil meal as if it was specifically the animal agriculture that was driving it, or the harvest byproducts that.
Because that's currently what's happening, is that like farmers they have land and they're like, what should I grow here? Well, I'll look at the prices of what I could get for my soybeans or whatever, and that is driven about 50%, as we agreed, by the oil meal. So more soy is going to be grown with animals in, and it's going to be some other stuff with animals out. Like still some, because it'll be most like there will be way less value in the oil meal. Maybe Garland's idea of using it as a fertilizer or land restoration thing means there's still some market value for it. I mean, I eat textured vegetable protein, which is essentially oil meal, but the market's tiny for it. It's dirt cheap. So yeah, stuff would change, but
there's a lot of processing that goes on to turn oil meal into textured protein, and a bunch of that has to do with the methane emissions involved in that, and the petroleum reliance of that process requires a lot of heat and other chemicals. So all of those, in the bigger conversation, have to be taken into account.
Sure. Yeah, in the bigger conversation, sure.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, even in
the bigger conversation, speaking of that bigger conversation, what is the relevance of the point that you're trying to make today, Michael?
Well, I was just responding to a community post where it seemed like what you were saying is that we only need to be concerned about this 6% is the only number that is relevant. And there was a lot of things that seemed wrong about that to me. One is that it was including crops that had nothing to do with food. So it's like, that's not what the vegans are saying. Two,
wait, no, that's not true. You said that you weren't 99.9% of the vegans. The vegans are saying that. They're saying that the majority of crops are grown specifically to feed livestock. And I've played Joey Carb Strong, and I've replayed that and replayed it. So that cannot be disputed.
Food crops. He's not talking about non-food stuff.
No, he said the majority of crops that are grown are grown to feed livestock.
He doesn't mean of all crop.
But that's not what he said, and that's not what he said, and that's not what vegans think that he said, because vegans are running around saying that the majority of crops, period, are grown to feed animals, livestock.
Right. And because it doesn't make sense to clarify down to like a 50-word definition to be ultra specific when you're just having a conversation with somebody or saying a thing on a YouTube video. If you asked him, what do you mean by crops? I'm sure he would have said, maybe not. And if he didn't say it, I wouldn't agree. But I think that most people, when they're talking about this, they're talking in the context of food.
No, they're not, because they're saying that they literally say that if we get rid of livestock agriculture, we'll get rid of 80% of monocropping. Because they're saying if you care about crop deaths, then obviously you have to be a vegan, right? Because being a vegan would mean we've got 20% of the crops that we've got today, because the other 80% are being grown to feed animals. And that is you cannot deny that is being said. That is being said by vegans everywhere.
All of that, but it's still within the context of food. Like the steel man of that view is just saying, in the context of food, 80% of the food-based monocropping or whatever is like that's what they're talking about is food. They're not
because they're saying
it's a small point. Like food is the most of it. I'm just saying that's one consideration, is that there's non-food stuff. So the 6% is a little bit lower than it.
All that is, Michael, is creative framing, which produces a dishonest picture of reality in people's minds. They think that if you...
I would say that's the opposite. I would say you're viewing the feed in the bigger picture of all crops is creative framing to make your number seem smaller than it actually is in the context of crops for food. Like that's how I see it. If you disagree, that's fine. I'm just saying we should just like interpret people the way that they're probably meaning to say something. And like,
let's compare the crops that are grown solely and specifically to feed livestock, and let's compare crops that are grown solely and specifically to feed human beings.
No, why would I care about those numbers? Like, there's
Because you're trying to bring in um, like oil meal, which are left over after some of the other products that are going to humans
we just
and
talked about this
as food and non-food items. So it's
okay.
not a honest picture.
So what's your problem with me saying the market value is driven approximately 50%, which you agreed to, by the oil meal? And so if we got rid of the oil meal animal feed contribution to that market value, the whole market would change. And
no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because there's not a replacement for soil. There's not a no. Like I said, like no.
Let me just say one thing, please.
What oil out there? What other oil out there are you going to replace the soybean oil with?
Okay, look, are you saying that a farmer, when considering what crop should I grow, if oil meal is zero, close to zero, and the oil is what it remains to be or whatever, are you saying that less farmers wouldn't choose to grow soybeans?
The oil that is being used is going to be used and more. The soybean industry is increasing oil production, and soybean oil cannot be replaced with any other oil.
It can.
It has unique attributes. It has unique properties that can't be replaced with other oils. The specific to soybean oil. Yes.
Okay. Seems like I'm actually curious. So what are these unique properties about soybean oil such that it can't be replaced by canola or corn oil or something else?
Well, it has its own ratio of omegas. It has its own heat point. It has its own lubrication properties. It has its own nutritional properties.
Why is that?
They're all different.
Canola oil?
What?
Why, like, if I'm having soybean oil in my salad dressing or whatever, why couldn't I put canola oil in there instead?
He means for industrial uses also.
For industrial uses. Yeah,
not just industrial uses, but nutritional uses as well. But
there's a lot more research on canola. Like, why wouldn't I be able to replace it with canola or something else?
So you're talking about replace? You're still growing crops.
No, I know.
Okay, so it's a moot point.
You said you can't. Well, you made the point, so I'm just curious.
No. You're trying to make a moot point right now, which is
you said it can't be replaced, and I'm saying I'm just challenging.
There are applications for soybean oil that other oils cannot replace it.
Nutritionally, name one.
Well, I don't know what are the so-called the soybean industry is quite a braggart when it comes to the nutritional qualities of soybean oil. It's been a while since I looked at them. What are they? I don't have them. I have a presentation for you prepared, Michael, on this.
Unsaturated fats, as is canola oil, as is corn oil, and that is associated with lower heart disease risk for one. But like,
what about DHA? How much DHA is there?
I'm not sure.
How much CLA is there?
I don't understand why are you asking me how much of these things there are in soybean oil?
Because you told me that there was no difference nutritionally between soybean oil and any other seed oil. So I'm asking you, if you know that to be the fact, then tell us what is the is the nutrition? You're trying to tell me that nutritionally soybean oil and canola oil are exactly the same?
If there's a slight changes in the micronutrient contents, but like very similar. And as far as the health outcomes are associated with those two, there's more research into canola oil, but all polyunsaturated fat oils that have been looked at have similar reductions in heart disease risk. And
we're not talking about these kinds of things now. We're
well, I was just challenging the point that he said you can't replace it. I was just interested to hear why he thought that, but I understand this is aside from the main discussion.
Yeah, that's very aside.
I know, but he said that he made the point. If he's just going to say a point, I wanted him to. I was curious to know why he thought that.
The reason I said the point is because you were making the claim that any plant oil can replace any other plant oil, and they're all the same.
No, that's not what I said at all. I said the market would change and less farmers would grow soybeans, and that would affect the supply and demand.
Wait. So the farmer says, okay, I'm not growing these soybeans anymore in a vegan world, even though there are all these vegan mock meats going around on all these. Also, a lot of animal protein would have to be replaced by soybean protein, for example.
Yep. Agreed.
So, yeah.
Wouldn't have to be, but probably would be. Yeah.
Yeah. So, how much would what would be the net decrease then?
Well, the decrease is just like right now, it's going to animal feed because that's the most economically viable. If that goes away, a big part of the demand for this blue line here goes away. And so, yeah, there's still lots of other things like the mock meats, like
Wait,
whatever.
it does not.
Sorry?
It doesn't go away. It goes up.
The demand for oil meal goes up if animals aren't eating it?
Well, just like you said that you eat what is essentially oil meal in textured soybean protein.
Right.
So you're going to have to take all of that protein from that oil meal, and then you're going to have to increase soy production because soybean protein is not as complete or bioavailable as livestock protein.
Okay.
So that oil meal that you're saying is not going to have a value anymore, in a vegan world, that soybean protein-rich oil meal is going to be a huge profit. In fact, there's more profit in soybean protein marketed for humans than there is profit in soybean protein marketed for animals.
Way orders of magnitude lower. So most.
So in a vegan world, the financial incentive to produce oil meal explodes.
Okay,
and becomes huge.
You're making my point. Like if you're making my point, that works in my favor.
No, my point is that the crops are going to, the destructive and deadly crops are going to increase in a vegan world.
No, because look, Garland, the oil meal here. Look how big this blue bar is, and look at how big all of the animals, including the pasture animals. Look how big it is. It's smaller even than the oil meal input alone. So if this goes directly to humans, we need way less. We need way less land for this.
This again, it's unadjusted, isn't it?
Unadjusted what? Sorry, what are you saying?
Unadjusted. It's just crude protein, isn't it?
Okay, well, like I don't know. We can sure. So if there's an adjustment, fine. Like we can look at the energy content or whatever. But you surely agree, though. Okay, this is interesting.
What is that?
I don't know. It says energy in billion.
Those are calories.
Yeah, in billion kilocalories. So what is this saying? I don't need to derail. I'm trying to figure what this is saying right now. If you want me to go back and continue, I can. Just let me know. I don't know that this is.
I mean, look.
Yeah.
Let's just say hypothetically you're correct about the protein thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically, what about all these other nutrients? That I mean, I could show a chart about like all kinds of different nutrients that are given to us by animal foods, right? And they would have to be replaced. There's like all kinds of nutrients that would have to be replaced.
What do you mean?
Well, there are nutrients. Like let's say vitamin B12. That is mainly coming from animals, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Mainly, well, I mean, is in terms of what, when you say mainly, you just mean that's how most people get most of their B12? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. That's
yeah.
the contribution, the word contribution.
Yeah.
So that is one example of a nutrient that would have to be replaced in a vegan world, right? So just looking at that protein and crude protein only at that is just reductionist as hell, is what I'm saying.
I'm not sure how B12 is made, but I know it's insanely cheap to buy vegan B12. So I don't like, is it in a lab? Is it bacteria in a lab or something? I looked this up once. I don't remember right now, but like it's very cheap and easy to make B12. Like as a supplement.
No, it's not. You're talking about it. Hold on, Michael. Now this is, I'm a retired sports nutritionist, so now you're in my territory, and I'll tell you that the bacteria do not produce methylcobalamin, which is the human active version of B12. There's a whole bunch of different chemicals they call B12, and there's a bunch of them that are analogs of the actual human bioactive one, and bacteria produce cyanocobalamin, not methylcobalamin.
Yep.
And now a cow,
which is absorbable by almost all humans.
Right, it's absorbable, but it's not bioactive, and the conversion rate is less than 1% in babies and the elderly, and about 1%. No, I'm sorry. It's less than 1% for the general population and almost zero for infants and the elderly. So you're talking about a type of cobalamin, a type of B12 that is not bioactive. It is bioavailable. It does absorb. It's very well absorbed, but it's got a cyanide molecule on there that's dangerous for some people. That's got to be processed. And it's not bioactive in humans. It has to be turned into a bioactive form, and the conversion rate is very, very, very low.
All right,
less than 1%.
Do you agree that when people use cyanocobalamin to supplement for B12, that their B12 levels are sufficient?
That is a blood test that tests for B12s.
No MMA.
No. What? Show me an example of an active, bioactive B12 serum test that has shown that
I have tons of studies on this.
Well, let's see one.
Showing cyanocobalamin supplementation and MMA measured B12 levels. Like it's a good talking point that like the methylcobalamin is the one that's more easily synthesized by humans, but when we look at like actual outcomes, we see that supplementing cyanocobalamin works to get your B12 levels where they need to be. Like it's easy. I can pull the studies up. I have them right on my screen if you'd like to see them. And there are, I will say, there are like very rare conditions that exist where some people don't absorb cyanocobalamin at the same rate. They still generally do, but it's at a much lower rate than most people. But hydroxycobalamin supplementation fixes the deficiency in that case.
Yeah, that's not that's not what the science says.
Can I show you the science? Like, would you like to look at the papers? And
hold on, let's see.
Like, I have a case report here where they switched to hydroxycobalamin to fix the deficiency where cyanocobalamin didn't work. I have another case report. I have a study on 10 patients where it worked. And
case reports.
Yeah, because we're talking about the rare cases where we're talking about the few people that didn't absorb cyanocobalamin well. I have Savio Fernandez et al. 2024. In summary, our data suggests that well-planned, health-conscious, lacto-ovo-vegetarian and vegan diet, including supplements, can meet the recreational athletes' requirements of B12, vitamin D, and iron. That was the conclusion from that. I can pull that up if you want to see it.
Hold on a sec.
Again? What's going on?
He's showing a video.
Of the condition results largely of the condition.
Sorry,
Diagnosis
what's
of
happening?
the condition results
Listen.
largely from failure to understand that a normal B12 blood level may not reflect adequate functional B12 status. The levels of B12 in your blood does not always represent the level of B12 in your cells. You can have a severe functional deficiency of B12 even though your blood levels are normal or even high. Most physicians tend to assume that if the B12 level in your blood is normal, then there's no problem. Measuring methylmalonic acid levels or homocysteine directly are more accurate reflection of vitamin B12 functional status.
Yep, that's what they did in these studies. That methylmalonic that acid, that's MMA.
Fingers in your ears and make the la la sound. La 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 la.
Are you hearing me?
I was trying to turn off the video so I could hear you.
Okay.
Could you say what you said again?
Yeah, well, I just said that is what they did in these studies. That methylmalonic acid, that's what I meant when I said MMA. So that's how they measured the B12.
So what is the conversion rate of cyanocobalamin into methylcobalamin?
I don't know off the top of my head, Garland. I'm not sure.
That's really all we need. You tell me what that conversion rate is.
They say there's so there'd be an average conversion rate for humans, and they would add some multiplier to that to put you above the confidence level that you would meet your requirements. And then that's what they say is the recommended dose for adults and kids and whatever on the bottle of your supplement. So that's like,
okay. So what happens if I can't get supplements?
What happens if you can't get supplements?
Yeah.
What
who's going to, let's say we wake up tomorrow in a vegan world, and I've got a list of supplements that I require now. Where am I going to source those?
I don't know. Like, it's on Amazon. It's in any grocery store, any drug store. It's extremely easy to find B12 supplements. Like,
and how are those going to be distributed?
The same way multivitamin. Like, I don't know. You go to the store
and
what are you talking about?
Not just distributed, but made, produced, mass produced. How about that?
Yeah. Have you looked into what the infrastructure what kind of infrastructure would be required to let's say that let me give you the benefit of the doubt and say almost enough cyanocobalamin could be produced, could be converted into methylcobalamin. Let's say in your fantasy world that's true. What would the infrastructure look like that would be required to provide every human being on the earth with enough B12 supplements?
The same.
What does the
vitamin that's like
no, but right now the vast majority of humans don't actually require supplementation.
That's not true at all. That's not true.
No, it is true. That doesn't require. No. You're ignoring, Michael. You're ignoring what I said. I said they don't require it.
Well, you said they don't need supplementation.
No. I said no. The first time I said it, I said they don't require it.
What do you?
They don't require it, Michael.
Well,
they don't require it. No, they don't require it. Such as listen in the United States, which is our health has been going down as the plant ratio goes up in our diets. And so right now we're at a 75% plant-based diet and the American omnivore population.
With anything.
What that has to do with anything is that the reason that these people right now are in a state of needing supplements, or at least needing to change their diet so that they can get these nutrients from a natural source, they're eating a diet that's largely deficient in these vitamins,
And
and
that's
it's a
because
diet that has
we have
changed
studies that
over the
show
last 100 years. We've become
that all of
deficient
these.
in these diet and these nutrients as the plant-based segment of our diet has gone up.
Okay, we have studies that show the efficacy of supplementation, and when you supplement for these vitamins, B12 included, you can get rid of the deficiency. And we have
Okay,
outcome
what
studies.
percent? What
Good.
percent of the population right now is taking a B12 supplement?
I'm not sure, but like, okay, you can go down your line of thinking here. Why does that matter? Are you
Because in
saying
a vegan world, we would have to
populations to
massively produce more B12
Yeah.
supplements, for example.
Yeah, we'd need. So, okay, when we look
Let's say that Michael, for instance, I'm going to say that right now maybe 2% of the world's population is taking a B12 supplement. So when you say we'll just take them like everybody takes them now, well, we don't take them now. I don't take one. You probably do because your diet is deficient in it. My diet is not deficient in B12.
Can you share a screen for a second? How do I pull this over here? Okay. This is a study on. They have 3 groups: meat eaters, vegans, and vegetarians. And they're looking at their this is protein intake. Here, their micronutrient levels, or sorry, vitamin intake per diet group. So this is a meta-analysis. We look at vitamin A, and we look at the 3 different categories. We have meat eaters, vegetarians, vegans, and so
where's B12? Where's
yeah,
B12 on this
yeah,
page?
let's find it. So here's B12. So vegans are below in B12, right? Vegetarians are like, some of them are below, some of them are above, right? So the high point is the top of the eye, the low point is the bottom of the eye. When we look at other things like vitamin D, for instance, all groups are below. Right? Vitamin E.
How is meat eater defined in this study?
Are below, but vegans are above. So there's like.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you by meat eater? Do you mean omnivore?
Yeah.
Okay. The typical omnivore is eating a 75% plant-based diet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That has changed over the last 100 years. There used to be a lot more meat and saturated fat foods in the diet, and that has been replaced with vegetable or seed oils and plant-based proteins. And so now it's a 75% plant-based diet.
Vitamin D levels.
Yes, if you're going to cut down on the animal foods consumed, then you're going to cut down on the amount of vitamins that would come from those animal foods. So you're pointing at plant-based omnivores, and you're calling them meat eaters.
Well, I'm not.
That's not intellectually honest, Michael.
This is a study. I'm not calling them anything. This is a study.
You called them meat eaters. You did. You called them meat eaters.
That's what they said. They're saying people that eat meat.
They're plant-based omnivores.
It's distinction. It's making a distinction between vegans, vegetarians, and people who eat meat.
Our point is that the term meat.
Sorry, what do you mean by no?
Because the amount of meat that they eat is insufficient.
Yeah. Our point is that the term meat eater in those types of studies is not.
It's misleading.
It's misleading.
Meat is the least of what they eat.
It's not misleading. It's saying exactly what it means.
Well, I don't think that anyone in the audience that's not a vegan is going to buy into the idea that you can take someone that's on a plant-based omnivore diet and put a big meat eater label across their forehead. Well, that is all that is you know it's not intellectually honest, Michael, and that's
It
my problem
defines
with
it,
you.
Colin. In the method section, it defines what it is. It's grouping multiple studies where it's taking groups of people that had certain diet types.
Yeah, plant-based omnivore is what you're calling a meat eater. A plant-based omnivore.
Calling a meat eater, yeah, and it defines what it means. You're just trying to equivocate over like definition.
Yeah, and how is it defined in those studies then?
So
how is it defined, Michael?
Say again.
How is it defined
in those studies? That because this review paper here, you said that they define it in like these studies, right? So how is a meat eater defined in these studies?
Yeah, I'm looking. Like it would be in contrast to vegetarian and vegan, right? So
it's not that contrast if it's a plant-based omnivore.
No, I'm saying
the contrast between a vegetarian
vegans sorry, hold on.
And a plant-based omnivore is very little.
Following uniform definitions to categorize the reported diet patterns. Vegans consuming meat, fish, dairy, and eggs not at all during the days of assessment, or less than once per month. So that's or self-defined vegan. So that when they say vegan, that's of the studies they compile.
So that's not even an accurate vegan description.
Right. Yeah, well, because that's how it works with nutritional literature, Garland. Is like they're taking.
So that's gonna skew the vitamins and other nutrients in favor of veganism rather than telling the truth.
Exactly. No. I mean, this is laughable.
You're aggregating lots of data. That's how this works, and it's saying
lots of shit data. Lots of shit data.
Sorry.
Lots of crap data. Yeah.
Lots of crap data. And here's meat eating. Yeah. Consuming meat more than once per week or self-defined. So when
that's not it.
Yeah, that's
more than once per week. In other words, someone could eat a bite of ground beef with their breakfast on Monday, and then a bite of ground beef with their breakfast on Thursday,
right?
And that's it. And it'd be called a meat eater and be eating plants the other 99.99999% of the time. So that's why that, and the fact that these vegans are allowed to eat like B12 containing foods close to the testing window.
Look, Garland, they did 141 studies included in this systematic review. Okay.
Who the fuck cares how many studies are there?
Well, it doesn't matter.
No, you haven't let me finish my sentence yet. You think that when they're taking this many people, this is going to be probably, they probably say it somewhere, but probably hundreds of thousands of people. Do you think that most of those people, do you think that that's going to reflect like sort of the average diet tendencies that exist within the countries that the studies were pulled from? You pull in
the average tendencies,
more than once
average
a week,
probably
eating average normal diet that most people eat.
The average tendencies are exactly what Garland says: 70% plant-based.
Yeah,
that is the average tendency.
That's what I'm talking about here. So when people do that, when people are eating plants and meat,
okay, Michael, yeah. I will concede that whenever someone does not eat enough meat, they're going to be low in vitamin B12.
Well, that's
all you've proven.
That's not what I said at all. I was saying there's different deficiencies that result from different diet patterns.
Right? But you don't have a meat. I mean, what you're doing is you're relying on what we could call a technicality, because the authors of this so-called study have labeled people as meat eaters, even if they're only eating.
Nobody's saying this
meat
means
twice a week.
No, that's not what the majority are going to be, Garland.
You don't know that to be a fact. You have to look at the study parameters and not make up your own picture of what these people were eating. The study parameters tell us what the sample looks like.
Also, I have another question.
And these meat eaters were eating no more than 2 servings of meat a week. That does not equal a meat eater.
I also have another question. How was even assessed what they have eaten? How was that captured?
If they're looking at 141 studies, it's probably going to be a combination of food frequency questionnaires and 24-hour diet recall. That would be my guess.
Right. So
self-reporting. Self-reporting is not science.
Well, okay. First of all, validated self-reporting is science. It has a very high coherence rate with randomized control trial data.
Yeah, that is also based on how is it controlled then? Let me ask you this: how are these RCTs controlled?
Oh my
Are they
God, we're getting way in the weeds. This isn't an RCT. Nobody's talking about RCTs. Are you asking me how RCTs are controlled?
Well, you said that it is well assessed what these people are eating, and I'm asking.
I didn't. I was just responding to Garland's comment that food frequency, or maybe it was you. I can't remember. Sorry. Somebody said self-reporting is not reliable, and all I was saying is self-reporting can be reliable when it's validated self-reporting. So what that?
How do you validate self-reporting?
Yeah, I can tell you. So a validated self-reporting would be there's a lot of ways to do it. The Nurses Health Study, for example, I believe what they did is before the study started, they ran a little mini study where they put the survey out there, and then they looked at blood levels of certain things so they could actually validate people were eating what they said they were eating.
You cannot based on blood levels or like, for example, if you look at cholesterol, right? Whether or not I eat a Big Mac with beef on it or a steak, the cholesterol would still go up in both these scenarios.
They did it 3 ways. They compared it to multiple dietary recalls, records. I'm not sure what records is. I'd have to go back and read, or biomarkers. So the biomarker one is the one I was mentioning. They also, like, intermittently through the study, they do this multiple times. Is they'll take a sample of the food frequency questionnaires that are submitted, and they will do 24-hour food recalls with a sampling of that group, and they'll see do the trends sort of line up from the 24-hour. And furthermore, I don't have this handy, but I can look it up. We have studies that compare the efficacy of validated epidemiology against RCTs, and it's
are these people locked in labs under control or not?
Well, when they do RCTs, they do, but obviously when we're talking epidemiology, then not.
Well, show me one RCT where patients or where participants are locked into labs for multiple decades.
For vegan diets?
For any nutrition science.
Sure. So like LA Veterans, for example, was an RCT that took place in a hospital, and then what they did is they randomized people to 2 different cafeterias for their lunch, and they isocalorically replaced the animal fat content in the food with
wait, cafeterias?
Pardon me?
Cafeterias. I said labs.
Well, it's effectively a lab, because it's controlled. Like when you're in a hospital, you eat the cafeteria food. So you're getting your meal at cafeteria A, where you get animal food. When you go to cafeteria B, you're getting plant food. But it wasn't just animal food, plant food. They actually made it taste identical. They ran an experiment before where they had people taste the food and see it. Like, they synthesized special food just for this experiment. So like they do all kinds of RCTs in nutrition.
Were they also genetically similar?
Genetically similar? Were the people genetically similar?
Yeah,
they're randomized. So what happens when they randomize people to 2 different areas is they record all of the relevant information about the people. So like how old they were, what their pre-existing conditions were, their BMI, stuff like that, their exercise levels. And it all goes in. They set that aside, they collect the data from the study, and then they adjust based on known confounders. So for example, we know age is more highly correlated with negative health events, like heart attacks and heart disease and stuff. So if one of the groups skewed older, they would make an adjustment to sort of factor out the age. And they do that with all of the known confounders. And they typically do like 3 or 4 different, so a study would report on, what is it called? like adjustment A would be like the most conservative, and they would only adjust for like smoking and drinking or something, and then an age or whatever. Adjustment B might also include exercise levels in addition to all those other ones, and heart attack history in their family or something. And then adjustment C would go even further, and so forth.
It gets very the water gets real muddy when you start doing questionnaire science and you start thinking that you can validate it. And even though the scientific community has kind of conjured up a way to pretend that they can be validated and then label a validated sticker on there, they're not validated at all. And the only way you can validate it is like anti-war mindset said, is lock these people up and dictate what they can eat and study them over time. And there are no studies like that.
Well, sorry. Okay. That's not true. First of all, like, do you not think that we would be able to make, like what a study is, what a like epidemiology is? It's looking at a sample of a sample of a population,
right? And you're looking at their
seeing,
self-reported. Look, I
we
used.
know that
I
that
told you.
works.
I told you.
It has a
No,
high coherence rate.
I told you that I was a sports nutritionist. I was working with highly motivated athletes, like Duke basketball players. There are now the more elite athlete you get, the more honest they're going to be with a self-report, and the further down you go in drive and ambition for an athlete, the less honest the self-reporting would be, even to someone like me who knows the athlete personally and asking them, what did you eat last night? What did you eat yesterday? What did you eat last week? People lie about what they eat. They always have and always will. They say, they'll tell you what they wish they'd been eating, or they'll tell you what they think you want to hear them say that they've been eating, but they won't be honest about what they're eating. And many times you ask them, what did you eat yesterday for lunch? And they can't even remember.
Okay, but if that was true, Garland, would you expect if we had a way of looking at how well food frequency questionnaires that are validated correspond with the results of an RCT, and if those two numbers, if it was a high coherence, would you not agree? It doesn't matter that some people lie or forget; it's working. Would you not agree?
We don't have any good RCTs, is our point.
Wait. Well, okay, that's a separate. Oh, okay. So you're saying even if they were coherent with, or not coherent. Sorry, they were. What's the word? Oh my god. The same outcome, whatever. I can't remember. I can't think of the word. Even if food frequency questionnaires had a high whatever that word is with RCTs, you're saying we can't even rely on RCTs. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Why not? Why would you? Why?
Because these are actually not controlled studies. Because they're not locking people, genetically identical people, in labs over decades. That's why.
What they're doing is they're mislabeling some of these studies as RCTs, and they don't have. In other words, there'll be things like the window of time is extremely short, right? He's like, well, we did it on an afternoon, and everyone was locked in there for one day. Well, that's not an RCT. You can call it an RCT, but it's not, because you didn't lock them and look at them over a long period of time, because a short trial will not tell you anything. It's just like the blood tests for B12 is that
Yeah,
you
something
can.
I typically look for in a shorter trial is like indicators of health risk. If you're talking about like a 2 or 3 year trial, they're not looking at hard endpoints like death or hard
Right. They start looking at things like cholesterol, and we
Yeah,
find that the
exactly.
lower the cholesterol, the higher the all-cause mortality. In reality,
So
if they're stuck in it, they're stuck in an old paradigm. That's the old 1950s paradigm that came with Ansel Keys and that lying study where he had to omit the majority, like 2/3 of the countries, so that he could get some kind of correlation appearance.
This is a very interesting discussion, and I would love to have it with you. I got to go pretty soon for dinner, but like if you guys want to talk nutrition, I'd love to set up a round 2 on all that stuff. We can talk Ansel Keys, we can talk RCTs and lock them in a room. We can talk all this stuff. If you're interested.
Well, we'll holler at you next time we come on. It's hard for us to always to predict when we're gonna do this.
It's pretty like if you can give me notice, because it was stroke of luck that I actually saw that this was on.
Well, I'll try. I'll try to do. I guess I don't. I don't know. Do I have your email? Have we emailed?
You can get it from Carson though.
Can you before we go? Can you please one more thing? Can you cite that hospital study that you talked about?
The LA Veterans Administration study or something like that.
Yeah. Wait. Is it an old study from LE8 veterans? Or can you put it up on screen or something?
Hold on. I can try to find it. Yeah, I'm almost done. I know. I'm almost done. Sorry, I'm getting yanked here, guys. But I'm gonna find this for you. Just one second. Let's see. It's my list here. LA veterans. Is this it? Let's see. Yeah, this is it. Okay. And I want to I'll just, this isn't like I don't hang everything on this one thing. If like, I'm happy to share. You know what? If you want to know my position on nutrition, I sum it up in about 10 minutes. On Reasonable Vegan's channel, I did a live discussion with somebody called Forever Never Vegan, I think. Mm-hmm. It's one of his live streams, like maybe 2 months ago or something. But from about minute 3 until minute 13, I go through sort of my position on the current state of nutrition science. And if you have any disputes with any of that, of what I say there, I'm happy to discuss any of that stuff. But if you want to prep or understand my view, that is summed up in about 10 minutes there.
Okay, I will look at it.
What is could you give me a quick, what I could search for to find that?
Oh, hold on a sec. I'm so sorry. I had this tab muted. If I was talking over anyone, I didn't hear you at all. I'm so sorry.
No, I just need how can I search for that video that you said that you were...
I can find the link really quick if you want.
Oh, it's Forever Never Vegan versus Michael?
Probably. Yep, that sounds like probably what it's called. If you see a title called that, then that's it.
No, I didn't know. It's just...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the study is behind a paywall or something.
Oh.
Shit.
Yeah. This is one RCT. If like I have all my citations in the here's the link to that video. I'm just posting this in our private chat. Like that, I was just giving.
When was this?
What's that?
When was this? When was this?
Like around 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
It says 1 month ago on his channel, but it was definitely well over a month ago.
So lifting vegan tomfoolery to new heights.
Wait, is
No,
that what
but
I sent
vegan.
you? Lifting.
No, I'm just looking at the videos on that channel,
Oh, her
and
channel. Yeah.
I see the ones from 1 month ago are.
She didn't stream it on hers.
Oh, so which channel is it on?
I put it in our private chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just the link, and it's like it's a long discussion. I mean, you can watch the discussion if you want to, but I was just giving that as like if you want to understand where I'm coming from. I did my best to sum it up in 10 minutes. Obviously, there's a lot more to go into, but that's like a lot of what I would want to say. So if you have like disagreements with any of that, we can get into any of that.
Okay.
I'm just looking at this Los Angeles study, or I can't even find the full version.
Yeah, I know. It was published in the way journals publish stuff way back then. It's like they weren't independently published. It was like published in a journal, and so I think what you find is like the pages of the journal that listed the study. And I think you're right, it's behind a paywall to get the full thing. But like, as I say, this is like one RCT. Like I have a document with like literally thousands of studies, and that was just one I was using as an example of like when you said locked in a room, and that's what came to mind for me. So my whole position doesn't hang on this one RCT by any means. I think it's a good study.
Okay. Yeah, from what I gather, it's like mainly an old man.
I'd have to read it again.
Right.
I mean, like it's a hospital, and it's a veterans hospital, so yeah, probably.
I mean, again, my point is this is not a controlled environment, really, isn't it?
Well, it was controlled in that it was randomized to one of two cafeterias, and the people didn't know what they were eating.
Right, but it's not controlled in the sense. I mean, what else about their daily lives is a confounder in that hospital, right? I mean,
Well,
you randomize what they eat.
Yeah, but exactly. That's how these studies work. I really do have. I'm so sorry. I really do have to go. But yeah, save all of those things up, and we can talk next time. All right.
Okay, we will.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Michael. Bye.
Bye. So, yeah, that was interesting. We kind of went over like many topics. We went from crop depths to nutrition. Not even sure how we sort of got there.
Well,
oh yeah, right. We went from supplements to nutrition now, and we said, yeah, okay. I mean, here's my thing about supplements, right? His studies may show some stuff about supplements, right? I could sort of concede that there might be some correlation with this and that concerning supplements. But the problem is that the supplement industry itself is badly regulated. It's not a sort of thing that I would sort of trust. I mean, let's say I had children, right? And I was in this vegan world. Would I really feel comfortable with my children having to depend on this corrupt supplement industry?
Yeah. Well, let me add that not only is the supplement industry not regulated, but the pharmaceutical industry is highly regulated, and it has proven itself to be untrustworthy. So I don't think that regulating something That's all I'm saying, is that just because a government body is regulating something doesn't mean that that corporate profits, for instance, won't override the priority of human health or human lives for that matter. Um,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
the fact that I mean, you're talking about creating a world where certain nutrients are not accessible to you in any way other than from some corporation delivered to you in a plastic bottle. And like I said, if we're gonna consider a vegan world, one of the first things you have to do is look at something like B12 and consider the fact that right now, maybe, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are, but I bet I'm pretty close that something like 1 or 2% of the world population is taking a vitamin B12 supplement right now. So in a vegan world where 100% of the world population had to acquire a B12 supplement, what would the infrastructure look like that would be required to manufacture that and distribute it and deal with the waste products? And it's a huge undertaking that can't be ignored. You have to put that on the table and flesh it out. Um,
Correct.
be very. I mean, we have to have B12. It's just like you have to have oxygen. Can you imagine that if someone was proposing a world where you couldn't just go outside and breathe oxygen, that the oxygen would be removed from the atmosphere and it would be it would be served to you on an as needed basis. So you would have to buy oxygen tanks and carry oxygen tanks around with you everywhere you go. I mean, that's the kind of fragility in our daily lives we're talking about when it comes to letting a group of corporations um, hold the reins to the means of production for chemicals in a world that you won't be able to live without. That is dystopian. That is straight Orwell 1984.
Yep. And do you see the thing on screen?
Yeah, there it is. The blue, the green, and the red.
Yeah. What you see here is the contribution of food groups to the global supply of nutrients from food, right? And so you got the red is meat. As you can clearly see, it supplies a lot of B12, and then you got the dairy in, I think the color is white or something, and then seafood also blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say the world is vegan, then we would have only the green color here. That would mean that pretty much 99% of B12 would have to come from pills, then lysine.
Pills,
Uh, yeah,
powder.
lysine. I don't know, like which plants contain a lot of lysine. I think soy probably, and not sure if it's. I mean, they say that this has been corrected for bioavailability for
I don't
for
think so.
wait let me finish. It has been corrected for bioavailability for protein and amino acids, but not for minerals and
Yeah, like
vitamins.
calcium,
Right.
folate. Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Calcium is a lot of is coming from dairy. Yeah, it's mostly coming from animal products. So this would have to be replaced. Let's
Yeah,
see.
what I'm saying is that most of the calcium is calcium oxalates, and so it's calcium. Calcium that's bound to an oxalate cannot be used as calcium in the bones of the teeth or anything. Usually ends up either being pissed out or deposited in arthritic joints and other bone spurs and calcium deposits,
Yeah, I mean, look,
and and of
just
course kidney stones.
just imagine like the vegan world, all we would have is the green. So all these bars would come down, right? They would fall down. And we
Yeah.
would have to replace the difference, basically. So for example, the feed crops would be something that we would have to then redirect to human food. But if we actually look at some of these nutrient values for corn, which is fed to livestock, when we look at the amino acids related to daily requirements compared to ground beef, then we see a big difference, right? The graphs are on screen.
Mm-hmm.
So lysine, 73% of daily requirement versus 6% of daily requirement, right?
Yeah. So you've got to go through and find all of the nutrients that are going to be deficient on Vegan World Day 1. We're going to have to immediately start manufacturing all of the, starting with the B12, and we'll move on from there to each nutrient. But we're talking about some major manufacturing chemical plants, like some major infrastructure. We're talking like like cities that look like cities from space, but it's like 100 square miles of nothing but methylcobalamin and cyanocobalamin factories.
Right. And also, when we look at soybeans, I mean, one nutrient that was also, wait, where was zinc here? Right here. So zinc, at least like more than 30% probably would have to be replaced. Again, this is not accounted for bioavailability of zinc, but let's say 30% would have to be replaced in a vegan world. But soybeans have little zinc versus ground beef, right? So even redirecting animal feed crops towards human food would still require us to get our get additional crops, grow additional crops in order to meet these nutrient requirements. So I don't know, like what he was talking about there with reducing overall cropland seems to be a fantasy. Was that all I wanted to show right now? I think it was for now. Yeah, I mean, it's not just crude protein, right? He made it look like, oh, it's just crude protein, but no.
Crude protein, and he never acknowledged this that I heard, but I said over and over again that crude protein is misleading. There's any number of nitrogen-containing compounds that will register as protein from things like soy, and that would never be a protein source for humans as far as those non-protein nitrogens. We don't have the ability to take free nitrogen and turn it into protein. Only bacteria and the bacteria in the rumen of the cow can do that. So for livestock, crude protein can actually be a lot more useful as far as like ruminant livestock. But for a monogastric livestock or a human being, crude protein is really a useless measure. And anyone that's trying to use crude protein as a tool to sell veganism, in my opinion, is being heavily dishonest.
Right. And also, the thing is, we have seen, I think you talked about this in another live stream, about a study about, I think it was an in vitro study about chicken breast versus plant protein and which is better absorbed by the cells was actually laboratory work on that, and it showed that the chicken breast protein was better absorbed by the cell than the plant protein.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've shown this. So yeah, I think quality makes a difference, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got, I mean, you and I both have pulled up various studies showing that the bioavailability and the ratios of amino acids are not sufficient on a vegan diet. And you get into some of the some of the conversions that have to happen on a vegan diet from one, like they'll tell you that beta carotene can be turned into vitamin A. Well, not so much in humans. And those few nutrients that can be converted into plant nutrients that can be converted into a bioactive form require enzymes, and enzymes are made of proteins, uh, amino acids that tend to be low on a vegan diet. So just because they might be there technically doesn't mean that they're there in high enough quantities so that even vitamin conversions that are required on a vegan diet can be carried out.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to it than, if someone comes to you and they say, I want to change the way you're eating, and we're going to do that based on calories or crude protein, just start backing away. You're dealing with someone that's not being honest. That's a very dishonest way to talk about human nutrition. And again, I'm very highly offended to vegans when they do that, because it's either malice or extreme ignorance, but it can hurt people.
Yeah, and I mean the way he wanted to sort of show, oh look, it's also the meat eaters who have deficiencies. Gotcha, right?
Right.
Um,
And this was
I
based
mean,
on what qualifies you as a meat eater is if you eat any amount of protein, however small, at least twice a week. That is a meat eater. And so you could have someone that's on a vegan diet, except for on Mondays and Wednesdays, they have an ounce of egg white. Well, they're not vegan anymore, are they? Now they're, or since they're saying meat eater, egg white's not a good example. Let's say just one half ounce of beef steak. Well, now they're a meat eater according to the study. And then you say, well, this is the study parameters for what a meat eater is, and then the vegan says, well, no, but you know that the people in the study were eating lots of meat, and the truth is that no. If it was Americans, they weren't eating a lot of meat. Americans don't eat a lot of meat. It's only
uh,
25 to 30% of their diet is animal based.
yeah, and I mean we just don't know what these people have really in reality have eaten, right? Just because, I mean, he says that these food frequency questionnaires are quote unquote validated because they line up with RCTs. I mean, I would love to see these RCTs. He has only posted like these hospital study which I cannot even access, and which is I mean the thing
Let's.
about that is
You want to listen to his debate or his intro to what he thinks, his nutritional philosophy that he told us to look at. Let's watch it
sure.
and critique it. Okay. All right.
All right, we are live. How you guys doing?
Doing amazing.
Awesome. Okay, Michael, you were going to start it off. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, maybe do you want to do a quick introductions so that we know who's still to can't remember the guy's name, but so he was responding to like videos, and it so basically I stumbled across one of Jackie's videos, and it was responding to can't remember the guy's name, but some
Derek.
Derek?
Simnet Nutrition.
Yeah, cool. So I've like watched a couple of his videos on like recipes and stuff, so I recognized him, and you had him in the thumbnail, so I clicked on the video, watched it. You had some criticisms of, I think he was responding to like common misconceptions of veganism or something. Led me down a bit of a rabbit hole. I watched some of your content to get sort of a sense of your position. I think we are coming from two different worldviews as far as like ethics, impact on environment, as well as nutrition. I'd love to talk about all these things with you. We only have about an hour today, so I think we're going to focus on nutrition, and we can, if this goes well, happy to chat again. But yeah, I'm a vegan, ethically and by diet, and so I eat a 100% plant-based diet. Occasionally, I will eat bivalves, so I guess that's technically an animal. But yeah, Jackie, I don't know if you want to do a quick intro.
Okay, so he's eating bivalves. Do the math on a vegan world where everyone's sourcing B12 from bivalves, and that would be a no-go. You can't. Yeah, there are.
I mean,
maybe,
the bivalves thing is, I mean, look, I wouldn't even recommend to people that they should source the majority of their diet from fish or any seafood. And even though I actually like fish, but the thing is, our waters are hugely, and I really mean hugely, contaminated with metals and mercury and microplastic and all kinds of chemicals that we just don't want in our body. Okay, so basing our source of B12 on some seafood is problematic just on that basis. All right. And yes, some of this stuff can be negated by cooking, but not all of it. So yeah, this is not good.
okay. So the bivalves thing, in my mind, is it disqualifies him from being vegan, because the vast majority of vegans are not going to be open to eating bivalves, and so there's going to be, regardless of the fact that perhaps every bivalve in the world is contaminated with microplastics and shouldn't be consumed by humans. That doesn't remove the fact that whatever's in there may not be poised to kill the consumer until like 40 or 50 years later, because it was some kind of carcinogen that was going to cause some slow cascading effect. However, at the same time, there are nutrients in that bivalve that you can't get in plants, where if they don't get those nutrients from those bivalves, they might not die like later, like 40 or 50 years later, but more sooner, like maybe 5 years from now. So if you have your if you're looking at a B12 deficiency and there's no other way than eating a bivalve, eat the bivalve. You're a whole lot better off dealing with some little bit of mercury than you are going the next 10 years without any B12 in your system. What I'm saying is that a vegan who's consuming bivalves for B12 and other nutrients and then promoting a 100% plant-based diet, it's intellectual dishonesty and can hurt people.
Right. My point was just that we shouldn't switch meat for
Right.
bivalves. That was my point, basically.
Right.
For yourself.
Yeah, my name is Jackie, and I have a YouTube channel called Forever for Never Vegan.
All right,
And basically, on the channel, I post short videos that I think
Probably some research, because one level in, when you're looking at like authorities or influencers, they are health experts, like they all have their own different opinions. And so like my perspective is I really wanted to understand from the bottom up, basically, why or what I should eat, and understand kind of the why I should eat that way for nutrition. So I've like, I would approach that from a scientific perspective. I would look at like, what does the evidence show? Would you agree that that's a good place to start, is like, what does the evidence show?
Oh, I think you cut out. We weren't able to
No,
hear you.
that's my fault. I muted myself and I didn't unmute myself. I said yes, it's a place to start.
Cool. Would you mind if I just took a few minutes and went through sort of my position and why I believe the things that I do?
Sure.
All right, cool. Carson, you can share. So I put this together. Jackie, would it be fair to describe your diet as the carnivore diet?
That's basically what it is, yes.
Okay, cool. So, all right. So we're talking about two kind of diet approaches, vegan or plant-based diet versus carnivore diet, which is healthier. And I think in order to do this, the first question we have to ask is like, what does healthy actually mean? This is sort of how I look at it, is we have this, I made this up, this isn't the real thing, but like the food health hierarchy. And at the base of the pyramid is your total energy balance. So basically, if you're not getting enough calories, you're starving, and pretty much any food is healthy. But assuming you're living in the modern world, and anyone listening to this debate or discussion or whatever, this is likely not a concern. On the flip side, over-consuming calories is one of the worst things that you can do in terms of your health. This is the reason that highly processed foods are quote unquote bad for you. It's that they're hyper palatable, which means they're easy to overconsume, which means that you're going to exceed your energy balance, which has a bunch of downstream effects, like causing you to store excess fat, which can lead to heart disease, diabetes, and ultimately death.
Pause on that.
So
Pause on that.
base of the pyramid is easy to.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this, but he sort of says that calories are, if you overconsume them, that leads to storage of fat. Would you agree with that as a nutritionist?
Well, it gets pretty complicated, but there's going to be a certain amount of food that you eat that's not fuel. And it's true that a calorie is a unit measure of heat. It's not a unit measure of nutrition. But that's why it's not an honest discussion for someone talking about or basing their nutritional philosophy on calories. Is adding body fat a result of too many calories? It's the answer to that is yes and no. If you're consuming a large amount of carbohydrates, not just in one meal, but frequently and chronically consuming excess carbohydrates, then you're going to be your glycogen stores are going to be full, number one. And when your glycogen stores are full, doesn't matter what you consume, any excess glucose is going to be, the liver is going to convert it into fat, and it's going to be stored as fat because there's no more room for glycogen storage. There are people who go on a carnivore diet, and a carnivore diet meaning a zero carbohydrate carnivore diet, and they're consuming large amounts of beef, for example, for breakfast, large amounts of beef for lunch, and large amounts of beef for dinner, which consumes they're consuming a lot of fat and a lot of protein, and these individuals will lose if they're considerably obese. They will lose a lot of weight. They could lose, say, 2/3 of the excess weight that they're carrying around. But at some point, the weight loss will plateau, and their body fat percentage may have gone from, say, 28% down to, say, 16%. But then they'll get stuck at 16% when they really need to be down around 11 or 12 or 10. But they won't be able to get there because there's a majority of an all meat diet where people are eating large amounts of meat all day. The majority of that protein is actually being turned into glucose. The only way that you could use all of that protein as protein was if you could add like pounds of muscle every day, or if you could grow your hair out like to your waist after a bad haircut by eating, a bunch of steaks, or you cut your fingernails too short and then eat a bunch of excess protein, and then next morning your nails are out to here and you can retrim them. That's just not the way your body can't use that much protein in a day. So when you're eating piles of steak every day, the majority of that protein is being turned into glucose via gluconeogenesis. And and in fact, if you're eating an all meat diet and you're pooping at all, well, that means that there's undigested protein that are making it into the large intestine. And that's a bad thing. That's bad for your health. So I think that if someone's on an all meat diet, if they're pooping, then they're probably eating too much meat. How else do you explain that they're pooping, right? Because all those amino acids, a steak is 100% absorbable. So someone on an all meat diet that's not eating too much meat should not have bowel movements, because all of that should be absorbed. If you're having bowel movements on a 100% meat diet, explain to me how you're doing that if undigested meat isn't making it to your large intestine. But to summarize the whole thing, yeah, someone on a carnivore diet can lose all of that weight, and they may be eating the same amount of calories that they were consuming before they went carnivore, but they still lose 35, 45, 55 pounds because now they're not abusing insulin. And so without insulin, your body doesn't have as strong a direction to store body fat. In fact, without insulin, you're able to burn some body fat. So there's the body fat burning goes up on a carnivore diet, zero carbohydrate carnivore diet, but the calories might stay the same. And if if there's less insulin, there's going to be less fat storage.
So it's more basically a biochemical thing rather than a heat, energy, or calorie thing. Okay. Also, when I look at this pyramid, it
is an energy thing. It is an energy thing. Fuel.
Okay.
Excess fuel will, you won't see those guys that are like an extremely obese person going on a carnivore diet, eating a lot of meat all day. They're going to lose a tremendous amount of weight, but unless they take it to another level, they're not going to get down to like full abs. They're going to, someone that's 300 pounds, he might get down to, 200 pounds, but he needs to get down to 160. That last 40 pounds will not come off because they're eating too much meat, which is being turned into glucose. So it's not excess calories, it's excess glucose, excess fuel. Go ahead.
When I look at this pyramid here, he says that basically disease risk is the most important because it's highest on a hierarchy, right? So it must be the most important. But then micronutrients and macronutrients are below that. But aren't these things not relevant to the disease risk in some way?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we have to let him explain this, but it's just confusing looking at this.
It would be like if someone was a trucker and their profession was driving trucks so that goods can make it from point A to point B, and you have a truck health hierarchy, and the top would be flat tire risk, and the second one would be air, right? So having a flat tire would be a top risk, but not having enough air in your tires would be secondary to that. And that's why this doesn't make sense, because the disease risk is caused by a deficiency in micronutrients. So if you make acquiring those micronutrients second to disease risk, and what even though vegans die of heart disease and diabetes and cancer, what they're going to say is that we're going to eat according to those risks. So the first thing that you want to do, according to a vegan, is cut out all of the red meat, because that has been linked to all of these diseases, when the studies that hint or suggest that that is a causality are all epidemiological studies that do not account for all of these confounding factors and are only looking at a correlation. And the famous analogy is shark attacks go up on beaches where ice cream sales are the highest.
Right.
And well, ice cream sales are the highest because those are the days that the beach is more populated, and the beach being more populated is going to lend itself to more shark attacks. It doesn't directly have anything to do with the ice cream. You could remove the ice cream from the picture and the shark attacks would still occur. And so that's the type of disease risk that these vegans want us to be worried about, is these associative, eating red meat is associated with higher cholesterol, therefore don't eat red meat. And then the micronutrients that you lose by cutting out the red meat is a secondary concern for a vegan, even though all of these nutrient deficiencies have serious disease risks.
Yeah, I mean, it's self-contradictory. And I actually forgot to respond to some stuff he said about adjusting for confounders, but we can get into that later.
Okay.
Whatever.
Disease, diabetes, and ultimately death. So base of the pyramid is easy to understand, at least, kind of difficult to execute sometimes, but it's don't starve and don't overeat. And I think that you can do that both on the carnivore and the vegan diet. So I don't think there's any necessarily advantage to the base of the pyramid there. So moving on to macronutrients, the next level of the pyramid. Here we're talking about carbs, fats, and protein. So first off, with carbs, they come in two main categories: complex carbs such as fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and seeds, and refined carbs such as cookies, cakes, Coke, whatever. Refined carbs generally lower in fiber, lower in micronutrients, and more palatable, meaning that they're easier to overconsume. So I would be advocating for a vegan diet that would contain mostly complex carbs from the carb source. Just a case in point about the fiber thing, just 4 bananas is about the same in terms of calories as 7 Oreos, but obviously it's way easier to eat 7 Oreos, and think about eating 14 Oreos versus 8 bananas. And this is one of the main reasons that complex carbs are more filling, is that they're rich in fiber. And as we know, fiber is being extremely well researched and points to lower risk of disease and death. This meta-analysis from 2023 found a 22% lower risk of all-cause mortality.
Okay. Let's look at this. So what is this? Dietary fiber intake in all cause specific cause, mortality, and updated systematic review and meta-analysis of prospective cohort studies. So we got epidemiology, right? So questionnaire studies, that's probably what, I mean, we would have to pull up the specific study here and also look at the forest plot to see what is actually going on here. Let's see. So,
Well, how about that statement down there at the bottom that says dietary fiber from nuts and seeds reduce the risk of CVD-related death by 43%. The problem with that statement is that there is no dietary fiber supplement that's derived from nuts. There might be some dietary fiber supplements from seeds, but not from nuts. And so, how do they know that if that it was the nuts and the seeds? And if they think it was the nuts and the seeds, of all the different ingredients in those nuts and seeds, what makes them think that it was the fiber in those nuts and seeds that reduced the risk of CVD related death? See, not only is it epidemiological, which means that it's not credible on its foundation, but even when you get into these little details, they make these unsupported claims like it was the dietary fiber in the nuts. So how do you figure? Where is their study on nut fiber and how that played a role in the CVD related death? Where's the nut fiber studies?
And also another thing, it says here 43%. We don't know what this actually means in the real world. What is the baseline incidence?
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, for example, like 43% could just mean like what? 10 people more or less or whatever had CBD. I mean, what does it mean? Is my question. Maybe Jackie pointed this out. I don't know.
For people who ate more fiber. So that's carbs. If we look at protein, protein's rich in many plant sources, many animal sources. And when we look at plant versus animal protein, we see that when we replace plant with animal protein, meaning you're taking animal protein out of your diet and putting plant protein in, this funnel plot was based on substituting only 3% of calories.
Wait, this is a forest plot, I think, not a funnel plot. Can you zoom in the thing
on this paragraph?
Not the paragraph, the graphic there.
Oh, this.
Yeah, I want to see this a bit clearer. Wait, go down. I want to see the bottom of this. Whether or not this is. Wait, where's the diamond thing that is usually down there? Because there's usually a diamond. It shows whether or not the overall thing was statistically significant. But anyway, there's a lot of what you notice there is the thing that are not crossing this middle line there. These three things, with a processed red meat, right? You see that on the left hand side, far left hand side.
Yeah.
Those are basically the only three things here that are significant or that are very significant, actually. Right?
You mean that are over the line?
I mean that are almost directly near the processed red meat, and processed red meat, right? Not that are over the line, because when they're over
Oh,
the line, it's not significant. A lot of this is actually not significant.
are you looking at the CVD or the other, or?
Yeah. This one, for example, right? And then the CVD, processed red meat, right? So we have really like strong effects only when it comes to the processed red meat. So I wonder if they controlled in these studies. I assume this is a meta-analysis, right? Does it say meta-analysis in that title?
Results from 2 prospective U.S. cohort studies.
Wait, okay. But yeah, I wonder if they controlled for this nitrate issue with processed meat that you pointed out in one of your videos.
Yeah.
Because this is the only thing where we see like significant effects here on this graph.
Well,
I mean,
here's the thing about the processed red meat and the unprocessed red meat is that the red meat, the processed red meat and the unprocessed red meat have not been studied as separate entities. They've lumped those together in one in order to taint the reputation of unprocessed red meat. So that's why when you hear that phrase, red and processed meat, because they manufactured that phrase to build a relationship that didn't exist between red meat and processed meat. And so red meat, if you go to Google Scholar and you type in the phrase in quotes, red and processed meat, you'll get every study that's ever been done about red meat. So it's always paired with processed meat in order to give it in order to associate it with cancer, because I think that processed meat is legitimately associated with cancer because of the nitrates and the harm that that does to the hemoglobin in the red blood cells, and the fact that it hinders the blood's ability to deliver oxygen to oxygen hungry tissues and cells.
yeah, and this is exactly where we see these huge divergence from the middle line, right? It's only the processed red meat, pretty much. The other ones are very close or even overlapping with the middle line,
Yeah,
which means it's not really all that significant.
yeah. Let's see what he's.
And it resulted in a 6%, 3% of calories, and that was a 6% lower risk of all-cause mortality. And this is only 3% of calories. If we, I would
Sorry,
assume
did you say 6%? Like 0.6?
6% lower risk of mortality per 3% of calories substituted. So like if we extrapolate that out to like 21% of your calories as protein, which is again even still like maybe in the range, but maybe slightly low, that would lower risk by about 40% by switching all those to plant protein. Next off, we have fats, and there's
pause. I mean, how are these how are these studies controlling? I mean, I've shown this in another stream that we had. As you go up in meat consumption, there's going to be more people who are less exercising. Like it's even gradually, right? As you go up in meat consumption, there's people who are smoking more and all kinds of other things.
And that's not because meat is a bad habit. That is because of the propaganda that we're fed that lumps meat in with all of those things. So, however erroneous it is, your average individual around the world who decides to start taking some steps to correct some of the ills that they acquire from eating a plant-based omnivore diet, they one of the first things they'll do, along with cutting smoking and stuff like that, is cut meat. So you have a large percentage of the people out there that get on a health kick and they cut their smoking and they cut their meat and they cut their processed food consumption down, and they start in the very beginning trying to eat more of a whole foods plant-based diet. And as a result, they get rid of a lot of the processed food there in the beginning. And along with that comes with really decreasing the amount of sugar and starch that they were consuming, because most of the ultra processed foods are, seed oil laden starches and sugars.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the stuff on screen, like, for example, as you go up in fruits and vegetable intake per gram per day, there's percentage of never smokers going up as well, for example, right? Like, how are these things accounted for, really? Right? Percentage of former smokers going up
Yeah.
as well, but as you increase the fruit and vegetable intake.
Right. You could say, well, how much were these individuals exercising?
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of confounders and baseline characteristics that are clustering with different eating habits. So, or with, yeah. So, like, this meta-analysis also comes to a conclusion that the health risk factors and these confounders, these associations between food and cancer and fruits and vegetable intake and meat, they cannot really be controlled, right? Conducting a long-term controlled randomized controlled trial on meat consumption and health outcomes is not possible, right? So when he says, like, if you calorically replace these foods, then there's gonna be less risk of whatever disease. How does this remove the influence of other factors, right? I mean, we can also get into, like, adjustment and some of the issues with that. But yeah, let's get into that later.
Yeah, we will.
4 main types of fats. I didn't even put trans fat on here because I think we can all agree it's extremely unhealthy. But there's saturated fat, mostly found in animal foods. There's polyunsaturated, or PUFAs, which are found in whitefish, some seed oils, nuts, and things like that. And then monounsaturated, or MUFAs, found in things like olive oil, salmon, avocados. So these different fat sources come from different foods. But when we look at these different fats, so this study was a meta-analysis of 395 metabolic ward studies. So not like prospective cohort data, this is actual interventions. And when we replace complex carbs, so the good kind of carbs, with different fat sources, so this top one looks at saturated fat, risk went up. Polyunsaturated fat, risk went down slightly. And then monounsaturated, it was about the same. And
wait.
If we look at just a quick recap of all the macronutrient categories, risk went up.
I want to see the text this time. I want to read a little.
You want me to zoom in on that paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay. The results.
So, okay, I can barely read that. Oh my God.
Hypocaloric replacement of saturated fats by complex carbohydrates for 50% of dietary calories, resulting in a blood total cholesterol falling by 0.52 and low density LDL falling by 0.36.
Wait, was this actually on health outcomes or just?
No, just cholesterol falling.
Yeah, so we can just dismiss this then because
Yes.
we don't actually agree with the lipid heart hypothesis. So
Right. Right.
so
That's not,
this is trash.
right.
Polyunsaturated fat risk went down slightly, and then monounsaturated, it was about the same. And if we look at just a quick recap of all the macronutrients.
Now this is, just want to point out real quick that he's promoting polyunsaturated fats and monounsaturated fats. What they're not telling people is that you don't want to eat a lot of polyunsaturated fats, the PUFAs, and for several reasons, and one of those is the fact that they're so prone to oxidation. But they are going to oxidize, and if they're from a processed food, they're probably already oxidized when you eat them, and if they're not, and they're incorporated into your lipid rafts and your cell walls, your cellular membranes, they'll be prone to oxidation there. And so when you have oxidation occurring in your cell walls, that actually speeds up the aging process. That's one of the defining characteristics of aging is oxidation of PUFAs, oxidation of the lipids in your cellular membranes. So you don't really want to be consuming large amounts of PUFAs, although that's what veganism requires. So.
Wait, I think the video is not on screen.
Yeah. Let me.
Yeah, so far I have not seen really good evidence here.
All right, here we go.
Refined carbs categories. If we saturated it was about the same. And if we look at just a quick recap of all the macronutrient categories, for things that lower your risk: fiber, plant protein, poly and monounsaturated fats. Things that raise your risk: refined carbs, animal protein, saturated fat, and trans fat. So climbing up to the next level, micronutrients.
I mean, we have not even looked at the metabolic ward study that he pulled up there, but I almost guarantee you that this was not actually controlled, like in a I mean, I highly doubt that it was actually a good controlled study.
Well,
so
we'll see if he's got a source to show the study design. And we can critique it. But
isn't there also like the Minnesota Heart study that showed that saturated fat was associated with lower all-cause mortality, and PUFAs were associated with higher? Do you know that study? I think it was a famous one also.
I don't know. I've seen so many that it's hard to remember each specific one, but it's like the cholesterol study that shows that all-cause mortality goes up as cholesterol level goes down. So there's a lot of science that is not a vegan, that doesn't support the vegan narrative.
Right. I'm just pointing out, like, when he says lowers risk or increases risk, this is not appropriate to say. We might find higher incidence rates or something, but this is not equatable to a cause and effect statement.
Right. He's attributing a cause and effect statement to a study whose results do not come to that conclusion. Just finding a correlation statistic and then extrapolating that out as if it's a causal element. That if you increase, if you replace the red meat in your diet with plants, every 3% is going to decrease your heart disease risk by, what was it? He said, like, if you did it 21%, if you changed it 21%, then you decrease your risk by 46%. That's not a legitimate statement from this study.
Saturated, it was about the same. And if we look at just a quick recap of all the macronutrient categories, for things that lower your risk: fiber, plant protein, poly and monounsaturated fats. Things that raise your risk.
Again, he's saying these lower your risk and these raise your risk. And that's not accurate.
No.
Refined carbs, animal protein, saturated fat, and trans fat.
They don't lower or raise your risk. These are associated with lower or higher risks. And the reason that those claims can't be made is because all confounding factors have not been factored.
So climbing up to the next level, micronutrients. So again, to be healthy, you want to make sure that you're not deficient in any essential micronutrients. And pretty much any diet is going to have certain nutrients that are easy.
Okay, pretty much any diet. And the way he's saying that is he's got this study where the meat eaters are not people who eat meat every day, not people who eat meat every meal, but people that eat meat in any amount, as low as twice a week. That's what his definition of meat eater is. So when he says that any diet, pretty much any diet, results in micronutrient deficiencies, that's just hilariously false.
Yeah, I mean, two things on that. First of all, like, even pro-vegan studies are basically saying, look, the vegan diet is very risky and is basically the most efficient diet out of all the diets. And then second point is the stuff about the meat eater, right? I wouldn't even be surprised if, let's say, a meat eater eats some meat, but along with it, some other plant foods that actually hinders the absorption of the nutrients that were in that meat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that possible theoretically?
You tell me.
I mean, I heard that fiber is hindering the absorption of certain nutrients, right?
Yeah.
So if you eat like fiber along with the meat, that might decrease the absorption. the absorption of the nutrients that were in that meat. So the meat eater would be falsely labeled in that study. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. You're saying that that if a person is eating meat with broccoli, that the fiber in the broccoli might inhibit the absorption of some of the nutrition in the meat, and therefore to report a potentially result, a potential result that would find that there was some deficiency, and blame that on meat eating when it was actually the fiber in the broccoli that was responsible for withholding the absorption.
Right, right.
Then that would be misleading, and that's possible. I mean, it's possible that there's some nutrient that could really be um, hindered by fiber, or just generally all of the nutrients being hindered by fiber. If there is any causal improvement to people's health from the consumption of fiber, it would be for this reason. Fiber also inhibits the digestion and absorption of starch and sugar. And so when you consume fiber with sugar, the fiber causes the blood sugar spike to flatten out to some degree. It blunts the the spearhead of that blood sugar spike because it inhibits the rate of absorption of the sugar in the meal. That, in effect, for an individual who has been chronically abusing sugar and starch, therefore chronically abusing insulin, would benefit as far as their blood sugar and insulin resistance, all that is concerned, could benefit greatly from adding fiber to the diet, so to kind of dilute the sugar and starch in the meal, to reduce the amount of excess sugar in the bloodstream for a system that's already got insulin resistance and pre-diabetic. But as far as micronutrients are concerned, those can also be inhibited. The absorption can be hindered by fiber as well. So while on the one hand, they may be improving their blood sugar situation by adding fiber into the meal so that it mechanically inhibits the rate of digestion and absorption of the sugars, but at the same time, they could be creating a scenario where the fiber is so high in the meal that now micronutrients are having a hard time getting absorbed and or the whole meal is the digestion of the meal itself is handicapped to a detrimental degree. It's possible.
Easier to get and others that are more difficult to get. This meta-analysis found that on average, this is the study here, vegans are more likely to be at risk for B12, D, calcium, iodine. The women had a lower or higher risk for iron deficiency and zinc, whereas meat eaters.
Again, meat eaters in this case is going to be defined as anyone who eats any amount of meat, even if it's like 1% of their diet is meat. This study is going to consider them meat eaters. So the way they've got this presented, you've got the vegans, the vegetarians, and the meat eaters. Makes it look like the meat eaters are a direct counter to the vegans, but no. The meat eaters in this case are plant-based omnivores that are mislabeled meat eaters. And if you were to replace those plant-based omnivores here with people that were eating, say, 70% meat and 30% plants, then you wouldn't have these deficiencies.
Yeah, and also like look at these deficiencies. So fiber. Has anyone ever died of a fiber deficiency?
Fiber is not a nutrient.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay, PUFA and ALA, those are like coming from seed oils, I think.
Yeah, those
So
those are the the high rate of oxidation with the PUFAs. The more PUFAs, the more inflammation.
so the first three we can cross out pretty much. Vitamin D. Even diet aside, this might also have something to do with sunlight. Maybe a lot of people in these studies come from like Nordic countries or something. Who knows? We don't know that. Yeah, and calcium is in a lot of dairy. So I mean, where's the, like what plants are high in calcium?
Yeah, bioavailable calcium, not calcium oxalate.
Yeah, and also look at nutrients of favorably high intake. Look at the meat eaters. It says protein. Wasn't Michael's point that in this meat eating world that we live in, there's a lot of protein lost or something? It's kind of strange, isn't it?
Yeah. He's just trying to have his cake and eat it too.
Tended to be higher risk of inadequacy for D, E, folate, calcium, and magnesium.
Yeah, these are plant-based omnivores. These meat eaters are plant-based omnivores whose the meat is an extreme minority of their diet.
So these are trends, of course. You can always modify your diet to account for these nutrients by eating different foods, eating fortified foods like nutritional yeast, for example. A lot of plant milks have a bunch of extra vitamins added, or just taking supplements. It's pretty easy as long as you know what you're looking for. And finally, top of the pyramid, important. Not only do we want to have our diet like meet our energy balance, macro goals, and the
also.
micronutrients that we need.
He always says it's pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the average person is not going to look at these kinds of things at the level that we look at, or he looks at it, right? So I also think that's like a little bit irresponsible to just say, yeah, vegan diet has these deficiencies, but it's all, just do the math. And I mean, tell that to the average Joe who works like 40-hour job in a week or something.
Well, that's why every time a vegan dies or gives it up, they always get painted as having done it wrong. You did it wrong, and you're like, okay, give me the source. Where's the ultimate authority on how to do it right? And then they're like, well, each person's different, and you have to figure out your own journey. And it's like, why can't you just tell people exactly how to do this rather than each person has to figure out which supplements that they need to be taking? And it's pretty easy. And speaking in all of these cryptic generalizations, it's just, that's what I keep saying, is that veganism is intellectually dishonest, and that's a perfect example of the intellectual dishonesty where they're telling victims that it's pretty easy. Pretty much all you have to do is get a multivitamin and just cut out all the meat and dairy and fish, and you're golden. And then that person ends up with some type of rare condition caused by a nutritional deficiency.
I should have asked Michael, why even eat food if we can get everything from supplements? I mean, just
how about just sugar and calories, any source of calories and pills, sugar and pills.
Yeah, a pill smoothie.
Or how about just drink vegetable oil?
We also want to choose a diet that reduces our risk of long-term chronic diseases, letting us live longer and healthier. So
Yeah, that's a
what do
cause
you know when we
that's a cause and effect statement. We don't have any causative data in nutrition science.
Right. So let's hear what he said again.
look at the disease that we need? We also want to choose a diet that reduces our risk of long-term chronic diseases, letting
Reduces our risk for long-term chronic diseases.
us live longer and healthier.
Right.
So
Those
what
are
is this? It even says in the title, associations. So it even says in the title. So yeah,
So
okay.
what do you know when we look at diet trends? This meta-analysis of over 2.2 million people with a follow-up duration of 36 years found that plant-based diets associated with a 16% lower risk of mortality.
Wait.
18%.
So let's go to the forest plot. I want to see that. I want to see that.
I can't read it.
So, yeah, there's this diamond thing. What's the value on that? Oh, okay, I cannot read it.
Yeah, I can't either.
Okay. I mean, we'd have to pull up this individual study, but it seems to me that a lot of these studies cross the middle line, do they? I mean, a lot of these studies cross this middle line, which means a lot of these studies had results that were not statistically significant.
Mm-hmm.
It might be overall significant, but it doesn't seem like much, to be honest. And even again, it says even in the title, associations. So, and he said, what was it, 16% lower risk or something? 16%? Yeah, I think he said 16%. Yeah, again, what's the baseline? What is the absolute outcome differential?
Well, look at this. Look at the that paragraph down there on the left-hand side near the bottom. It says association for mortality was largely similar when the analysis was restricted to healthy plant-based diets. In contrast, unhealthy plant-based diets were positively associated with these disease outcomes. So they're using these terms like healthy plant-based and unhealthy plant-based. So what is the definition of an unhealthy plant-based diet? What is the definition of a healthy plant-based diet? They're throwing around these terms like they mean something and they don't mean anything. It's kind of like calling someone who eats meat, a tiny amount of meat once a week, calling that person a meat eater. You know, it's just ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's vague and nebulous. And I mean, for me, healthy and unhealthy, I mean, for me, healthy plant based diet is an oxymoron. But the thing is, they probably mean something like an unhealthy plant based diet. It has a lot of like beyond burgers or something, or ultra processed plant based food or something.
Yeah.
But even then, I would say, aren't you vegans telling us that this is healthier than a regular burger or something? Like, I mean, this is a contradiction, actually. So, yeah.
risk of mortality and 18% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 12% lower risk of cancer, 10% lower risk of heart disease. And by the way, these went up when they subgrouped by healthy plant diets. So this meta-analysis was just plant, like leaning plant versus leaning not. So people eating Oreos all day would be included.
I mean, look at some of these like confidence intervals. It's crazy, like how much imprecision is there in some of these studies. But anyway, we don't know what these numbers mean. We don't know that really.
Yeah, he's giving us these like 18% reduced risk, 12% reduced risk, 10% reduced risk, and these are epidemiological. These are associative.
Yeah, and we don't know. These percentages have no frame of reference on their own. We don't know what this means in absolute numbers. What does it mean in absolute numbers?
Included in this. What about when we look at meat consumption? Well, unfortunately, we see the opposite. So this study pooled 2 prospective cohort studies with almost 3 million person years of follow-up and found for every 1 serving of unprocessed red meat a day, this resulted in a 13% increased risk in mortality. And then this study here, looking specifically at low-carb, high-fat diets, and basically they compared it against a standard diet. And
pause. At this point, I just want to. Okay, first of all, how many incidents were in this among the meat eaters of whatever disease? Does it say in the abstract or whatever?
It says 2.96 million person years of follow-up.
Right, but how many diseases? What's that? Doesn't say.
Just says total mortality.
Right, but okay.
The corresponding were something. Can't read that for CVD mortality.
Right, so we don't know. Okay, let us. I can give you an example, right? What we're talking about here.
All right.
Wait a second. So where was that? Right, and we talked about this earlier. Right, so this is such a type of study, right? Prospective cohort, red meat intake, and risk of heart disease among U.S. men, right? And
go back up to the top.
Right.
Okay.
Right, red meat intake and risk of heart disease among U.S. men, prospective cohort, whatever, 30 years, 43,000 men, 1 million person years of follow-up. And here actually says the incidence of heart disease events, 4,400 something, right? So we can actually calculate the baseline incidence, which is this, right? So 0.004, right? Or 4.35 per 1,000 person years of follow-up. And then they say here, like, what was it? Replacing red meat with like plant sources was associated with lower risk of 14%, right? So it's the type of stuff that he talks about, 14% lower quote unquote risk. What does it mean in absolute numbers? It means from 4.35 in 1,000 person years of follow-up to 3.741. So roughly a difference of roughly 1. Okay, so one reduced event or one less event per 1,000 years of follow-up, or 1 in 1,000 per person per year. That is actually what these 14% mean, right? So in terms of significance, this is laughable, isn't it? And those are the types of studies that make up these meta-analyses, by the way.
Right.
So just wanted to point that out.
That's a good point. In absolute numbers, it's irrelevant.
Yeah,
It's not a
it's not a huge difference.
It's not a considerable difference.
And
So
it's just an association,
yeah,
right?
you do another test, you might come up with a different result.
And found that they had over double the risk. I can't find where it said that here, but maybe I didn't screenshot the caption, but it was 9.8 versus 4.3 was the risk. And then in this study, pooling 6 prospective cohort studies, this is based on a US population, and it broke meat consumption down by type. So maybe some different meats are better than others as far as risk. And what they saw is that fish had a slightly positive effect. Chicken was better in some and worse.
Look how you use the word effect, even though a cause has to come for the effect, right? But the study title reveals that it's associations. So what is he talking about effect here?
Mm-hmm. He's framing it as a cause and effect study, and it's an association study. So that's what I meant by intellectual dishonesty.
And others, but red meat was bad across the board. Obviously, processed meat much worse than unprocessed meat, but they did break that out. And they found that red meat had a 3% higher risk of all-cause mortality and heart disease per 2 servings per week.
I will concede that listening to him misrepresent association studies is easier on the ears than listening to Jeffrey Phillips pee in his pants constantly. So I will concede that.
And so what they did is they extrapolated that out over longer periods of time.
Extrapolate it out. So I'm going to test how high you can, I'm going to test, I'm going to have you jump. And the first 10 100ths of a second, I'm going to measure how much altitude you gain. And then I'm going to extrapolate that out over 6 hours. And I'm going to show that you can jump up to 40,000 feet.
Yeah, that's basically his logic here.
And with just 2 servings of red meat per week, they looked at 10, 20, and 30 year. And for 30 year, there was an absolute risk of 76%. So obviously, the longer you eat a diet, the more your risk goes up. Another meta-analysis from 2020, I'm almost done, looking at randomized control trials that lowered dietary saturated fat and looked at heart disease risk. They found that there was a 17% reduction when saturated fat intake was lowered.
Again, reducing the dietary fat, saturated fat, did not reduce the risk. There was an association that did not account for confounding factors.
I mean, he would probably throw in, oh, it's an RCT, because he said.
Oh yeah, there it says we included 15 RCTs. So yeah, we have to look at that and show. You pull it up, you'd be able to show very easily how that thing was flawed. But
yeah, I mean, listen, the first, or the pretty much the only example that he gave us for a quote-unquote RCT was this hospital study here, which didn't even have like the genetics as a confounder removed, right? That, and also like a hospital is very different from a controlled lab, but also this was an old man, right, in a hospital, probably because they were probably there because they were sick already. So it's not generalizable for the whole population. As I mean, we are not sick men in hospitals, right?
Right.
So it would mainly apply to this population, if anything.
Right.
And I mean, that's the best thing we got for an RCT. So how bad are these RCTs really going to be in this study here?
Right. I mean, the RCTs on hospital-bound elderly men, well, they're hospital-bound, number one. So, and usually people that are elderly and hospital-bound have lots of comorbidities. And so, in order to you'd have to account for all of these factors, and the fact that, hey, if they're in the hospital, show me a hospital that's feeding saturated fat to their patients. There is no hospital out there that's doing that. Hospitals don't serve bacon and eggs. They serve toast and jelly and soybean oil. And
I mean, they did that in the context of the study. Maybe they got paid or something, but I mean, I cannot even access that study. It's behind a paywall, so whatever.
yeah, you might find out that it's, the saturated fat that they used was lard that had been cut with vegetable oil. They'll mislabel things like it's supposed to be saturated fat, and it's not. It's not saturated fat. It's just labeled saturated fat.
Yeah,
It's actually
yeah,
a bunch of PUFAs.
yeah. It could, or trans fats.
Yeah.
There's actually a paper that showcases like how there was a conflation historically with saturated fat and trans fats, how
Yeah.
these were sort of interlinked, or how do you say, treated as similar or the same, basically. So that is also another confounder in such studies as well.
Yeah, you never know what they'll do. Like, it says saturated fat intake. They could have changed the intake method so that they're not actually consuming it dietarily, but they're dripping saturated fat into the bloodstream or something like that. You never know what kind of crazy shit they're going to do in order to demonize meat and saturated fat. So we have to get this study and try to find out, number one, what their definition of saturated fat was, and number two, how was it administered, and number three, what other comorbidities were these people suffering from. You go on and on with all of the, like you said, there's it didn't account for genetic factors and so forth.
And they noted that this was a dose dependent, meaning that if you had a bigger reduction in saturated fat, which is obviously meat is very high in saturated fat, this led to even lower risk. And finally, you don't have to take my word for any of this. Here's the European Atherosclerosis Society consensus panel.
Oh my God,
and they
this study again. We're going to look at this one at least, because this is actually funny. And this will, I'm sorry, Michael, but this will make you look bad a little bit. Because when we pull up that conflict of interest on that study, this is crazy. But let's go on.
They published a statement that says LDL, just to paraphrase, LDL unequivocally causes heart disease, and they base this on over 200 papers with over 20 million person years of follow-up. And their criteria for causality is right here. I'm happy to go through it if you want. But yeah, this is very consistent and well-established in nutrition science that we should be eating more plants and less red meat.
Okay, good. Let's actually pull up that study, right, and go through it a little bit at least. I'm not gonna
Do you have it?
wait. I have to Google it real quick. What was it? Low density lipoprotein causes something, whatever. Where is it? Wait a second. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Where was that? I'm not finding the thing right now. Wait a second. Maybe it was this one. Right. Okay, I think I found it. Do you want it on your screen or my screen?
Well, if you want to print it, I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay,
I don't have it pulled up.
I will send it to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You want to put it in the private chat?
Should be this one.
Okay. All right. That it?
Right. So let's look at the conflict of interest first, because this is a bit funny, right? So just article contents and go down to the conflict of interest, basically. Oh yeah, there it is. Look at this list. Look at how long this is.
Grants from Amgen, AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, Pfizer, and Regeneron, Sanofi, and Honoraria for consultancy and lectures from Amgen, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Merck.
I mean, reading
Novo
all this would
Nordisk.
take us half an hour at least or something.
It's like Pfizer, for instance, is the corporation that's been forced to pay the largest criminal fine in human history. Mark, all of these, this is like a who's who of misanthropic corporations. It's like all the corporations that we always say are pushing veganism. And here they are doing what? Pushing veganism. And we've got Michael, of course, pushing them. Gosh.
Right. So now that we get that out of the way, I mean, this was the longest conflict of interest I've ever seen.
Right.
So that's just.
It's like you get halfway through reading it, you have to have an intermission, a bathroom break, so that people can stretch their legs a little bit, come back, and then finish it.
Right. I mean,
that's embarrassing, Michael.
So they say in the title cause, right? LDL causes heart disease. So let's go through the criteria that they use for causality, right? Because he said they have they made up their own arbitrary criteria here, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to find. Okay, causes.
It's in some table. It has like numbers 1 to 8.
We assess the evidence that LDL causes.
It's not this one.
That's not it?
No, it's a table. It's yeah, this one, table 1, right? So they have plausibility, strength, biological I cannot see that.
Gradient.
Right, gradients. What else? Temporal sequence,
specificity,
consistency, coherence, and reduction in risk with intervention. But they don't have controlling for confounders, for example.
Let's see. Confound. See, Mendelian randomization studies and randomized intervention trials both provide unconfounded randomized evidence.
No, they actually don't.
Yeah, there's no. That's a claim. It just claims it that it provides unconfounded evidence, but you can't. That's not how science works. You don't just make a claim that the evidence was unconfounded. You actually have to have data to back that up. So
Right, and let's actually go to the graph, the main graph that sums up the evidence, all the evidence. Should be like not this one. Yeah, this one, right? So when you look at the randomized trials there, the red line. Look
why
at
is this
how
so blurry?
Yeah, exactly. It's not a clear line, right? It's not aligning with that. So the randomized control trials, even if we assume they are controlled, they are not really aligning with that trend line, right? As you can see.
Is this it here?
No, the red line. The red stuff.
Okay, this red line right here. Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, look how much variation is around that trend line. Look how these data points are spread around that.
Yeah.
So this is not a good correlation at all, actually.
You've got
Even
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that are on or near the line, and then the rest of them are not on or near the line.
Right. It's like R squared of 40 maybe or something.
So it's like less than half actually follow the trend, and the rest looks like a random spread.
Right. So this is supposed to be the best evidence, right? And the rest is, of course, prospective cohort. That is, we can ignore that pretty much. And then Mendelian randomization studies. You know what that is?
No, what is that? Mendelian?
That is basically they take one group of people that have, let's say, a gene that is supposed to increase your cholesterol, right? So they take that. And because genes are distributed in a random fashion, that is the randomization, basically. That is why it's called randomization or Mendelian randomization, right? And they correlate that with the amount of like heart disease that these people are getting when they have like a high LDL SNP or allele, right? But the problem is that is not controlled either, because these people in that group are not genetically similar in any other way besides that one allele or something, right? and also the environments are not controlled,
Mm-hmm.
right? And genes can also have different effects than just one effect, right?
Right. Right.
So
So based on isolating one allele and trying to use that to come up with the cause and effect is just like the epitome of corruption in science.
yeah, it's basically another form of epidemiology. So we have these three things that are not really good evidence, and they don't let us infer causality. So the thing they put up in the title, LDL causes heart disease, based on that evidence is just wrong. It's and like we saw in a conflict of interest, bought and paid for.
Yeah, they had
So
a result that they wanted, and they engineered the study and the data.
right, and there are also like two response papers to this paper. And I think one of them pointed out that they did cherry picking in this paper, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's pretty much on that paper. I think we covered that.
Okay.
So Michael just posted the statement as if it had authority when it's just an opinion that is bought and paid for.
Right. So Michael and Pfizer agree.
Yeah, and there were all kinds of other corporations like that produce statins, and
Oh yeah.
it's an obvious conflict of interest thing.
Yes. Put the video back up.
But there are like many vegans who throw around this paper.
And well established in nutrition science that we should be eating more plants and less red meat. So there's my cramming some of it into as much as I could. Sorry, I just got muted here. Here we go. Yeah, I'm back. So curious to just hear your response to any of that, and
I'm just curious as to why you think I've never heard any of this information before.
Okay, well, what would be your response to that?
It's information. It's a place to start, but it's not the end all be all. And it doesn't tell me especially what my outcome is going to be, especially as a carnivore. Usually when they're looking at this information, they're based off of people who are eating omnivorously. And they're basing it off of people who have been eating that way for basically their entire lives. And so it's not really answerable for me when I'm trying to figure out what my health outcomes are going to be.
So is your position then that you're eating in a way that has not been researched, and so we don't know one way or another
Precisely.
what the results are going to be?
Precisely.
Okay. And why would you assume that so all the data that I showed, it showed that the more red meat and the more saturated fat you eat, the worse the outcomes.
It showed it's possible.
Dose-dependent response.
It showed it was possible. Yes.
What do you mean by possible? What do you mean?
Possible means it may or may not happen.
Well, we're talking about risk. So yeah, of course it's possible. But would you want a diet that has higher risk or lower risk of?
I'd want a diet. I would want a diet that I could feel certain was actually providing me good health outcomes as opposed to negative health outcomes.
Well, you just said there's no research, and you're kind of going off of a diet that hasn't been studied. So if you wanted certainty, why wouldn't you go with diets that are well established to lower your risk of these chronic diseases?
How long has the vegan diet been around?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, how long have people been eating meat compared to any possible vegan diet that a person could have had in our entire history on this planet?
You're talking like ancestrally, like way, like
sure, yeah, maybe even just the past, I don't know how many, a few decades, even like less than a century, like we're talking about, compared to our entire history since we started eating meat on the planet.
We have data going back much longer than a couple of decades.
For veganism?
Yeah.
For not veganism, sorry. Very specifically a vegan diet.
For plant-based diets, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm talking about veganism. I'm not talking about a plant-based diet. That's a useless conversation.
Exactly.
Well, it's the same. Yeah. So by plant, I mean, 100% or very near plant-based diets. Looking at like Adventist Health Study 2, Women's Health Initiative.
Adventist Health. Okay. Sorry.
Pause on that.
You said, is there research going back more than a decade or two? And I'm just saying, yes, we have studies.
Okay.
The Adventist Health Study the Adventist Health Study 2 proves actually our point when we look at the raw, unadjusted outcome data, that the vegans had the highest all-cause mortality in that study.
Mm-hmm.
Only in the adjusted model was it the extreme opposite, basically, or the polar opposite.
Yeah.
Which
didn't
shows
get the results we wanted, so we're going to adjust it.
Yeah. But what was actually observed in reality, and this is the type of thing that Jeffrey was not getting, what was I saying, right? Because he was saying, oh, you took the adjustments out, blah, blah, blah. He was not getting my point. My point is, when you look at the unadjusted data, what actually happened in reality, I take that as more credible because this was actually what was observed, right? And what was actually observed was that people who ate more meat had lower all-cause mortality, and people who were vegan had the highest all-cause mortality in that study. That is just the case. When you look at the actual rates of incidence within these groups, unadjusted. When you, of course, adjust things, which is just based on correlations, which is not based on actually observed reality, then yeah, the difference that it might show a different result, right?
Yeah.
So this study actually proves our point, not his, right? But what was Jackie saying was 100% correct, that when it comes to certainty, what we have always been eaten is the most certain way. The vegan diet is an experiment, right? It's unprecedented in history.
And it shouldn't be considered a plant-based diet either. It's got to be differentiated from other plant-based diet in that, you can eat, like the meat eater in that study that he pulled up. The meat eater was defined by someone that eats a small amount of meat twice a week. That's a plant-based diet right there.
Right.
So if you're eating a small amount of meat twice a week is a huge difference between that and zero animal products for year after year after year. It's just like Michael when he eats the bivalves, it completely discredits his vegan activism because he's promoting a diet that's all plants, and yet he's going to an animal source for a bunch of nutrients and then turning around and telling other people that they can be like him but without the bivalves.
Yeah,
and
I think that is very dishonest and immoral in itself to promote, oh yeah, it's possible to eat only plants, but I'm secretly or like not very openly sort of eating some bivalves here and there and eat some, like, I mean, it's a way of advertisement for a diet that is not honest, in my opinion.
Right. He should be speaking half the time. He should be promoting the nutrition and those bivalves. You know, if he was if he was if he was putting a big spotlight on the eating of bivalves and his brand of veganism, then that would be, I could say, well, you're being forthright about it. At least you're telling them that you're eating the bivalves and you're not leaving that, in your pocket. You bring it up on the regular. You'd want to always any any so-called vegan out there that's eating bivalves needs to wear that on their sleeve. You need to make a sticker and put it on your forehead. And every vegan that you try to lay your activism on needs to be thoroughly informed on your bivalve consumption and why you're doing it.
Studied vegan populations, vegetarian populations.
No.
The vegan and vegetarian populations should not be lumped together.
Correct.
It's two completely different diets, and vegans will always try to associate themselves with vegetarians when it comes to dietary outcomes.
I don't think that's what I meant to say. If that's what I said, I take it back.
Okay. Sorry, what did you mean to say?
It's my contention that we have crap for evidence of what is supposed to be anybody's outcome when it comes to any diet, let alone a vegan diet or a carnivore diet. But
what did you think about all the evidence I just presented that shows that the more plants you eat, the more fiber you eat, the lower your risk, the more saturated fat, the more red you eat, the higher your risk, the more red meat you eat, the higher your risk?
The same as I said before we began, or whenever it was, that it's information that's a good place to start.
Okay. And so how would you modify what else would modify your opinion on that information?
I mean, I don't know real life outcomes.
Do you think that studies are not real life outcomes?
I do think that they're not real life outcomes because they didn't do any experiments.
What do you mean they didn't do experiments?
They didn't do experiments, Michael. That's what I mean. It's exactly what I just said.
What do you mean by experiments? Sorry, what do you mean by experiments?
If you want, okay, how long does it take a human being to develop heart disease? Just ballpark.
The risk develops. The risk can be seen as quickly as like 6 to 8 years, but the long-term risk, where the bigger risk impact comes, is much longer. So like the longer you live a certain way, the higher the risk.
And so for the people in any of the studies that you showed related to heart disease, how long were those people locked in a lab and having their diets controlled and their entire lives controlled so that we would know precisely what was directly impacting the health outcomes of those particular people?
Wow. I mean, she exactly nailed it, pretty much.
And you see that look on his face? He's like, I'm going to get through this. I'm going to get through this. I'm going to get through this. But he looks to me like he's like, how can I trick her? How can I manipulate this?
Sure. So the Hooper meta-analysis, which I listed in the references, was looking at randomized controlled trials where they substituted saturated fat for.
When you say controlled, let's stop there. When you say controlled,
see, she's calling him out on his bullshit here.
Awesome.
He keeps calling it controlled, and it's not.
Please explain to me how they controlled for the confounding factors.
Well, it would depend on the study within the meta-analysis, but the LA veterans, for example, they looked at populations that were in a hospital, and they
were in a hospital.
Sent randomized half of them to one cafeteria.
How old were they on average?
Pause.
Oh, randomized half of them to one cafeteria.
Right.
And that's not controlling for. Oh well, if you ate in this cafeteria, go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, and also he made it seem like, oh yeah, the hospital is effectively a lab. No, it
Yeah,
isn't. Have you ever been in a hospital, dude?
yeah. It's there's nothing
They,
scientific going on.
in a hospital, it's very chaotic. It's very like a lot of things happen. It's not a closed, isolated space like a lab,
Yeah.
right?
And it doesn't even sound like they did like meal logs or anything. It was like you were eating in this cafeteria. And that's how they grouped them was, okay, this person was eating in this cafeteria. This person was eating in that cafeteria.
I mean, there are even people
I could look that up.
who smoke in hospitals. I mean, the study was from like the 70s or something. I'm pretty sure people smoked in hospitals
Yeah,
sometimes.
probably.
Up if you're interested, but middle age.
So not children, not babies, not infants.
They sent randomized half of them to one cafeteria.
How old were they on average?
They randomized half of them to one cafeteria, and that is a controlled study.
I could look that up if you're interested, but middle age.
So not children, not babies, not infants, but people
Well, can I
who've been able.
finish answering your question? Because you said how long have they been in the study? So I just wanted to finish
Go
the
ahead.
thought there.
Sure.
They randomized half of them to one cafeteria, the other half to the
He's buying time right now.
other cafeteria. And what they did is they actually created foods that where they took out the animal fats from foods and replaced it with polyunsaturated fats. And so they did this analysis where they looked at it was, I think, a 7 or 8 year trial. And that's like one of the randomized control trials that was in the Hooper meta-analysis. It was all others similar to that, where they had an intervention where they randomized people to a metabolic ward, and they ranged from like 3 to 8 years, depending on the study. They pooled that all together, and they did find that even in that short period of time, there was statistically significant lower risk of heart disease on the ones that had the saturated fat substituted out.
Pause.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that it was not statistically significant, but go ahead.
Yeah, or even if it was, it doesn't mean practically or clinically significant.
Right.
Doesn't. So yeah, maybe 14% difference or whatever, but what does it mean in absolute numbers? Again, right? He never gives us any baseline, any absolute differentials here.
So we can actually see the risk in interventions. It's obviously lower risk because if we would have locked him in there for 30 years, the risk would have gone up significantly.
That's what we assume, but we don't know that because we've never done that.
So we're back to you're going to jump. I'm going to measure the distance that you achieve in the first 10 hundredths of a second. We're going to extrapolate that out over 6 days, and I can prove that you can jump to the moon. Right.
So case in point, Michael, case in point, when people start a vegan diet, in the short term, they see really great results, right? And the same thing goes for the carnivore diet, right? People commonly say,
sure,
especially in related, okay, are we good?
Sorry, I was agreeing. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so people will say it's a demerit to the carnivore diet that all we have are short-term results, right? And so we'll have people who maybe within even a decade will try to give their testimony. It's anecdotal to be sure, but it's still testimony, right? And it's still things that can be traced and tracked back. It's still information that can be collected. It's still information that can be gathered, and we can get something. We can glean something from it. It's information, okay? If we cannot be sure about the long-term impact of a carnivore diet, and I'm in agreement with that, from taking the short-term results, and the same thing goes for the vegan diet, by the way, then in what universe am I supposed to take any short-term intervention and extrapolate that to the rest of a human being's life?
Right. You can't extrapolate that out because that's not how things work. You can't just extrapolate.
Right.
Again.
Right.
Well, because we do have long-term studies that look at diet trends, and we see that on average, people who eat more fiber, people who eat more plants have better health outcomes.
Yeah, these are
These are uncontrolled studies.
right.
That's why we take all of this research together. We're not just looking at one study.
So if you fill a bag with garbage, you don't end up with something that's not garbage. If every item that you put in the bag is garbage, then you end up with a bag of garbage.
Correct.
So just because, I mean, I can show you one. I can hold a like a cow patty in my hand, a piece of cow shit in my hand, and say, "What is this?" It's cow shit. But what is it if I have 500,000 of those? It's still cow shit.
Here, one study there. We look at randomized controlled trials and then meta-analyses of those to see the intervention, the short-term outcome. Can we show that there's increased risk from decreased risk from when we remove saturated fat? We have Mendelian randomization, where we look at people who have genetically higher LDL levels, and risk goes way, way up for those people because they're living with that their entire life. I think we can agree when you eat red meat, your LDL goes up.
No.
And then we have.
I think you mentioned that. I think you mentioned that in your whatchamacallit, right? Whatever you sent before.
I certainly might have mentioned it because I think that's pretty unequivocally established. Do you disagree that LDL goes up with red meat consumption, saturated fat consumption?
So I understand that there could be a correlation, but I don't understand that it's definitive. That's the distinction that I want to make.
And it's also not clear if it's problematic. It's also not clear whether or not it's problematic. He just talks as if it's established fact that, oh, higher LDL is problematic. No, it isn't necessarily, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just treats it as a fact.
Right.
That it's been established that when you eat more saturated fat,
it's been established, right?
Correlation has been established.
A correlation.
Okay. I mean, I haven't heard many people disagree with that. So
that's an appeal to consensus fallacy.
Yeah. I mean, even if we agree that saturated fat higher your LDL, so what? I mean, increases your LDL, so what? I mean, this is, who cares, right? Nothing is proven.
Right. You know what else they find in arterial plaque besides cholesterol? They also find PUFAs in high quantity of polyunsaturated fats. They also find calcium, and that's why they one of the most reliable tests to see if you have dangerous plaque is a calcium test, a scanner that can look for calcium in on the walls of your arteries. So cholesterol may be one of many ingredients to arterial plaque, but you can't jump from that to it causes heart disease.
Correct.
Well, I actually disagree with it myself, but the science doesn't prove it. So even if I feel in my heart, no matter how much I feel in my heart, and no matter how much it seems like it's true, I cannot say that it's actually true.
All right. Well, let's look at that.
If you're going to show me another study, again, I just said it to your face that I in my heart think that it's the case.
Oh, okay.
I literally just said that.
Okay. Well, all right.
But if we're having a conversation and we're supposed to be scientific about it, we can't make definitive statements about things we don't know for sure.
I was trying to bring up a study and then you chewed me out for it. So
go ahead, just do whatever you want, Michael. Honestly.
Well, I'm sorry, Carson. I guess I can, sure, I can go to, hold on. So this is just the causal. So by the way, this is the causal chain here for how we know that red meat and saturated fat,
God.
they raise ApoB, which causes heart disease, which causes mortality. All of these things I establish here with papers that support.
Yeah.
None of that is proven. None.
Those. So we're looking at
Wow.
we wanted to know whether saturated fat raises ApoB. So we have Bergeron RCT is one of them. And then we have this Clark. So yeah, Clark meta-analysis is what I want to show you. So this is a meta-analysis of, I think, did I talk about this one already? It's 395 metabolic ward studies. So randomized controlled trials can show causation because they're testing a variable and isolating confounders. So this was a meta-analysis based on 395 of those. And they isocalorically replaced saturated fat with different fats. And yeah, I did show this one. So this is where we saw saturated fat increased LDL and polyunsaturated fat decreased LDL.
So what? Even if that was true, so what?
Where are the health outcomes in that, Michael? Where are the health outcomes? You know, if there was health outcomes, then he wouldn't be pointing to the LDL. He would be pointing to the health outcomes.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And if LDL caused heart disease, like he says, then there would be health outcomes to report on this study specifically. But there are no health outcomes, only the idea that the LDL went up, but no health outcome at all.
Yeah, and even in this study here, I'm pretty sure these ward log studies are very
not controlled.
Not controlled and probably very short term in tenure.
Right.
But yeah.
So what would you say about that?
You use the term randomized controlled trial. And I think this is where we have some kind of disagreement about what that actually constitutes as.
Yes.
Okay.
And so in your opinion, taking some people and having a short-term intervention when they're in a hospital somehow magically means that you've controlled for all factors. And that's not what that means.
Correct.
So it's either controlled or it's not. And if you say that an RCT can give us causality, okay, maybe that may be the case. But if we don't have a randomized control trial, like an actual legitimate randomized control, even if they say that it is, you can use common sense to say, well, was it actually controlled for? And if those people were free living individuals up until the point where they wound up in the hospital, for who?
Basically,
yeah, exactly.
Just because you're labeling something an RCT, a randomized control trial, doesn't mean that's what it is. I mean, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig.
Correct. And what she just also said there is very relevant. She said, what actually happened before they happened to be in a hospital, right? Because, yeah, there might be, even if we give him that they are in control in these hospital studies or whatever, right? In this veteran study or whatever he mentioned, even if we give him that, what actually happened before that? Right? Because they're not coming in there as blank slates. They're coming in there with preconditions, maybe with all kinds
comorbidities, and none of them are, none of those are addressed. Each person was in there for their own reasons.
Right, and with all kinds of like confounders that they're already carrying into the study, right?
Right.
That's why an actual controlled trial would be basically separating genetically identical twins right at birth and then controlling them, which is not possible, right?
Well, it's possible. It's not ethical to do.
Right.
Who knows what, depending on whatever could have happened in their life leading up to that point, whether it be genetic, whether it be environmental, whether it be dietary, we don't know.
Correct.
But that's the randomization. So have you looked at like the reason we can, so causality, we know this to a certain degree of confidence, right?
There is no, I disagree with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. We cannot prove causality. We cannot do that. We can show correlations.
We can.
We can even show strong correlations, but we cannot prove that, yes, 100% this is this.
I thought you said you just agreed that you can.
I said that I personally, what does it matter that I personally agree if it's something that's not possible for us to do in science?
Okay, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So I thought you said just a minute ago that you did agree that randomized control trials can show causation.
I said if.
Did you not say that?
I said if.
For me?
I said if.
If they control properly?
If they are, yes, if they are properly conducted randomized control trials, then we can get some information that can bring us closer to closer to causality than anything that's weaker than that.
Okay, so let me just explain to you how this works in statistics. Is we look at the power of a study, which has to do with the number of people that were in the study, and we can say with a certain degree of confidence that the intervention caused the outcome, right? So we have a certain
degree of confidence.
Yeah, certain degree of confidence. This is a gobbledygook statement.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
Oh, just because the sample size is very large doesn't mean we have confidence that this is causative data. If these are free living human beings, right? Yeah. So what is he talking about?
See, what he's trying to claim that if the sample size is large enough, you don't have to account for confounding factors.
Yeah, that's absolute nonsense.
You can just label it as a controlled trial, even though it wasn't controlled, because there are a bunch of people in the study. You know?
Yeah, that's absolute nonsense.
That's right.
Right.
And it's intellectually dishonest.
So we feel relatively certain, right?
And usually they go to a 95% confidence level, which is sort of the standard in statistics. It's like the p equals 0.05.
Yeah, I asked Pfizer, "Are you sure?" And they said, "Yeah, we're 95% sure." And I said, "Okay, well, that's that, isn't it? Thanks, Pfizer."
So
I mean, just because something is statistically significant doesn't mean that the effect size is very huge, right? In the real world.
Right. And again, you're talking about an association, not a
cause. Correct.
You can say with 95% confidence.
If it actually is one of those, though, right? Not if it's something that's not randomized, or not if it's something that's not properly randomized, not if it's not something that's properly controlled for.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. If the population wasn't like, you couldn't extrapolate the results out to any population, it would have to do with the population that was sampled and all this.
Exactly.
But,
wow.
Yeah, for sure.
So usually it has nothing to do with me. Usually it has absolutely nothing to do with people like me. Usually.
Well, I wouldn't say absolutely nothing. I mean, what's so good? Pardon me?
I was being facetious. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, like, you are a human, I'm a human, and yeah, of course, people living in different areas, different genetics and everything, there's like infinite number of things different about all of us, but we can predict. So when they've done,
he's going to extrapolate and predict.
I mean,
I'm going to predict that you can jump to the moon based on the first 10/100ths of a second of your leap.
I mean, he kind of admitted himself right there what the problems are here. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these analyses, I can pull it up if you want to see it, but when they predict, like, were we talking about LDL or I can't remember what we were talking about, but like, they predict the LDL based on what the intervention is going to be, and it's like dead on.
Right, a short-term, some kind of short-term And who knows what he's even talking about?
And so when you can predict something like that, of course, like different individuals are going to respond differently.
So in other words, you can't predict, is what you're saying, Michael, right? Well, we can predict. Of course, individuals will respond differently, but we can predict.
People might have certain food intolerances. People might respond better in certain ways. But at a population level, if we're talking about giving dietary advice on how we should eat, all else being equal, that's kind of what I'm basing my thing on. And then if you have an individual reason to act differently, like if you discover you have a food intolerance with beans or something, don't eat beans, eat something else. But
everybody has a food intolerance with beans because beans don't belong in the human body. Everybody's body responds in basically the exact same way. They get an allergic reaction in their digestive system, basically, that tells them that they're not supposed to be eating those things. And that's why we have to do ridiculous things like cook the ever-living crap out of them to make them even edible to begin with.
Well, I would agree you have to cook beans. Absolutely. Same as you have to cook chicken probably too, you would agree, right?
But not because there's something inherently wrong with the chicken. I mean, hello? The beans themselves are legitimately poisonous as they are.
Then why would we see that people who eat more beans live longer?
Oh my God, really?
I cannot.
We don't see that.
Answer that question.
Even if we see that,
the proper experiments that would need to be done for us.
He's saying that beans have fiber, and he's brought correlation studies to show that fiber decreases these mortalities or diseases, and therefore more beans you eat.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. What else correlates with eating more beans, right? Being probably more active, being more like higher socioeconomic status, whatever. Pick one, right? It's ridiculous.
Or how about if you're a blue collar worker, you eat more beans, right? Blue collar workers are out there exercising every day, working hard, physically sweating, getting the lymphatic fluid flowing real well, keeping their sweat glands flushed out, and they're all there's other reasons why. Confounding factors.
To understand why that is, haven't been done. All I can do is give you my opinion. And I don't think those people live as long as they could possibly, excuse me, I'm trying not to curse. I curse a lot just naturally, not.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. And it's just simply because, I don't think that those people are living as long as they could potentially live on account of eating crap like that. And so even if we show in the short term they have, some kind of positive health markers, or they live longer than people who screw up more than they do, it still to me is not all that impressive in the grand scheme of things. And I think we could do better.
How did you? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So how did you come to that conclusion that there would be that eating? I would assume in place of beans, you would suggest eating red meat.
Obviously.
Right? Okay, so what would be your evidence for like the long-term consumption of red meat? Like what, or even not, if not evidence, like how did you come to
be established? I don't have anything even remotely related to that right now.
Okay, yes, but like how did you come to the conclusion that eating red meat would have better long-term health outcomes than eating beans, for example?
One of the most compelling things for me is noticing that people who adopt the carnivore diet, first of all, that the carnivore diet is basically how we've been eating for most of our history as Homo sapiens, as what we are today. And that tells me at least where to start in terms of what I should be putting in my body. And then I want to know, what the health outcomes could potentially be. When I see people eating an omnivorous diet, and this can go back to the beginning of the agricultural revolution, I see a decline in human health. That's all anybody with any.
What I'll interject here that contradicts what Jackie's saying here is that the human omnivore diet did not start with agriculture. That's a misnomer. That's a myth. there's a myth in the carnivore community. Before agriculture, human beings have always been hunter-gatherers, and the gathering portion of that means seasonal berries, seasonal nuts, and so forth. In fact, the nuts are naturally ripen and harvestable in the fall. And it just so happens that mammals, when you increase their PUFA consumption, and nuts are high in PUFA, you'll go into a state of
Even a modicum of
torbidity, which is a step in the direction of hibernation. And so they've discovered that the high PUFA content that's available to foraging mammals in the fall helps those hibernating species succeed in entering hibernation. So there's the natural ebb and flow of different nutrients help mammals get through the seasons, so that, for instance, by humans don't go into hibernation in the winter, but naturally our PUFA consumption would increase in the fall, and that would not send us into hibernation, but would make us would lower our metabolism, lower our temperature. And in fact, if you look, you'll see that over the time that humans have replaced saturated fat with seed oils, which are high in PUFAs, especially omega-6s, that we've lost 1 degree of body temperature. It used to be 98.6 and now it's 97.6. So just to repeat that the omnivore diet did not start with agriculture. It started with the hunter-gatherers long before agriculture ever was invented.
common sense would be able to see
I
it.
think that
That
I think that if she says omnivore, she means like the standard American diet.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes when we say carnivore, historically, we mean at least 70 to 80% of your diet came from animal products, and 20 to 30% came from plants. And I think this is lining up with the evidence. This could be considered omnivore, but it could also be considered carnivore, depending on the definition of these words.
Yeah.
when we were transitioning into what we have become today, the more meat we ate, the bigger and the stronger and the smarter we became. And then suddenly, after we decided that we wanted to include plants, all of a sudden we started to see reversals in things that we have been seeing grow. That to me is compelling enough. Then we take people who, these days in the modern times, you think we have.
And we do after agriculture, after the advent of agriculture, we see the brain has gotten smaller, the bones have gotten weaker, the muscles have gotten weaker. However, if you take a good hard look at the advent of agriculture, it started with grains. And so grains are high in phytic acid, so that would have the phytic acid in the grains, I think, is the primary element of the major decreases in robustness and so forth in the human stature since agriculture was invented. But before that, we were eating a meat-based diet, but we were all throughout the year we were eating small amounts of plant foods.
have the best of everything available to us, especially considering medical technology and things like that. And yet we still can't keep each other alive eating plants for longer than 70 odd years in America, for example. And so when people eat an omnivorous diet, they get very sick. And then we try to cure their diseases. We treat their diseases with medication, and we may be able to, I don't know, make them comfortable in the meantime, but they still will die from the complications of having an omnivorous diet. When we take these people and we put them on a vegan diet, they resolve their problems. When we take them and put them on a carnivore diet, they resolve their problems. And the main reason is because they're no longer competing. Their body is no longer having to try to deal with great deals of fat and carbohydrates together. So on the vegan side, you have the carbohydrates, and on the carnivore side, you have the fats. And one of these things is better at sustaining human life. One of these things is better at nourishing the human form than the other, because on one side, we have the two essential macronutrients, and on the other, we have garbage.
Okay.
And so the people who try, one more thing, the people who try the carnivore diet resolve the health problems that they have from basically every other diet that they tried that includes plants. And so that to me is compelling enough. And also I have my own experience of resolving basically not everything, but almost every health problem that I had from when I was consuming plants, even heavily plant-based. I'm finished.
Okay. I wasn't writing things down as you went, but I'll try to respond to some of those, and maybe we can just take these one at a time. So, and sorry, just so I just want to write this down so I don't forget, but what was the thing you said just before the personal experience one?
It was likely that...
Oh, omnivores are yeah, I remember. It was, you were saying that carbohydrates and like whether it's vegan or carnivore, they both improve off of kind of the standard diet.
Yeah, in the short term, right, yeah.
Yeah.
And not just standard, but like even heavily plant-based, because I was heavily plant-based. I wasn't standard American when at the point when I transitioned. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just talk ancestral diet first. So, sure. I would agree with you to some extent on this. Do you think that our ancestors were at significant risk of starvation?
They were at significant risk of a little bit of everything.
Totally. So,
what kind of question is that?
It's establishing common ground. So,
sure.
So would you? So remember when I showed that pyramid? It's like the energy balance thing. Like any calorie is good when you're starving, right?
Yeah,
so
I agree with that.
Yeah. So like, if there was like a hypothetical ancestral population that had a bunch of blueberries or beans or whatever you think is like bad for us today, they would probably do better than
they would have died.
The colony.
What would they have had? They would have had blueberry. Can you please explain to me what they would have had? Blueberries and what?
Any plant, like whatever plant. I'm just saying like the availability of. Pardon me?
They would have died off if all they had were plants. What kind of hypothetical are you posing?
Well, I'm saying that any calories is better than scarcity of calories, and so if you have so that's
not true. The human biology is actually designed for what we call intermittent fasting today. It was you'd eat a big meal and then you'd be without, and then you'd eat a big meal. There were times when nature would impose a fast on people, and it was common. It was common, and it's so common that our biology has actually worked in the autophagy to go into high gear during a fast. And any human that doesn't allow autophagy to really kick in from time to time is going to be in a lower state of health. So
that's what I would say is the reason that people quote unquote thrived ancestrally on whether it was carnivore or like high percentage of calories as meat. It's like they didn't need to worry about chronic diseases killing them at 80 or
So he's basically saying it's not the meat, it's the overeating that's the problem.
70, and they were dead long before that, right? So evolutionary speaking, when we're looking at like what food is good, we're looking at foods that make it.
What would they have had? They would have had blueberry. Can you please explain to me what they would have had? Blueberries and what?
Any plant, like whatever plant. I'm just saying, like, the availability of. Pardon me?
They would have died off if all they had were plants. What kind of hypothetical are you posing?
Well, I'm saying that any calories is better than scarcity of calories, and so if you have so that's what I would say is the reason that people quote unquote thrived ancestrally on whether it was carnivore or like high percentage of calories as meat. It's like they didn't need to worry about chronic diseases killing them at 80 or 70, and they were dead long before that, right?
Okay, he's saying that they were dead long before 70, but he's doing that based on the calculation that the average hunter-gatherer lived to an age of 35 or 37. But you have to realize that the infant mortality rate was really, really high. And part of that was because human beings are, if you look at a human baby when it's born compared to the babies of other mammals, the human baby is relatively underdeveloped. It's premature, and that's by necessity, because if human beings continue to let the baby develop inside the womb until it was able to survive more easily, more further along, more developed, then the brain, the skull, because of our large brains, would be too large to pass through the birth canal. In fact, that's why so many babies died in the hunter-gatherer days at childbirth, was because the human species, the thing that really makes us so amazing is our brains. And there's a lot of resources and priority that goes into developing that brain. And the large brain priority is so high that our biology is programmed to give birth while the baby is relatively premature. But it's a gray area right there. If you go too much premature, regardless of brain size, the baby will die. If you let the baby develop too much, then the baby can't pass through the birth canal, and both the baby and the mother die. And that's was always common. So when you have a young mother and the baby dying at birth, and that's the norm, and it's the exception when the baby and mother don't die during childbirth, then that's going to lower the average lifespan down to 35. But if a baby and the mother lived through the childbirth process, then automatically there was a big jump in life expectancy. But if the baby made it past, say, 13, then there was another jump up into life expectancy, and it wasn't uncommon for people to live to be 60, 70, 80 or more, even though the average was 35 because of childbirth mortality.
Yeah, and also I think her broader point is that we are well adapted to eating meat because our ancestors have eaten meat, or like the human species has followed that path for its longest time on this planet, right? So I think this is more her point, that we are basically well adapted to that because we have eaten it throughout the vast majority of human history. So
But we've also eaten fruits and cooked tubers throughout
right.
the entire time. So there's cooking is for humans. Cooking is part of being a human.
Hmm.
The fact that you cook a food does not discredit it as a natural food for humans, because humans, as long as we've been modern man, have been cooking, and we've been cooking both plants and animals. There is not our hunter-gatherer ancestors were not part of any um, dietary habits where you would exclude a food group. They wouldn't be saying, I'm not going to eat that banana, or I'm not going to eat that apple, I'm not going to eat that tuber. Um, they're they were very happy to get those plant foods. Of course, um, they weren't eating a lot of grass seeds, and until agriculture came along, harvesting grass seed was not a practical thing. But whenever agriculture came along, then the amount of grass seed in the diet went way up, and along with that, the phytic acid and all of the anti-nutrients and tannins and all these things that come along with seeds and legumes. They're the ones that can really be pointed at and say, this is not this is responsible for our deterioration physically as a species over the last 10,000 years. Uh, but that doesn't mean that our bodies are not designed to eat plants. I mean, the fact that um, we produce lots of amylase. Amylase is an enzyme that digests starch into sugar. We naturally produce an awful lot of that. That's because we're designed to eat certain starches. Um, the the large intestine, you know, it, our large intestine is while while we don't produce cecotropes, and there's not a cecum there, the large intestine is designed to process plant matter. It's not designed to process meat and protein, like fat and protein, like meat. If you have meat in your colon, that's a problem. That's a bad thing. You don't want meat in your colon. So let's continue.
So, evolutionary speaking, when we're looking at like what food is good, we're looking at foods that make it most likely that we're going to pass on our genes successfully, correct?
Yep.
Sure.
And foods like B12, or foods that are low in B12, like found on the vegan menu, are not going to be conducive to passing on your genes.
Okay. So the evolutionary diet that we adapted to like has nothing to say about what's going to kill us at 70 or 80, right?
Please continue.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, that's just my point.
Paul. Well, you can also quote unquote pass on your genes at 70 or 80. I mean, that's certainly true for men. And even if it's not true for women, it can still be done indirectly because the genes are also in your relatives. And if you help your relatives survive, then those genes are going to be carried forward into the future, even if you're only indirectly passing on your genes, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So it's not true that evolution just says, oh, at 70, you're basically irrelevant for gene reproduction or
Propagation.
whatever,
Yeah.
or propagation. Right.
Correct.
Point is like you can't look at ancestrally and say like we ate this certain way, we are adapted to eat this certain way, therefore it's good for us now in terms of long-term
Was
health.
that the only?
I'm saying we had a scarcity of just almost we had a scarcity of calories back then, so any calorie we ate is good, and then evolutionarily speaking there was no advantage, or there's no advantage to eating a certain way that predicts what long-term health risks are going to be. Go ahead.
Okay, so is your point that even if we got all the benefits that we got from eating meat, that it still could have killed us in the end younger than we could potentially have lived?
Totally, absolutely.
And so understanding that humans cannot survive on a plant-based diet, or I should say a vegan diet, especially without supplementation, understanding that people who, such as myself, were heavily plant-based and were suffering with problems that would have made it very difficult for us. I mean, considering the history of my family, maybe I could make it 60, 70 years. That's not impressive either.
Where are you getting the 60, 70 year thing? I'm not quite following that.
Because I'm basing it off of not only my family history of what ages the people in my family have died because they eat garbage, but then also what the average is for people in America right now, which I think is less than 75, right?
Right,
And
but like the average
and
American isn't eating the way that I'm advocating that we eat, right?
And I mean, that's why I changed my eating habits, right?
Yeah.
But if I hadn't, if I had
standard
continued to eat like crap, then that would be what my expectation is, the reasonable expectation.
On average, yeah, I would agree. But like nobody's saying you should eat like hyper processed or
I'm not talking about hyper because I said before that wasn't what my diet was like, but my health was still failing. I said that I was heavily plant-based. When I say heavily plant-based, I don't mean I was eating Oreos. I mean,
you compare
it was like
yourself to the
kind of
average American in terms of the expected health range. So I would assume you meant you'd be eating the same way as them. So how worried are you?
I do not think that, considering all of the information put together, I could have, considering how my health was failing, why would I put myself at longer than that?
Yeah. So, and this actually, so this brings us to maybe the second point. It's a good transition into like, why do you think it is that when, and I would say this is true of like a lot of diets, but carnivore and vegan, when people first go onto it, they see improvements in how they feel and certain health outcomes and certain markers.
I said it before. Why?
Yeah. Oh, what do you think?
Now, I want to know what you think because I already said it.
Oh, okay. Well, what I think is that they are elimination diets, and it's so you agree. So it's usually there's like some food intolerance or something that you're likely experiencing, and then when you do an extreme elimination diet, carnivore and vegan are two really good examples of this. You're eliminating a lot of foods, and if one of those foods is the food that was giving you problems, you've got that out of your diet.
It's not just simply that either. It's also the fact that you're no longer forcing your body to have to deal with this constant influx of two types of energy that it can't properly deal with at the same time.
Okay, so that's another good one. So I would agree with you, by the way. If I had to choose between a high fat and a very low fat diet, I would choose a high fat diet, but it would be plant fats. So, but I don't know. Right? Like I showed the evidence.
Right.
Plants don't have fats, they have oils. They're lipids, but they're not fats. Fats are on animals.
I showed the evidence.
You showed some information on the screen. I've seen it. I saw it. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I showed the intervention where they replaced complex carbs with various fat sources.
And then that short-term intervention that was on the people who were already sick.
Okay. The point being, we saw markedly improved health markers for the the ones that were plant fats were substituted for complex carbs, and markedly worse where saturated fat, meat fats were substituted for complex carbs. But why would you think that we have to eat only high fat or low fat diets? Why can't we have a middle diet where we have carbs and fats? Like, what's wrong with that?
First of all, carbs are non-essential in the human diet, and people should avoid them as much as possible because they're poison. When I say first of all, that's basically it in a nutshell.
How do you come to the conclusion that carbs are poison?
Because basically every single time you put them in your body, they damage you in some way, shape, or form.
Now, this isn't true for someone, say, who's got depleted glycogen stores. Your body's going to suck up that sugar and it's going to store it. It's not going to go into any advanced glycation or anything like that. In fact, if you don't eat sugar, your body will produce sugar via gluconeogenesis. And if sugar was toxic, your body wouldn't be making something that's toxic like that for a fuel. So the problem with sugar is that most people are eating way, way, way too much of it. And it is toxic at those levels. But if you keep it to within what your activity level would require and what your glycogen stores can hold, and don't overfill it, and spend it every time you breathe it in, you must exhale it. If you do those things, then none of the classic diseases that are associated with carbohydrate consumption are going to come along. I would disagree with her that all carbohydrates are toxic. That sounds like some of that Bart K claptrap, and he's an idiot.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because it's the case, it's the truth. Basically, you eat even when it comes to something as basic as blood sugar regulation and the fact that we have our insulin, such a high insulin response. And
that insulin response is actually a benefit if it's kept to, say, once a day, right? Your average plant-based omnivore is spiking their blood sugar like maybe 15 or 20 times in a day. Spiking it once a day when you have those nutrients like B12 in the bloodstream, insulin transport. It's called the insulin transport, aided transport. Insulin aids the transport of nutrients into the cells. So it's I actually am working on a video showing that a little bit of carbohydrate with the meat is going to facilitate much better micronutrient transport out of the bloodstream and into the cells. And that's where you want it, is in the cells. Can you overdo the carbohydrates? Yes. Do most people overdo the carbohydrates? Yes. Are carbohydrates poison? No. Depends on the dose.
This is something that, if it continues over time, can lead to conditions such as diabetes. For example, the fact that carbohydrates are basically sugar, and it almost doesn't matter what kind of carbohydrate you consume. It is going to break down to the same thing in the body, something that the body does not know how to properly handle. The blood can only hold 4 grams of carbohydrates or glucose.
You can store 500 grams. The average human being can store 500 grams of glucose in their liver and muscles collectively.
Perhaps my terminology is getting a little mixed up. It can only hold that much at any given time. And so the idea that, why can't we have a moderate carbohydrate? Your body can't handle that many carbohydrates at one time. Basically, what it's going to do after a while is store it as fat, because fat is essential, and it recognizes it's starving and it's thinking, this human, every time it eats, it doesn't actually give me real nutrition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this crap that I don't know what else to do with, and I'm going to turn it into fat, so that when they eventually run out of that, because usually in the past, maybe it might have been fruit and seasonal, and then we just would have been screwed if we didn't have any fat on us after that, right? So that's what it decides to do with the carbohydrates. It doesn't store it as carbs. It doesn't store it as glucose. It produces, your body, when you feed it fat and protein, produces only as much glucose as it needs at any given time. It runs off of ketones primarily, and it runs very well that way. And you are not likely to run into health issues such as diabetes, improper, people say insulin resistance, whatever term you want to use for it. You know,
Your body can only burn ketones when it's at rest or when you're walking very slowly, like very, very low intensity exercise. Your body cannot burn ketones if you're sprinting or doing any kind of high intensity effort exercise. It has to burn sugar. It can't burn anything but sugar when you're exercising at a very high intensity. It will work if you're at rest, then you can burn ketones, but not like a rugby player when he's during a game or practice, or American football or basketball or soccer. These sports, these high intensity sports, they don't burn ketones, they burn glucose. That's just a fact.
Without the influence of carbohydrates. And so I'm trying to figure out why we're trying so hard to include something that's not essential in the diet that, basically is I don't know what else to say, Michael. It's a poison.
Well, I don't think you provided any evidence that it's a poison. You pointed to some mechanisms that I don't think are borne out in any evidence. And what I care about
the idea is that we have a correlation. We don't have causation, sure. But the same thing goes for any information that you could provide.
What correlation even? What correlation did you point to? You just pointed to mechanisms.
Okay, Michael, I want you to just bear with me for a second. What I was saying was that when people basically, it's a virtual impossibility for a person to have problems with insulin regulation unless they're consuming carbohydrates. Is that a controversial statement for you?
Actually, PUFAs have been shown to cause insulin resistance. So you can get insulin resistance from plant oils.
I don't think so. But
okay, so
can I say why that doesn't matter?
Go ahead. Oh, no. Yeah, what I would prefer to hear is what part of what I just said was something that you thought wasn't just a fact of life.
Well, carbs are poison is one. Like, I don't think that's a fact. Just because
okay, fine. Let's say that it's not, Michael. Let's say that it's not a. Okay, no, we can quickly squash this. Let's say that it's not a fact. Let's say that it's my opinion. Fine.
Okay, sure. That's fine. I'm always going to ask, like,
they're poisonous though.
How did you come to that?
And everybody who's listening to this right now, anybody who could be seeing this, the reason why you are as sick as you are likely is because you keep eating carbohydrates. And if you were to stop eating carbohydrates and you were to eat appropriate amounts of fat and protein for your body type, for your age, whatever it is, you will see your health improve in ways you cannot imagine. I mean, not even just physical health, but mental health. And no, I don't have a mechanism to point to, Michael. I don't have anything like that.
I don't care about if you have a mechanism to point to. I'd prefer if you pointed to outcomes that were borne out in the evidence of what's this?
This is enough for me.
Okay. Do you think that's I mean, people, okay.
That's why I told them to try it. I didn't say it was going to 100% work for them.
Yeah, but you can point to any diet and say, try it and see if it works for you. Like have you heard of a frugivore diet?
Yes, you're absolutely right, Jackie? Michael. You're absolutely right. And when people try a vegan diet, because people tell them that it's so good and it's so great for them and plant-based everything is great, and then their health starts to fail, that's the best proof that diet is not actually going to work for them. And when you see that there are millions and millions and millions of people with the same outcome, you don't need to wait around for somebody in a research lab in a lab coat to tell you what the reasonable expectation of your result is going to be.
Do you think that there's a risk that you could try a certain diet and feel better, and then that diet could cause some severe long-term problems for you that you wouldn't be able to notice in the first,
obviously, a little bit of anything is possible.
You mean like
Michael.
veganism?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that might be a risk of your diet?
Duh.
Okay.
I literally just said that.
Is that concerning for you at all?
No, it's not, Michael.
Why not?
Likely for the same reason that even though whatever it is that you're doing for yourself right now, you cannot possibly know what the outcome is going to be for you, but you still choose to do it because you were convinced by some other information, right?
Well, here's the difference. The other information that I was convinced by is a very
It's not real life
compelling
outcomes.
It's an appeal to authority fallacies.
causal chain.
It's not real life outcomes.
It is real life outcomes
And
with
it's
real
correlative and it's
interventions,
not causative.
real
You can say
lifetime long follow-up studies on
You can say
people.
it's positive all you want to, Michael, but it's correlative. From now until the end of time, it
It's
will be
based
correlative.
And
on
it's not even a
randomized
strong,
controlled trials.
it's not even a strong correlation in many of these studies.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, why don't we wrap it up right now and plan to visit the second half of this on our next live stream.
Yeah, I mean, I also wanted to say that because we actually have still some crop dev stuff to go through, actually. And we haven't actually done that. We were kind of derailed into nutrition, which is fine, but whatever.
Yeah, well, let's just. I've got. I've got my stuff set up now so that I can do more live streams. I think so. Let's just try to get one this next week, either on Friday or Saturday, and go over the crop death stuff.
Oh,
because
you don't want to do it today. Okay.
Well, I did want to do it today, but I've got a day tomorrow, and if I don't get any sleep, I'm gonna regret it.
Okay, I understand it.
So I know that you've got a bunch of crop deaths, and that's what, like you said, that's what we planned on going over that data. We got sidetracked, but that's okay. The subject isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, I would just show like one more thing. If like what was Michael saying was true, then how is he gonna explain how is he gonna explain this?
Let's see. Do you have? I'm not sure what happened here, but my screen is. It's weird. Okay. There it is.
Yes. So how is he gonna explain this then? If the majority of crops are fed to animals, like he said in the beginning. Doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, the food is the green and the feed is the blue. Then processed. Process. What does that mean?
Process?
Well, you got food is green, feed is blue, and process is pink.
That's probably gonna be processing crops for, I don't know, oil, like soybean oil or something.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing.
Right.
But even if we say this is also feed, let's just say that, then even then it's not the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, we can get into crop deaths and crop land and all of that in another live stream. Some other things. I actually also wanted to ponder the question what would actually happen to the livestock animals after animal agriculture is abolished. This was actually one of the things I was asking myself.
I thought they were pretty clear on that. I believe that their answer to that is that they just need to be, kept happy until they die, and just make sure that they don't breed, and nature will take its course, and they'll all die in due time.
Kept happy where?
Animal sanctuaries.
But how is this then any different from confining them in a factory farm?
Well, it depends on the sanctuary. It would be possible to have a sanctuary that didn't treat them like a concentrated feedlot. You could put them out on pasture and let them eat on pasture.
Right, but this also has you would have to build these sanctuaries in the first place, right? You would have
built. Well, these facilities already exist in the form of livestock ranches. So you have these huge acreages that right now have cattle on them. So that wouldn't change. The only thing that would change is that the bulls would be separated from the cows. So you'd have bulls over here and cows over there, and then you'd have to wait, somewhere between 10 and 20 years. And by preventing any breeding, then they would all eventually die, even if they were out there on pasture. So that's the
okay.
plan. The problem is that, for instance, here on the North American continent, um, we, before 300 years ago, we had about 160 million individual ungulate and ruminant animals that were traveling in giant herds, bouncing around the continent. And this constant movement and that grazing style actually built the soil that monocropping is taking advantage of right now in order to grow all of to plow the fields. And that soil was built with bison and elk and moose. So by removing animals from the picture, what you're doing is you're removing what builds the soil. And so, ironically, by removing livestock, you're actually slicing the Achilles tendon of plant agriculture, because plant agriculture requires on healthy, rich soil, and you can only get that from animals. So, yeah, but they're from what I understand, the general vegan consensus is that no, you're not going to let these animals go where they're out there running around on the freeway, getting run over by cars and trucks, and getting into the flower beds. They're going to be kept where they are right now, but just prevent prevent them from breeding. Um, you chemically castrate the males, and then let nature take its course. Just let them graze, you know, and over time you just have less and less livestock and less livestock. That's really not a it's really not much of an issue for the vegan community is, what are we going to do with all of this livestock? You know, it is a good argument for some non-vegans. It's, you know, they feels like it feels like it's a good argument, but it's really not. It's not a problem. I mean, you wouldn't have to do anything but stop breeding them, stop allowing them to breed, castrate the males, chemically castrate them.
But doesn't that in itself has some ethical issue attached to it?
Yes and no. It's kind of like a means justifies, or the ends justify the means, because in their mind, these domesticated animals are a liability. And so by getting rid of these genetic lines, you're removing an exploited species from the earth. And if you remove the exploited species, then it's not there to be exploited anymore. That's the vegan logic.
Okay. But from what we can tell, these animals want to exist. So, I mean, to me, this is sort of weird. I don't think that.
Right, but if you're arguing for these animals to exist as individuals, then you'd have to stop eating them, right? And then you'd have to come up with a plan where we'd have these permanent sanctuary farms where they're able to continually propagate their genes through subsequent and ongoing generations, but we wouldn't eat them. You know, we just use them maybe to build the soil. But at the end of the day, the biggest argument against veganism is the fact that more animals die in a vegan world than a non-vegan world. And the second most important argument is the nutritional deficiencies that come along with a vegan diet. That's number one. And number two, and what would we do with the livestock, is I just never have seen that as a compelling, not at all. I mean, it's just that they, you know, they always have a very, very succinct, they always answer immediately to that. It's not a problem. They're not like, because really it's, veganism is dishonest. That's why. Because it's not about the animals. It's about the people, and 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 lording over the people, controlling people, making people sick, putting people in a situation where they're reliant upon supplement companies to live. It's a misanthropic religion. They don't
Yeah.
care about the animals. They want to see mankind fall. They want mankind to be put in its place. That's why so many vegans turn out to be alone, because they can't be with friends and family anymore, because they're they they harbor such visceral hatred for people. Veganism is a mental illness.
Yeah, and it's well funded. I mean, we have seen the conflict of interest on that study. That
Yep.
was so long that you could scroll down for half an hour at least.
Yeah, that was I've never seen anything like that before. I'm gonna pull that up again just to look at it. Yeah. Look at that conflict of interest right there.
I think there's also Bayer on there.
Pfizer is in there over and over again. Let's see. Pfizer, criminal, fine. Pfizer agreed Wednesday to plead guilty to a U.S. criminal charge relating to promotion of its now withdrawn Bextra pain medicine and will settle allegations for $2.3 billion that it improperly marketed medicine. In other words, they lied. So you're gonna align yourself with Pfizer? Probably a bad idea. Rotifarm.
Unilever is there. I mean, and think
Unilever.
about this. Think about this. This is a study that many vegans cite as evidence. Think about that.
Say again?
This is a study that many vegans cite. I mean, think about that. What this means.
Right. Well, these, let's see. You said Bayer was in there? Yeah, there's Bayer. Bayer, Merck. These are all the corporations that we say are pushing veganism. Let's see. Are there any food companies in there?
I think
Kellogg in there?
Danone. Danone.
Danuna. What about Tyson? No. Cargill? No. Yeah. Mostly pharmaceutical companies. Hmm. Yeah, so it's safe to say that this paper has some conflicts of interest.
Yeah. Some. Only a tiny bit.
Wow. That's embarrassing. Of course, I've pointed this kind of thing out to vegans before, and they try to brush it off and they'll say, well, conflicts of interest don't always indicate bad science.
Well, Not always, but they're hinting at what kind of overall picture the study is trying to paint. There's a guy named Christopher in the chat says, I think you're missing a very important factor in your calculations of animal deaths involved in animal agriculture.
And what's that?
I mean, the deaths are counted in animal agriculture. And then we have to factor in a little bit of the crop deaths associated with animal agriculture. But the vast majority of crop deaths are on the plant agriculture. And even the vast majority of deforestation is actually on plant agricultures. We haven't even gotten into that. I mean, we have to. I mean, the next stream has to be on crop deaths more specifically.
Yes. The problem is that the crop deaths issue and nutrition are intertwined.
Yeah.
Because whenever you start getting into what crops would be required in a vegan world, you've got to cover nutrition. Nutrition has to be essential nutrients that are going to be lost by losing livestock agriculture. The infrastructure and the hows and the whats and the wheres all have to be fleshed out, because that is where a lot of the evidence that discredits a vegan world is found in those places. Like, how are you going to distribute B12 to every human being on Earth now? I mean, usually they get it from food. Now they've got to get it from a plastic bottle. What does the infrastructure look like that manufactures all of that and distributes it? And that's just B12. Then we can get into creatine, and we can get into whatever nutrient that's deficient on a vegan diet. We have to flesh out the industrial complex that would have to be built around manufacturing and distributing that to every single breathing human being on the planet. And right now, that infrastructure is not in place. Right now, you've got infrastructure to deliver that kind of thing to maybe 1 or 2% of the population and not more. So,
yeah. Yeah, and just eating pills isn't gonna cut it.
yeah. Or just saying that, what they say is, oh, there's an easy remedy. You just take a supplement. You know, there's a whole world that has to be fleshed out behind taking a supplement. You've got the petroleum derived supplement itself. It's derived from a petroleum, some kind of uh, petrocarbon, and then you've got to account for all of the petroleum that goes into all of the heat that's involved. Every time heat is involved, petroleum is involved, and there's tons of heat involved with all kinds of supplement creation, supplement manufacture. It doesn't happen in a lab They try to say that it happens in a lab, and the scientist sitting there with a beaker and another beaker, and oh, I'm experimenting. I'm making vitamins in the lab. No, the lab looks like a big hellhole factory with giant black smokestack coming out with this dark gray emissions that choking out whole towns and causing cancer epidemics.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, Michael said, oh, these B12 supplements, they're made in labs.
Yeah, they're made in a lab. There's a magician in there with a couple of beakers. He wears a white coat, and you just go like this a little bit with some liquids, and there's like a little cloud, and then you're like, I got the vitamins. That's not how it works. It's more like there's this huge factory that's built with these giant smokestacks and these pipes that pipe in oil and natural gas and coal ovens and coal coke.
I mean, also what goes in there, like, look at what I have on screen here. What's really in those dietary supplements? Fair warning for patients. Right? They're putting in all kinds of banned, untested stuff in there. Prescription drugs and unapproved ingredients added, not disclosed. Researchers found banned or even experimental and potentially dangerous pharmaceutical grade ingredients in dietary supplements, sometimes even after companies had been warned about the problem and specific ingredients by the FDA. Right. But, supplements, that's something we are morally obligated to take in that vegan scenario.
Right.
I mean, this is just insane.
Yeah, I wonder if Michael discloses that kind of information when he's telling people that, hey, the vegan diet is deficient in a whole lot of different nutrients, but just take a supplement, you know?
Yeah, or fortified food.
Yeah, just eat fortified food. Fortified. It's fortified. Let's not look at the fortification process, the fortification, the manufacture of the nutrients. When you manufacture a vitamin, it's not going to be bioidentical to the real thing. In some cases, it's a mirror image of the real thing. And sometimes when you do mirror image stuff with chemistry, biochemistry, bad things happen. So synthetic vitamins are not the same as the real deal.
But he got a study. He got a questionnaire.
Oh, yeah. Here's a controlled questionnaire. This was a questionnaire study that was controlled. What they did was they had 500,000 old men that were in the ICU. They had less than a day to live, but they did a dietary intervention, and they found that all-cause mortality went down in the beds where they were feeding the individuals an intravenous solution of seed oils. And the other group, they were locking them in vacuum chambers and removing all oxygen from the room. And they found out that the seed oil group actually lived longer than the group that was starved of oxygen. Can you believe it?
Then, yeah, that's the level of evidence we're dealing with here.
Yeah, so when you start looking for confounding factors, you might find that they were putting half of the patients in a hyperbaric vacuum chamber and comparing that result to the seed oil group. Or maybe one group they were feeding broccoli, and the other group they were airdropping into live volcanoes. And they found out that the broccoli group actually lived much longer than the other group.
Yeah, just randomize them to one cafeteria.
Yeah. No, they actually had one group was eating in a completely different cafeteria. I mean, can you imagine? That's meticulous science right there.
Yeah, the cafeteria is the controlled environment.
Oh, wow. You know, I don't know how many times I've heard, because the hospital food is so bad here in the United States, people people sneaking food in to patients and
Yeah,
giving it to them against, the doctor's wishes. The doctor wants them eating that, the seed oils in the cafeteria. So how do you know that someone wasn't, how do you know that that cafeteria that those poor people were condemned to wasn't so bad that their relatives were bringing them food from the outside? I mean,
yeah,
that's,
maybe a cheeseburger.
yeah, could have been a cheeseburger, might have been a cheeseburger and fries.
Yeah, but this was very top controlled, randomized controlled, and it even lines up with the questionnaire study, so it must be true.
Right. I mean, one questionnaire study doesn't mean much, but if you get like 10 questionnaire studies, that still doesn't mean much, but we're going to claim otherwise.
It's high up there in the evidence pyramid that I made with Photoshop.
Yeah. Look, these three things are cause. We've discovered that we can prove cause if you have enough questionnaires. You can prove causation, and we controlled all confounding factors by asking them, and they said that they they were eating saturated fat, and this other group said that they're really, all you have to do to find out what people are doing is ask them. That's today's controlled studies. We finally discovered that you can ask people and they'll tell you.
They would never lie.
No, they would never lie. Not about plant-based. Anything that promotes a plant-based lifestyle or vegan lifestyle, it's inherently honest.
Yeah, I mean, also those questionnaire studies, when they have like questions like how much meat have you eaten last week, they have perfect memory, these participants. They can pinpoint exactly to the microgram how much meat they have eaten.
Right. So for every 0.01% decrease in red meat consumption, there's a 278% decrease in heart disease risk. So if you extrapolate that out and you were to decrease your animal flesh consumption by, say, 10 pounds in a week, that you could actually decrease your cardiovascular disease risk by something like 500 million%. But that's the science of extrapolation.
We are too much carnists. We cannot understand that.
Right. Disgusting flesh-eating carnists. We can't reason. You know, when we look at the supplement industry and we go, oh wow, so they've been caught putting like banned substances in there and illegal pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. And you'd think like on the surface that that would be a bad thing. But in reality, when you become a vegan, you find out that in reality, you trust the supplement industry wholeheartedly. I mean, they're the ones that are giving us the supplements. They're the ones that are fortifying our food. They're not to be questioned.
I mean, it's Brando. It's got electrolytes.
It's got what plants crave.
And
Electrolytes.
the supplements are what humans crave.
Yeah.
It's sort of a similar principle.
Can you imagine a vegan world, say, on the 16th of every month, you get like this big pallet of supplements is delivered to your door, and it's like as tall as you are, and it's on a wooden pallet, and it's wrapped in cellophane plastic, and everything's in cardboard boxes and packaged in plastic bottles, and then at the end of the month you have like all these plastic bottles, these empty plastic bottles, but they send you another pallet in the next month, and you have to you go through them. But imagine this, imagine like in China they have that social credit system, and if your social credit score gets too low, you start to lose certain privileges. Like in a vegan world, they could just stop sending you your supplements, you know? Or if they found out that, you were holding your local government accountable, you were demanding transparency with the city budget, for instance. Well, there goes your social score, goes down because you're trying to be a responsible citizen. And they could just say, okay, what if it was just common knowledge? Say, oh man, I can't believe you spouted off to the authorities. You know that you're going to be without B12 for the next 6 months, right? Or creatine or lysine or whatever nutrient it is that they could just choose not to not to deliver that anymore. You could basically put a tourniquet on entire swaths of human population.
Well, these corporations, they would never do that. We can trust them. They got our back.
Wasn't there? Did you ever see the movie? What is that Mel Gibson movie with Tina Turner and the guy that runs Bartertown cuts off all the air, and so
Not sure.
let me see if I can pull that up. That'd be a good one, a good analogy for what they're proposing here. Here, while I'm looking for that, I'll put something up here. Oh. Mad Max was the movie.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
I mean, be careful with any clips because YouTube's copyright system is kind of
Yeah.
broken.
Yeah. I'll pull that up on another time. Let's see here. Yeah, kind of sum up the crop death situation like I did in that email is that we started with vegans claiming that crop deaths or that vegan food was cruelty free, and then I pointed to crop deaths, and they tried to define crop deaths as only those animals that would be run over by harvesting equipment. And so I accurately defined crop deaths as to include animals run over by harvesting equipment, animals that were displaced originally by the monocropping, the animals that are killed intentionally by shooters, animals that are killed intentionally by pesticides, secondary poisonings of pesticides, pesticide drift, erosion, pesticide and agrochemical driven fish kills, oceanic dead zones,
Deforestation.
deforestation, those animals that die as a result of the petroleum industry and big plant ag's reliance upon petroleum, their reliance upon destructive phosphate mining, their reliance upon destructive potash mining, their reliance upon synthetic nitrogen production and distribution, their reliance upon pillage. The list just goes on and on. The animals that die as a result of all of those different negative aspects of plant agriculture. And so that turned out to be in the quadrillions, which is many, 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 many times more animals that die from crop agriculture every year than die from all of animal agriculture. And we finally reached a point where the vegans are conceding this. We passed that point some while back where they conceded that, and then they said, well, while that's true, crop agriculture can be blamed primarily on crops grown for feed, livestock feed. And we proved that to be false. We proved that the livestock feed crops are in the extreme minority around the world looking at crops. And they have now conceded that that is true. But now they're trying to move the goalposts and say, well, we're going to remove the crops that aren't food but produce consumer goods to be consumed by humans. We're going to take the biodiesel, for instance, and we're going to move it over here and put it in the animal agriculture category.
Yeah, they want to inflate the numbers on feed crops.
Right. They want to take the crops, for instance, for biodiesel and attribute those to livestock. And that's where we are in this conversation with vegans.
Yeah, I mean, as if there wouldn't be any biodiesel in a vegan world. I mean, this
Right.
this is just dishonest.
Right. Trying to remove the non-food, non-feed crops from the scenario is just pure manipulation. It's not an honest way of looking at it. It's just a vegan sitting back saying, how can I manipulate these numbers so that veganism seems like a more attractive option? Well, if you have to, that's just like the studies where the the researchers don't like the outcome, and so they adjust the data to fit what they were looking for. And that's exactly what vegans are doing now by trying to attribute biodiesel acreage to livestock acreage. I've made that point again and again. Cows don't use biodiesel at all. Humans do. That's a human consumable, not for cows. And so you can't remove that from the human category. And the reason you can't is because we are actively debunking the old, tired vegan lie that says that most crops are grown to grow feed for livestock. That is not true. It's not
Yeah,
true.
and even if there's like some byproducts that they are sort of giving money for, right?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that the production of byproducts is driven majority by livestock?
Well, I'll give you an example. The phosphate mining that's required for the monocrops that provide the items offered on the vegan menu, that phosphate is acquired by these giant destructive phosphate mines. This phosphorus comes from the phosphate mines. And once they remove the phosphorus from the soil or the minerals that they, you know, they dig up the earth and then they process it and they separate the phosphorus from the rest of what was there. And the rest of what was there becomes it's a concentrated radioactive waste. Um, and it's been a liability for the phosphate industry for decades. Uh, and so what they've done is in Florida, where these big phosphate mines are, and they have these huge mountainous piles of radioactive uh, phos- phosphogypsum. It's called phosphogypsum, and it's radioactive. It's a radioactive waste, and so the phosphate mining industry has convinced the Florida government to buy this radioactive waste and use it to build roads around Florida. So they would be taking a waste and turning it into profit. But that will never mean that phosphate mining is to acquire this radioactive waste material, even if they're making a profit from it.
Right. You could not blame the vast majority of that going on due to the waste profit. Maybe like a small fraction of that or something, but not the vast majority.
Yeah, so the EPA recently authorized the use of radioactive waste called phosphogypsum in road construction. By allowing phosphogypsum in roads, the public environment will be exposed to radiation. This decision will have long-lasting impacts on public health. See, and that's phosphogypsum. Phosphogypsum phosphate, phosphorus, crops.
I mean, he said that oil, meal, and soybean oil are 50-50 in terms of profitability. What about the byproducts of grain, or what was it? Distillers corn or something?
Yeah.
Is that driven by human consumption or by animals?
Human consumption.
Right. It's the profit from distillers grain versus the profit from, what is it? The what is the primary product? Some type of oil or something?
For what process?
I mean, the distiller's grain is the
Oh,
byproduct.
I think it's like whiskey. You know,
Okay, so
distiller.
is
Yeah,
or wasn't it biodiesel?
like distiller's corn whiskey. Mm, let me go to Google. Yeah, distiller's grain. Distiller's grains are a byproduct of the whiskey production process. I don't even have it up. Let me see. Let me pull that up.
Right. So that's gonna be the driver then.
All right, that's the driver. So that's a human. That's something destined for human consumption. And there is no human use for the distiller's grains. It's a it's a byproduct of whiskey production, just like radioactive phosphogypsum is a byproduct of phosphorus production, phosphorus mining.
Right, and just like oil meal is byproduct of soybean oil. So
Correct.
why was it then measured, or why was it sort of displayed per protein content when Michael showed us these calculations? That this was something I'm kind of confused about that, because this oil meal, it might contain some protein or whatever, but can we actually eat it? Can we actually acquire that?
Not without you. You remember when he said that he was eating textured protein, textured soybean protein. Let's see.
Right. So my point is then portraying these things in protein, that doesn't make much sense, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's in other words, you're saying that it's not a protein. It needs more processing before it could be considered a protein isolate.
Right. So I mean, so it doesn't really make much sense to portray these byproducts in a protein fashion instead of a mass fashion, right?
Um, you're saying that they couldn't consume it as a meal; they'd have to consume it as an isolate because the meal comes along with a bunch of indigestible fiber, like way too much,
Right, right.
and so and it's also not very uh, doesn't taste good either. It's not palatable. So in order to make that a meal, that byproduct soybean meal appealing and edible, then there's these extra steps of processing. And can you see that on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says that the the oil is separated from the soybeans using high pressure press or chemicals, and then the it creates a protein rich flour or paste. That's the soybean meal. So that's filtered and processed, and then that flour is mixed with water, sodium chloride, and other ingredients. So the other ingredients. Now you go and look at those other ingredients and you're going to find a bunch of chemicals that require all of these factories and cause all these emissions and everything. Number 4, extruding the mixture. It's pushed through a cooker extruder under pressure. So the cooker, that means heat is involved, which means that some kind of petroleum fuel is having to be burned in order to create heat to cook. Expanding the mixture expands, leaves the extruder die, forming TVP. And it's cooled and dehydrated, which is a very energy hungry process. Then they add dyes and flavors, more toxic chemicals, I'm sure. So yeah. So after that, you're still going to have some a byproduct that needs to be dealt with. Let's see. What is done with the fiber left over from soybean protein isolate production? Soybean protein concentrate retains most of the fiber of the original soybeans. Huh. I guess the cooking and the pressure, but that would mean that there would be some either fiber or carbohydrate of some kind, either starch or sugar in protein. Soy does soy protein isolate contain carbs? Fiber? Yeah, it says it's high in fiber. Textured soybean protein. High in fiber. So maybe they're just cooking it at such high temperatures and high pressures that the fiber is just kind of broken down to very small particles. Hmm. But you just have to remember that crude protein is misleading. Urea, melamine inflates the protein content artificially. So when you're talking to a vegan and they're talking about crude protein, you're talking to someone who's inflating the protein content artificially.
Yeah, I mean the protein content of animal feed when we adjust for quality is less than in what we actually get from the animal.
Yep. And it's not just the quality of the protein, but crude protein can mean free nitrogen. And human beings can't do anything with free nitrogen. We can't make protein out of it. So it counts as protein in a crude protein measurement, but humans can't make protein out of nitrogen. But it's going to register as crude protein. It's going to register as protein because they're just measuring nitrogen. That's all. It doesn't tell you how much protein is there. It gives you an idea of how much nitrogen is there. That's it.
Yeah, so then what Michael was showing us basically when he showed us the protein in, I think, tons of the byproducts and how much animal protein we get out of these things or something. That is misleading because we couldn't use the protein from the byproducts. So it doesn't matter if the bars are bigger on the byproducts versus what goes out to the animal, out of the animals. You know what I mean?
Right. You're saying that when you're looking at protein and you're looking at the protein coming from animals, that every gram of that protein is bioavailable when it's coming from animals, but only a portion of it coming from plants is bioavailable. And those facts are not necessarily translated at all in, or they're not illustrated or highlighted in any way in those vegan friendly studies and so forth that are comparing the protein of plants versus animals. You know, the whole conversion rate and all of that is just a big smokescreen. It's an intentionally engineered lie. Part of that lie is telling people that all of these livestock gain every pound, every ounce of body weight comes from crops, when that's not true. The majority of the livestock's body weight across the board globally is coming from natural prairie forages. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when we discuss crop deaths, to say that we have to count in the byproducts as animal feed that cause crop deaths or that are responsible for crop deaths, it doesn't make sense if the production of those byproducts would still exist in a vegan world.
Yeah.
And it definitely would exist in that vegan world. So we have to only look at the feed that would not exist in a vegan world that is specifically grown for livestock. And that's it. And we have this is an apples to apples comparison, comparing the crops that are grown for the animals specifically, and then comparing that to the crops that are grown for humans specifically, and nothing else. Counting in byproducts doesn't make much sense. because, I mean, factoring out the non-food stuff, right? So the actual primary reason for the production of the byproducts, but then only looking at the secondary result of the production of those products and blaming it all on the animals doesn't make much sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's not an honest thing to do. Let's see. I've got this video here I'll pull up.
All the nutrients that we normally think we can only get from animal products, we can in fact get from plant sources instead. The protein, the iron, the zinc, the calcium, the omega-3 and 6 fatty acids can be found in abundance in the plant kingdom, and there is no necessity for us to acquire these nutrients from animal products instead. I think a good way of looking at this is the largest and strongest land animals on this planet, the rhino, the elephant and the hippopotamus, all have one thing in common. They're all herbivorous, meaning they survive purely off of plants alone. A gorilla shares 98% of our DNA, and again, they are herbivorous, and yet they can sustain and acquire enough protein to fit their physique and to keep them strong and alive.
The misanthropic cult of veganism is constantly trying to convince.
Yeah, that's I think it was Psychotropes.
Multiple studies out. I really like this study right here.
Oh. Yeah, I found out that there's a bunch of journals now that don't require conflict of interests to be disclosed. And so they're not, authors are no longer disclosing all of their conflicts of interests. So this is relevant these days. If the journals aren't going to require that they disclose conflicts of interest, then they won't disclose. And you know, there's got to be a penalty for lying or withholding data regarding that. Yeah. Okay, this might be it.
And from this one, animal protein is so kidney stone forming that the paper advised, quote, stone formers should be advised to limit the intake of all animal proteins, including fish. Chef,
Yeah, every time you look at which corporations are promoting veganism, it's Bayer, Merck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, vegans don't take this seriously, but their movement is basically funded by pharmaceutical and big agriculture and petroleum companies.
Mm-hmm. In the pesticide industry.
Right.
Yeah.
But this diet is so good for your health, right?
Right. Right. Bayer is so altruistic that they want you to be on a plant-based diet so that you can rid yourself of all illness, and therefore they won't make any money on you. They're actually actively trying to put themselves out of business.
The same with the pesticide companies. In a vegan world, there would be only 1% cropland left. So the pesticide industry wouldn't have that much application. That's why they're funding veganism. That totally makes sense.
Yeah. I've already proven that there's at least one pesticide company that's directly sponsoring Earthling Ed. You know? So, and they make and sell neonicotinoid pesticides, which are the most deadly and most destructive.
Yeah, but bees have a capacity for pessimism.
If I was a bee and I had heard vegan propaganda, I would find myself suffering from depression. I would be pessimistic about my future as a bee in a vegan world.
Yeah.
That reminds me of, did you see Reasonable Vegan when he was, on the one hand, he didn't care about insects, but on the other hand, he thought that people shouldn't eat honey because the bees didn't make that honey for you, they made it for them.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah, it's a clear contradiction, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of vegans will drop their stance on honey now because it's just too blatant of a contradiction.
Oh, here it is.
The first time seeing the bays, I was definitely intimidated.
I will say that most of the deaths in crop deaths are insects. I personally don't care about insects at this point. I don't care about insects. Is honey vegan? Garland says. The reason that honey is not vegan is because bees make the honey for themselves. I don't care about insects. They're essentially going to consume all the honey they make. If they make the honey, we remove the honey and then we give them artificial sweetener things that
No, that's not what we do, but go ahead.
They can consume. It cuts their lives in half. I don't care about insects. So that's a big issue there, that we're cutting their lives in half. I don't care about insects. Oh, I see. I just see the trap that you tried to have me walk into, which would be the fact that bees are insects and the pesticide thing. So yes, let's see. Okay, let me finish what I was saying, and then I'll respond to the trap that I just caught. Oh man, how did I not catch that in advance? Okay, so there's that aspect. There's the cutting the lives in half of the bees. I don't care about insects. And then there is the fact that the queen bees have their wings ripped off. I don't care about insects. So they don't fly away because it's important that they're there for the scent of the honeybees, I believe, to do their job, because they work kind of like robots, so they don't recognize the wings are ripped off the bee. I don't care about insects. I don't consume honey for this reason I just mentioned. I don't care about insects. It's a good trap. You got me in a good trap. This is a good learning experience. If you fellow vegans think that this isn't a good trap, please explain to me where it's not. But no, this is a good point. Garland makes a really good point here that if you're not going to care about the insects that we're spraying pesticides on our food for, then why do we care about the bees, honey? That's good. Garland got me in a good trap. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, imagine like the number of insects that we have on this planet. it was estimated at 10 quintillions. So if there's an annual decrease of 2%, which is estimated by various sources to be the annual decline of the world insect population by things like pesticides, monocropping, deforestation, and climate change. Even just focusing on the main drivers, pesticides and monocropping, that would mean that out of 10 quintillion, 2% is 200 quadrillion, which means that monocropping and pesticides, basically crop agriculture, is responsible for 200 quadrillion insect deaths per year worldwide. So those are like the magnitudes that we're talking about here.
Right, 200 quadrillion, which is about 200 quadrillion more animals that suffer and die in agriculture, livestock agriculture every year. That's how much more a quadrillion is than a trillion. Vegans want all bees to die. I think that's probably true. I don't think that I think most vegans don't give a rat's ass about animals. It's all about virtue signaling and misanthropy.
Yeah. Anyway, we should wrap this up for today. It's getting really late.
Yeah.
Next time we have to look at some cropland calculations and some other things.
Yeah, we've got a whole presentation for y'all next time. We planned on doing it this time, but we got sidetracked on nutrition. But nutrition is an important part of this discussion, so it's not a wasted stream when we cover nutrition. It has to be talked about. But we do have some new crop deaths information that we want everyone to see, and we still have a lot of that in our pocket, and we haven't presented it yet. So make sure that you come to our next stream where we will be following through with the communication of our new crop deaths data that you've got to see. And with that, thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. What are your chances of getting together a week from today?
I'm not sure. I cannot really promise, but I will try.
Okay. We're both going to try to do this again next Saturday. So.
All right.
I'll see you all then. Thank you again for coming. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye.